Harden. We're not sitting here worried. He's going to figure this out, and we got to do a better job around him as well, whether it's spacing or put him in different positions, and we'll have that conversation. We've been having that conversation, and, at the end of the day, we're going to figure it out. Just get on the same page. We'll be fine. We'll figure it out.
Cavs going to resume their Eastern Conference semifinal series tomorrow afternoon against Detroit. The Cavs play host to the Pistons at Rocket Arena, trailing the series 2 games to none. Browns get their rookie minicamp underway today in Berea. After practice day, we will hear from head coach Todd Monken live on 92.3 The Fan. Well, the Browns taking care of some business this morning. They announced the signs of 8 other 10 draft picks, including top overall selection Spencer Fondo. The only ones yet to sign deals, Casey Concepcion and Emmanuel McNeil Warren. The Browns also announced the sign of 12 undrafted free agents, including Spencer Fondo's brother, defensive end Logan Fondo. And the Browns placed linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koromoa on physically unable to perform list. JOK will miss the 2026 season. He's not played since he suffered a neck injury in a game against the Ravens back in October of 2024. Guardians back home tonight. They begin a 3-game set against the Minnesota Twins. They'll be at Progressive Field. Parker Messick gets the start tonight for the Guardians. 3-1, 2.40 ERA as he'll be on the hill for Cleveland. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
We're looking for quick fixes. We're looking for anything, but they've given me no reason. Not just this series. If you add the 7 games from the Toronto series, a series that you were supposed to win in a lot quicker fashion than you did, I haven't seen any pulse. I haven't seen any kind of a team that I can get behind.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh, I don't. That's the hardest part of this, is figuring out where to start this bad boy. Like, I legitimately feel like I just went through the whole, Sublime song where I'm just looking at you at the end of it, just going, what happened?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Did anybody get a license number on that truck?
Yo, my goodness. I need somebody to like I feel like we're at the end of The Hangover and we got to go through all the pictures and try to remember what just took place that got us into this problem. I mean, that's what I feel like I'm in the midst of.
I'm missing a tooth and you got a tattoo on your face.
No kidding. And Meredith's walking around with a baby. I don't know what the hell happened. So, anyway, Dan Mennigan, Tom Withers, we are in for the gentleman today. As you heard Andy Baskin on the morning show, Jeff Phelps off on assignment. I believe there is an Andy Griffith convention that's going on somewhere that he is partaking in. It's kind of like a Civil War reenactment, except he gets to be Floyd the Barber. Tom,
a lot to digest.
Tom,
yeah, I know.
What happened?
So much, and you know what? Jeff Thomas gave me a printout of the box score, and I was hoping that one rebound on Evan Mobley's line would have magically turned into a couple overnight, but it didn't. I'm kind of sitting here looking at the box, much like Kenny Atkinson and players did after the game last night, and just trying to dissect it and try to go through those last 5 minutes. We got a lot to talk about here, Dan, over the next 4 hours. I'm going to start out by just saying this. They talked a lot about spacing following the game last night, and the spacing that I would talk about right now is the gap between the Pistons and the Cavs, because I think it's a substantial one. And I think it's time for everybody to give Detroit some of its flowers. And I'll say it from this standpoint. They were the best team in the East all season long. They damn near went wire to wire in the conference. And I know people can say, well, the East was down, Tatum was out, Philly was hurt, the Knicks were not the Knicks, blah, 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 blah. Bottom line is they won 60-plus games. They have the best player in this series on the court right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
They play great defense. I know there was a lot of talk about them not having a good, second option, and that is still an issue, and their half-court offense is still limited and flawed and what have you. This team has now won 5 straight playoff games. They were down 3-1 in the first round. I was really afraid of them for a lot of reasons, but especially that one, Dan. They faced the toughest, the biggest monster you can in the first round, which is down 3-1 and being forced to go to a Game 7 by a less talented team and came out of it. The Cavs were pushed by a much less talented team in the first round. That scared me too. I saw a lot of things in the first round that I didn't like about the Cavs that followed over from the regular season. So I want to start out by saying I think the Detroit Pistons deserve more credit than they've been getting.
What you've said is 100% accurate. They still don't have a second shooter. They still the shooting on overall outside of Mitchell Robinson from the Detroit Pistons is still a little flawed. It's still a little shaky, but you're 100% right. They were the best team all regular season. You are seeing it in the playoffs. But what you said in there stood out to me more than anything else, and it's maybe where we need to start this whole thing. We are now on Series 2, where Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen are not the best player on the floor.
No.
We're now on Series 2 of that. Series 1, it was Scotty Barnes, and I don't think it was close.
100%.
So far through 2 games, it's Cade Cunningham, and I don't even think it's close. And right there might be your biggest problem. That might be the biggest thing that the Cavs have going against them right now is the fact that you built this team with the idea that you were going to contend. And at any point, you were going to have 2 of the top 20 players in basketball on the floor. At any point. Right now, you don't. You flat out don't. Cade Cunningham is the best player on the floor right now. The way Duncan Robinson is shooting right now, he might arguably be the second best player on the floor.
Yeah, he was last night.
And on the defensive end, if Asar Thompson is not in foul trouble, he's probably the second best player on the floor because he's hit the point, and this is something we'll get into a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
But he's hit the point where it's almost like watching Scottie Pippen and Kawhi Leonard in their prime, where he's basically like, I will now take the ball from you. And there is not a thing on this earth that you are going to do to stop me from taking the ball from you. And there are 2 players I've ever seen who have been like that. And it's Scottie Pippen and prime Kawhi Leonard.
Right.
This is a hole. And this is a problem that they are in the midst of right now because their 3-point shooting has completely cratered.
Oh, my God.
It's gone completely away. Donovan Mitchell had 9 free throws in this game.
Backtrack for 1 second.
Sure.
Also, they're not defending the 3, which was a problem all season as well.
Yes, they're not defending the 3.
Yeah.
Duncan Robinson's out there to do one thing and one thing only, and he's not hiding it from you.
How does Max Strus lose him on that one possession where then he got a nice baseline pass from Thompson in the corner? Strus just turns his head for a second. That's why Duncan Robinson's out there. He's running around trying to find the spot to shoot from, and he found it. I'm sorry, go back.
And he keeps moving and he keeps repositioning. He does a heck of a job doing it. But you're right. He's there for one reason and one reason only. And the way you get him off the floor is you find him in the action in the other side. And whether it's off the ball or on the ball, you throw him in everything and go, you need to move your feet, bud. You need to be able to catch up with what we are able to do on the offensive end. And they're not doing it. No. They're just straight not doing it.
No.
It is turned so much into your turn, my turn basketball between Mitchell and Harden. They're finding the bigs sporadically. Jared Allen had a really nice game offensively.
Yeah.
With the 22 points. That was really nice to see. But nobody on the Cavaliers side outside of Donovan Mitchell in this game who finally woke up.
Yeah.
And boy, was it nice to see him wake up. Nobody else is coming to the place that they need to be for this team to be at its best. No one is stepping up. No one is taking the reins. No one is taking control. It's basically, help us, Donovan Mitchell. You're our only hope.
Yeah, and you know what? And he's still not the Donovan Mitchell that we've seen for many spurts over the last couple of years, right? There doesn't seem to be that burst, that explosiveness. Now, there was a couple drives to the basket in the third quarter looked better. But, Dan, to your point about possessions, my God, how clunky and just out of rhythm is this offense? I can only think of a handful of possessions last night where the ball actually had some energy, moved side to side, right? And they got good looks. Now, the turnovers, and we can talk about those for the next 4 hours if you want to. I'd rather not. But
no, me neither.
And the
I'm going to need a bucket.
But the turnovers and the bad start once again, and we'll get into Kenny Atkinson and how much he's at fault here, and is the team ready to play? Yada yada yada. There's all of that. But I agree with you 100%. And tell me stop me when you've heard this before.
Okay.
The Cavs don't have the best player on the court in this series. The Cavs are being bullied by a bigger, stronger, more physical team. The Cavs are being out-coached by the other team. Stop me when you've heard this before. Hasn't this been the story for the last 3 years with this team? Now,
it's been the story of the guy who was sitting on the other team's bench.
Well, yeah.
Let's be honest. That's the reason he's not here.
And listen, we all thought, and I, when the trade happened, initially I was like, okay, does this really make them better knowing this 15-year track record of the James Harden experience, which we've watched from afar? Now Cavs fans are living it, right?
Oh, we'll dig into that.
We'll dig into it. And the other problem, too, here, Dan, is it's so hard to add a player of that caliber that is we've talked about this ad nauseum, a ball-dominant player, add him in, and then when you mix in the variables of having injuries and not enough time to get everybody acclimated, this is what you got. That's why they're talking about, after game 2 of the second-round series, they're talking about spacing on offense. Mm-hmm. That's a problem that should have been eliminated 2 months ago, and it's still here.
There is this wonderful adage that you hear in soccer, and I know I'm not going to put people to sleep with soccer, but hang with me on this. The best teams look like they are playing with 11 best friends, where everybody knows where everybody is at any given point.
Connected by a rope.
The whole way. And I've always thought basketball had that same mantra, that the best teams look like they're being played by 5 best friends, or 7 best friends if you count the guys on the bench. Everybody knows where everybody is. Everybody's anticipating every cut. Everybody knows that when things fall to crap, this is what this person is going to do.
And by the way, the same thing on the defensive end.
Yep. Same thing on the defensive end.
You're tied together.
Everybody's connected.
Yes.
5 best friends. The Cleveland Cavaliers right now look like 5 guys who met each other in the park.
Honest to God.
Don't. There's no connection. There's no cohesion. There's no understanding where the next one is going to be. Especially, Tom, how many plays in this game did we watch where they ran 2 actions, 3 actions, and then it turned into the clogged toilet, where everybody ended up on the outside, just standing there, staring at each other, going, "Help me, Donovan Mitchell. You're my only hope," because they swallowed up all of our actions, and we don't know how to play with each other in a way that shows we've done it for an extended period of time, where we're anticipating what the next person is going to do.
Okay, and then you combine that, all of those things that you talked about, and you're right on all of them. You checked all of those boxes. You combine that with a defensive-minded Piston team,
right,
that is ready to just pounce on every mistake that you made. I mean, Ronald Holland, who was non-existent in the Orlando series, comes out, and he's clearly been assigned to James Harden. And, oh, by the way, James Harden looked 47 last night.
Damn right he did.
I mean, he looked really slow.
Yeah.
Now, the other problem I have, and we'll get down to this, and we can dissect the last 3 minutes of the game if you want to, without grabbing the vomit bag in front of you.
We're going to need Dramamine.
We may have to. By the same token, Donovan Mitchell's got to assert himself in those situations and not – right? All we heard from him after last year's flame out in the second round was, this is not going to happen again. You guys are going to write BS about us. We're going to be back, blah, blah, blah. He's back in the same scenario. He should have the ball with 30 seconds to go in the game and not James Harden. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Correct.
Why isn't that not happening? So and then there's segments of the fourth quarter where he's on the bench. I don't know if he's dealing with an injury or not. I don't know why they're being so specific about his minutes. He played 37 last night.
Yeah,
that's about what it should be, right?
Not a playoff game that you got to have.
He probably should be 40, 41.
That's got to be 40, 44.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is the entire season they have nursed these guys for this exact reason. I'm with you.
Yeah.
It looks like something's wrong.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the burst that he typically does. He doesn't have the bounce that he typically does. It feels like one of those lower leg injuries where he could maybe summon it every so often if he truly needed to get a little extra burst. But it seems like something is bugging him. And on top of
he's the least of our problems.
Oh, God, no. He's the one who's gotten you to the point where we're looking at each other thinking, like, okay, maybe there's a path.
Yeah.
Like, there's at least his play is the reason there's a path. Like, I can't come at him super hard for a lot of different things. The 9 free throws were really nice to see, and I wanted to look at him when he was complaining and say, oh, it's because I don't flop. Hogwash. It's because you weren't going to the bucket.
Correct.
That's it.
Well, and Kenny said that the other night as well.
Right.
He's got to be more assertive.
I'm sorry, bud. That's why you're not getting fouled. No one fouls three-pointer shooters that often unless you're kicking your leg out or moving your drop point. These guys are too smart.
And he got to the rim in the third and fourth
quarters.
I mean,
he did. It's the reason why this turned around. They picked up the pace in the third quarter, and he started getting to the line, and he started getting to the lane.
So then you go to the fourth quarter, though, and you fall back in love with the threes. And if they're not dropping, they're not dropping. And you go 0 for 11, and it just looks really bad. And there were some just god-awful possessions in there. And then defensively, you couldn't stop Cunningham. You couldn't stop Harris when you needed to. You lost track defensively of Duncan Robinson at the worst possible times. And
absolutely.
And they put you away. They did what they were supposed to do. They won on their home court.
They did.
So there is still some hope. I think there's some things that we can look at and we can talk about as to why there is a glimmer that the Cavs can come back and win 2 in a row now. Winning a 4 or 5 is going to be...
It's an uphill battle.
Beyond uphill.
It's an uphill battle.
It might be impossible for this group.
We'll see. I mean, goodness, we've yelled forever about mental toughness with this group. We're going to find out real quick if there truly is a level of mental toughness there. I don't know. I am so baffled by what I watched in game 1. I am baffled by what I watched in game 2 because it felt very much like rinse, lather, repeat.
Well, what do you make of the bad starts? Like, let's start there. Like, so the first quarters of these two games have just been abysmal. I think they're 23 in the hole, if I'm not mistaken. Right, they're down 16 in game 1 after the first quarter. I think down 7 last night.
Correct on 7.
But the turnovers right out of the gate, just like
horrendous.
Just not looking ready to play. I don't know if I can't say that that's on Kenny. I know they get these guys as ready as you can get them. These are professional athletes after all, well paid. They need to be ready to play. They haven't shown that in the first 2 games.
Well, clearly the MO that has been handed out is that every time the Bigs touch the ball, attack the ball.
Yeah.
That's the first thing that's happening. I mean, Toronto did it. They set the blueprint. The Pistons are doing the same thing. They're slapping at the ball. Yeah. They're immediately, the minute that Allen or Mobley touch the ball,
quick
it
double.
Is just boom, quick double, slap right at the ball. They're doing the same. They're very much confusing Donovan Mitchell, whether it's throwing the double teams at him, whether it's the soft double teams, however you want to look at it. They're playing in that drop coverage as well and saying, I dare you, take the 20-footers. I will give you every 20-plus footer you possibly want to take. And I know this is maybe a little too far into the weeds in basketball talk, but it's what you're watching. I mean, that's what you're seeing here. And the other one is clearly they are looking at James Harden and they are saying, A, he looks a quarter step slow. He looks a half step slow. B, attack his dribble because his dribble is getting a little higher than it needs to be, so you can attack that and just slap the ball away from him. And that's the other thing that you're watching with this is the amount of times you're watching James Harden dribble. They're going, boom, slap, good, goodbye, fast break, let's go. Yeah. He's not going to catch up with you. He's going to stand there and sulk, and he's going to yell at the ref.
And it's coming at a time in the shot clock where they've got to do something, right? He's got to make a move or not. And it's just
right.
Listen, this is what I worried about. This is what I feared when he was acquired. That they would get into the same scenario that we saw in Houston and Oklahoma City to a degree, and in Brooklyn, and with the Clippers. This is the James Harden experience in the playoffs. This is what it's been. So, I don't know how you fix it at this point. I mean, I thought there were some segments of last night's game when Schroeder was in there where the offense actually looked better. I mean, Schroeder at least comes down and is looking for the big and a mismatch inside, right? He'll feed the ball to Allen when there's a matchup, situation down there. But other than that, I don't know how you fix it.
He's in there to be Dennis Schroeder's in there to be a chaos agent, and he's really good at it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in there.
He's been fine.
He's been fine. He's been the least of your worries. He's come in and brought a level of spark. I don't know. All right.
And the rotation without Sam Merrill, we'll get to that as well, and how much they missed that shooting is paramount.
We got a program ahead of us for you. John Krasinski from The Athletic is going to join us, covers the NBA for them, also does a good amount of work with the Timberwolves. On top of that, we're excited to talk to him about that series and also what he's seen in the Cavaliers series to this point. Former Nets GM, current ESPN analyst Bobby Marks is going to join us at high noon. We'll get to all of your Giannis questions, all of your future Cavalier cap questions, along with his thoughts on the series as well. He's joining us at high noon. And at 1:20 today, Michael Grady is going to join us, Amazon Prime. He was on the call yesterday for Amazon.
follow every off-season step. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Started something special right here, man. Let's go.
92.3 The Fan.
I'm still wrapping my head around it. I mean, I truly feel like I just woke up and all of a sudden there's a chicken running around. Someone just ran out of the door. There's a tiger in the hallway. What happened?
Open bottles all over the place. Yeah, somebody's up on the roof.
There's a jungle cat in the bathroom. I don't know what's going on. I mean,
can't find my phone.
It can't. God, that's the least of my worries.
Or my keys.
Shoes. How did I lose a shoe? How do I only have one sleeve? What happened here?
That's my name.
It's unbelievable. Tom Withers, Dan Manigan in for Baskin and Phelps today. We're just still trying to figure out exactly what took place yesterday that caused the position that the Cleveland Cavaliers are in. They're down 2-0 in this series. Lost the game. Lost another one yesterday, 107-97. Started ugly as all get out. Found itself in the third quarter a little bit. Mitchell started getting to the line. And then in the fourth quarter, it felt like I wrote this moment down. I was sitting there, and I just kind of take notes as I go through these games. And I wrote, here comes Cade with 5 minutes in the fourth. And I said, here's a little bit of momentum. Tobias Harris hits a turnaround. Then then a turnover, then a miss, then a run out and a deep Duncan Robinson three. And I felt like that was the moment in the game right there we were done.
Yeah.
That was it. Like that was when Tobias hit that turnaround and then Duncan Robinson hit that three. It was like, that's it. It should never feel inevitable. I think that might be what ticks me off the most, Tom, is that I'm in a world where I've got Donovan Mitchell, I've got Evan Mobley, I've got James Harden. Nothing should feel inevitable. There should never be a closing of a door.
There should always be a backup plan. I know what you're saying. I'm with you.
And it felt in that moment.
There should always be an option. Yeah.
Tobias turnaround, miss, Duncan Robinson three-pointer. Good night.
Yeah.
It just should never feel that way. And yet here we are because you don't have the best player in the series. It's been Cade Cunningham. In the last series, it was Scotty Barnes. And we're just in this spot. And you went and made this trade to bring in James Harden. And this is what you've gotten to this point when it comes to James Harden. ESPN had this outstanding stat. And I know we'll focus in on the turnovers and the offensive side. But this, to me, might be one of the more damning things that's also taking place. ESPN, the Pistons were 7 of 7 on drives against James Harden and 5 of 5 in the second half. Anytime someone drove on James Harden, they scored.
Well, you can picture the two by Harris where he goes across the lane, right, and kind of shot against his body. Two really nice shots, by the way. I think Harden was claiming he was traveling on one of those two. I think the first one. That's another guy. In addition to giving the Pistons, I think, their props, because I think this is a better team than people realize. And, by the way, can you remember a month or two ago when everybody was talking about, seeding and positioning and the easiest path?
Oh, yes.
Okay, that was supposed to be through Detroit.
Detroit. Oh, yeah. Do you?
Right. Harris is one of those guys who I think, 16, 17 years like James Harden, who's been in the league, has always been one of those kind of underrated players along the lines of Middleton, Chris Middleton, guys like that maybe don't get their just due. This kid has been great in the playoffs for the last couple of years.
Bill Simmons always had the best nickname for him, and it would forever make me laugh. He always used to refer to him as the cat. Because every so often, like in the house, the cat will hop on your lap. You're like, oh, the cat wants to play today. And then the cat would go missing for a while.
Yeah, he does.
And that was Tobias Harris. He always used to call him the cat. And I thought that was so perfect. Because it was just like, and so far, he's now gotten, I think, 20 points in the last 4 games or 5 games or something like that for the Pistons.
I think it's his last 7 playoff games.
That's it, last 7 playoff games.
Yeah.
That's what the stat was.
He fits a perfect role for JB up there, too, right? He's kind of that, he's that mentor, that senior who's kind of seen it all, can do a lot of things, plays solid defense, can find his shot, and is leading a young team that, by the way, this team's going to be around for a while as well. This is a good young team.
This is an ascending team.
Yeah.
And Jalen Duren is playing horribly for them right now. He can't find a shot, which, props to the defense of the Cleveland Cavaliers on that one. But that's another promising piece that's hanging around there. Folks, I'm baffled by all of this. I'm trying to figure out what to do from here. We're trying to build this forward. Ryan in Vegas, welcome to the show, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, Menigan, hey, man. Joe, I'm loving the fact you guys are maneuvering around. Gives a little bit of uniqueness to the both shows. Listen to an earlier show with Andy. But I digress, man. Hey, beating a dead horse, James Harden. Again, everyone. There was no hidden, mystery about Harden's disappearing act of, obviously, the playoffs, Game 7s in particular. He's had a laundry list of this for a plethora of different teams. Again, the butterflies in his stomach. He hears people chirping about it. And, again, he's trying to be calm, cool, and collective. It's just at the same time, we're not getting what we want to get out of him for a playoff atmosphere for a veteran like he is. And him not playing to his peak that I know we all see and he can is the difference of these W's or losses. Again, this differential points is based upon our superstars not getting theirs. And, again, beating a dead horse before it goes something positive. Mitchell, again, like your guest alluded to, he's not the best player on the court. Again, he doesn't have that killer mentality we as Cavs fans have seen with LeBron. He just doesn't have that. Something about him is just Scottie Pippen-esque mentality, not the leader. Not saying he's not great, because he is. I mean, we need him desperately to find a way back in. With that being said, glass half full, Menigan. I still feel that, hey, we are coming back home for Game 3 tomorrow. Raucous crowd. They threw us their haymakers, their heavy punches. We're going to punch them right back in the belly. I think winning the game tomorrow, definitely. If that doesn't happen, then this whole series is gone. But I can assure you that 7% chance of winning a series is going to go back up to 15, 20% if we win tomorrow, and then digress 35-40% if we win Game 4. So there's still a chance. Everyone's doom and gloom right now, as they should be. You're walking around shaking your fist at the sky, whatever, like these Cavs gave us hope, but at the same time, there still is hope. So let's get this thing rocking. Mitchell and Harden need to be on the same page, and I think things can go right starting in Game 3 tomorrow. Hey, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it, Rhino. Take care of yourself. All right, let's dive in.
He went glass half full for a second, so let me do that.
All right, go glass half full.
I'm going to go glass half full from the standpoint.
That way everybody's got time to get their inflatables on, their Ducky inflatable to go into the Harden pool.
The Pistons shot 14 of 28 on threes, and you still only lost by 10 points, Dan, and you still were there with 2 minutes to go. I think that's got to be – you can't imagine them shooting like that again. I said the same thing about Toronto in the first round. I think it was, Game 1 where they shot the lights out, right?
Right.
And that came back to earth a little bit. So that's going to correct itself, right? That said, too, the Cavs have had a problem defending the three-point line all season. Last night, some of the coverages on pick and rolls, and again, forgetting about shooters on the other side of the floor was just fundamental basketball.
Yeah.
Like you said, like five strangers that just got into a pickup game and decided to play last night. So
it's what this looks like.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts because, again, when you see guys who know how to play with each other, it's one of the most beautiful games you'll ever see in your life. Like, it's just absolutely gorgeous to watch basketball played when you see 5 or 10 people who truly know what each other are doing. The Cavaliers right now are not that. They look like 5 strangers who decided to play pickup together. Like, they have no chemistry whatsoever. And I mean, I hate to point the finger in this regard.
I think you have to, though.
But here we go.
Yeah, I think you have to. Right?
Here we go.
When you're talking about 11 turnovers versus 9 field goals in his first 2 games in this series, the fact that the offense has looked better without him at times, the fact that down the stretch of the game he's turning the ball over. To your point, Dan, the fact that when he's got the ball and the Cavs are not moving it on offense, they know to blitz him. He's not going past anybody like he used to in the past.
No.
Like I said, he looks 36 going on, older than that.
He looks a half step slow.
I don't want to put all of this on him, but you got to put a lot of it on him because he was the one that was supposed to get them over the top, and it's just not happening to this point.
This is now 4 straight games with 0 or 1 3-pointers made for James Harden.
And you know what?
This is all courtesy of SI is what I'm going to give you for stats. A great Jeff Thomas pointed me in that direction.
There you go. And
0 or 1.
And it's almost like with Mobley, I almost cringe every time he takes one. You know what I mean? Like you don't have any confidence that it's going to go in.
Unless he is wide open and set his feet. That is one of those, like, there's been a couple of them where the ball has swung around and it's found James Harden wide open, and those are the only ones that I've ever been like, that's in.
Well, and then you also pointed out the defensive liability that he's become as well, right? And they're kind of hunting him.
Yeah,
the
7
Pistons are, right?
Again, courtesy of ESPN. 7 for 7 on drives against James Harden, and then the second half they went 5 for 5.
Here's the other problem here, well, amongst many. You're so far down the road with this, right? You invested everything in this season into that move to acquire him. You got to write it out, don't you?
You can't bench him.
Well, if you're Kenny Atkinson, I mean, the mandate is from above, right? That's why they made the move. And oh, by the way, Donovan Mitchell clearly signed off on this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. And that's a discussion for a whole other time in terms of how much power guys have. But if Donovan is not himself, if he's a little bit hurt and he's having to defer to a guy who can't get it done, then where are you?
You're stuck.
Up against it. Yeah.
You're up against it. You're stuck. There's nowhere else to pivot. There's nowhere else to go. And especially in a playoff series like this, he's been brutal. He's dribbling the ball higher than he should. The passes have been brutal. They don't have the amount of usual, any kind of actual power behind them. So they're just getting picked off if they have any kind of distance. Everyone is playing. And I know you coached youth basketball. I coached youth basketball. And it always makes me laugh when you see this, because every team that goes up against the Cavs, what's the first thing they do? They outstretch their arms. All of us have yelled more times than we can count coaching youth basketball. For the love of God, put your arms out. We've both said that more times.
Use what God has given you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Use it. There's a reason every team is doing that against the Cavs, and they're just slapping away the passes.
Well, and then Pistons have the athletes to put on him as well,
Absolutely.
which makes it tough. I mean, they're putting young. He's got a 20-year-old in Holland guarding him.
He's not getting to the free throw line because the usual Harden, I go into the lane and play bumper cars doesn't work. Teams are learning. He's only getting one a series where, the stuff that should be outlawed from basketball, where just because your arm is right here and then that means James Harden now goes up for a shot and gets 3 free throws.
Also, I was just going to say, also not getting the benefit of the doubt on those calls,
No,
right?
because it's the playoffs.
It's a physical series, exactly.
Because it's the playoffs. We are not going to give you these ticky-tack fouls because we know you don't have 70 more games ahead of you. We're not going to give you this stuff to cause the game to not be as physical as it should. Yeah. He's ran into this problem his entire career, outside of the series against Golden State, where he was really good and almost knocked off the Warriors with the 5 horsemen of the apocalypse. So that was the closest anyone came in. It was James Harden, and he'll get his credit for that one. But ever since that playoff series, he has been totally in the tank.
So we all knew what they were trading for. Did the Cavs?
This is never hidden.
Did the Cavs?
I hope so. But I wonder as well. I mean, it feels like the friend who was like, no, I can fix him. He's a really nice guy, I swear. It's not totally, it's not his fault that he's been divorced 4 times.
I've seen him out with others, yeah.
Yeah, I've
really
always gotten along with him. He's really sweet. He's great. I can fix him. It kind of has that feel to it where you want to look at it and be like, you're not going to fix him.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
And Donovan,
it's okay.
Right. And to your point, Donovan has no other choice but to prop him up post-game, right?
Right.
That's what a good teammate does.
That's
right?
what he should do.
And
That's what good leadership is.
And you've got to hope that, like last night before the game, somebody came up to me and said, what do you think about the Cavs tonight? And I said, I'm not feeling good about it. But I said, you know what? James Harden is capable of 27, 10, and 8. And that's what Cavs fans got to hope for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think they're in huge trouble.
He had 4 turnovers in this game. And all of us looked at each other and went, oh, good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
You only turned it over 4 times.
Down from 7 in the first game.
7.
Yeah.
Improvement. I mean, this is where we are with this. I'm not a James Harden fan. I've never hidden the fact that I am not a fan of his game. I've never hidden the fact that I don't enjoy watching him. Yeah. I've never hidden any of those things from anyone, and I will not to this point. But my word, he has played better than this in his past, and he needs to find that gear, and he needs to find that somewhere inside of him.
Does he still have it, though? Does he still have that gear?
I hope there's a turn back the clock night.
Okay.
I mean, goodness, Aaron Rodgers can throw 3 touchdowns at this point in his career at least once a season. I mean, it's got to be in there somewhere, and they need it, and they need it ASAP. 216-474-0092 at the Sports Feller on Twitter. Folks, is there James Harden hope at this point, or is this just it is what it is? And what do you do if you're Kenny Atkinson with James Harden? Can you put him on the bench? Dan Mennigan, Tom Withers, 92.3 The Fan.
your spot to cheer on the Cavs now at Cavs.com/playoffs.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Oh, the James Harden experience. What a roller coaster ride you be. You know, it's going to be such a complicated legacy when it comes to that guy when it is all said and done, and we're in the middle of the complications right now. And let me tell you, you need Tums, you need Dramamine.
It's a therapy session.
It kind of feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. You're right, though. A complicated legacy is putting it mildly, right? There's very few athletes, actually, Dan, I'm trying to think just off the top of my head, that have this kind of conundrum attached to them, right? Very successful, Hall of Fame career, right? Regarded as one of the top 75 players in league history.
Oh, absolutely. He'll be on every list.
The numbers are incredible. Mm-hmm. And then he gets into this situation, and listen, and we don't know if he's, you brought it up here during the break, you and I were chatting. Remember, he broke his thumb back in February. And I wondered at the time, broken thumb is a broken thumb, especially in his left hand, right? And, you wonder if that's still bothering him to some degree. It's still got to be bothering him a little bit, I would think. He wasn't out that long with it. Again, we talked about it earlier, 36 years old, or is 37 now. He doesn't have the explosiveness. He doesn't have that first step to go by, to get past guys. To your point, he's not getting those calls that he would, get in the past, whether it was, falling down after taking a three or whatever. We see that occasionally. Obviously not getting to the rim like he did earlier in his career, so he's not getting those calls as well. And it's really cost them, and it's tough to watch at times. And I do think that Kenny, obviously I think it'd be very rash for him to make a move with the starting lineup, but I think there's got to be, much like last night, segments where Dennis Schroeder is a better option out there for him.
I can't believe we are at this point when it comes. And again, I am not a Harden guy. I've never been a Harden guy.
This is a little bit of an overreaction too, right? We're just coming off of a 10-point loss in game 2.
But the problem is we're starting to hit the point, though, Tom, where we're now 7 games. Well, no, we're now 9 games into this experience.
Correct.
Into the playoffs. I don't know if it's an overreaction anymore when you're 9 games into this experience. It's insane. Kevin in Cuyahoga Falls, welcome to the show, man.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Overall, life-wise, well. Sports-wise, less well.
Yeah, not so good. Listen, it's not overreaction. When you have more turnovers than buckets made, that's not overreaction. That speaks for itself right there. I mean, you can't have a guy on the court who's a massive net negative like that. I mean, seriously, more turnovers than shots made is unacceptable. And Dan, I think you hit on it. I think you hit the nail right on the head. I mean, clearly James Harden has earned his foul magnet tag he's got. I mean, he's top 10 ever in free throws taken in the NBA. And that whole, your hands in close, he jumps up real quick and gets the shot off foul. He gets called during the regular season often, if his whole career. That's not happening in the playoffs. They're swallowing that whistle on that. And when teams are pressing him, which they are, Toronto did it, and now clearly they put the playbook on how to play Harden. Detroit's doing the exact same thing, and with the same effect. He's not a 20-something-year guy anymore, and that, pull up and, try and draw the foul isn't working. He's having troubles dealing with it. So, no, I don't think it's overreaction. I certainly was hoping, beyond hope, that the 15 years of history of James Harden not doing well in the playoffs would somehow, not be so bad. But, listen, you can't be blind to what's going on the court right now.
Kevin, you just said it. So what do you do? I mean, you've got it. I'm not sure he's earned the trust of his teammates at this point. Teammates he's only had for a couple of months. So what do you do if you're Kenny Atkinson with James Harden?
I mean, I would start him in name only, but he's going to get pulled quickly in my mind.
Fair.
The old school Warriors Andrew Bogut thing, where you kind of throw him out there for the beginning and then go, all right, come sit down. You played your 10 minutes.
And seriously, when it comes to the fourth quarter and tight games, I think his minutes get seriously limited. I don't think he should be out there the last 2 minutes, and he should not be bringing the ball down the court the last 2 minutes. If anybody, if it's not Donovan Mitchell, I'm going to vote for Schroeder. I think one of those two should be the one bringing the ball down, not James Harden. And I think if Atkins does that, that'll be an improvement for us moving forward.
Kevin, appreciate the call, man.
Good points by Kevin. If I can interrupt for 1 second,
Go,
Dan.
dude.
So that's what I wrote down when I was taking notes down the stretch last night. So 103.97, right after Thompson gets that tip to put the Pistons up. Mitchell makes it 2 free throws to make it 103.97. Thompson misses a 3, right? Or no, I'm sorry. The review takes the 3 away. How big a play was that at the time, right?
Massive,
right?
massive.
So the Cavs come down. They're already 0 for 9.
I was also shocked it went in, but that's another point for another day.
Yeah, I know. They're 0 for 9 on threes at that point, right? So Harden has the turnover on that possession. But if I mentioned it earlier, at the beginning of that possession, he makes a nice pass inside to Allen, who lets the ball slip through his hands, and the entire offense had to be reset.
That's a good point.
But then the reset becomes give the ball to James Harden back at the top of the key. That's a moment where Donovan Mitchell has to assert himself. Why he didn't in that case with, under a minute to go, I don't know. But that ended up becoming the biggest possession of the ball game.
It should have been. And when did the Cavaliers start looking a little bit more in sync and a little bit better? When they picked up the pace.
Yeah.
What pace does James Harden want to play at? Slow. As slow as he can get.
And you know what? That's what I've heard from a lot of fans, over the last couple of weeks is that why does it look like James Harden is playing a game in October? Now, this is the way we've always known him from afar, right? And I know you're not the president of the James Harden fan club.
I will never hide
but
that
this
fact.
He's always kind of played it at his pace, right?
Slow.
Right? That's who he is. And it's driving people crazy because this team needs to initiate offense quickly. It's get the ball moving, get some energy on the floor. And it's not happening when he's out there pounding it into the ground, the dribble, dribble, dribble. This is what drove people crazy with LeBron. This is what drove people crazy with Darius Garland. And now you're living it again with this guy, the guy who was supposed to be the savior this season. Oh, by the way.
It's nuts. Jeff in North Olmsted, welcome to the show, man.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. Tom, great last point there because it's something I wanted to piggyback on. So I asked this question to my son yesterday watching the game, and I'm going to ask you guys the same one. Whose team is this? Donovan Mitchell's, right?
Supposed to be.
Supposed to be. It's sad we have to use supposed to.
Why are we watching everything predicated off of how James Harden wants to run our offense? I'm actually going to give you some flowers, Mr. Menigan, because you guys talked about this all leading up into the playoffs of what we could look forward to with the James Harden style of basketball. And you guys are exactly right. What's frustrating to me, I heard a stat last night, and this blew my mind. When we run isolation possessions, we are averaging 0.86 points a possession.
Oof.
That is disgustingly gross. 0.86 points per possession. So imagine a world where yesterday, and you brought it up, Tom, and I love the point, and it happened multiple times and not just with James Harden, where we crash the lane, get into the paint, and then we shuffle the ball back out to the top of the key. It's not for a wide open shot. It's to dribble, dribble, dribble.
Right.
I counted last night, and I was so frustrated. 6 possessions with James Harden before any action took place. There was 7 seconds on the shot clock. That is brutal to watch.
Yeah.
You're watching a guy bring the ball up to court, and he's barely getting it over for the half-court violation. He's crossing over, and he's just standing over the half-court line, dribbling the ball.
So you raised the biggest point, Jeff, which is why is Donovan Mitchell deferring here? It's the unknown.
It's the $1 million question, Jeff.
It is what is making me so mad watching the game, and I got to be honest, I haven't been this furious and frustrated watching basketball in a long time.
Jeff, I appreciate the call, man. I feel you there. Go take a walk, take a deep breath. The sun's out today. It's going to be all right. It's all going to be all right. 216-474-0092. We get an outsider's perspective a little bit. John Krasinski covers the Timberwolves, does a lot for Minnesota sports, but also is a national NBA reporter, heavily respected, as good as they come, and a fine writer on top of that. He's going to join us next. Bobby Marks is going to join us at high noon, former Nets GM, ESPN. And at 1:20, Michael Grady called the game for Amazon. Dan Menigan, Tom Withers, John Krasinski coming up next. 92.3 The Fan. We're in for Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Still trying to wrap our heads around after exactly what we have seen these last two games with the Cavaliers versus the Detroit Pistons, as the Cavs are down 2-0 in the series, lost the game last night 107-97 in what felt like, well, Tom, we were watching TV Land and it was rerun night. It just felt like I had
that one before, have you?
Right, I felt like I saw that one once or twice before. We go out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
That's a mouthful.
We're working on it. We're working on it. To bring in John Krasinski from The Athletic, has covered the NBA for a good period of time, covers the Timberwolves, covers a little bit of the Vikings as well for The Athletic. John, how are you, man?
Doing good, fellas. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Just on my way in for shoot-around before a big Game 3 tonight here in Minnesota, but really excited to talk to you guys.
So full disclosure, John Krasinski, one of the best guys I ever worked with at the Associated Press.
My guy.
Yeah, Krog, good to hear you, man. Yeah, you got a series on your hands there, right? But we want to talk to you real quickly about what you see from afar with this Cavaliers team and this matchup with the Pistons. John, I began our show today by saying I think the Pistons maybe deserve more flowers than a lot of people are giving them. This has been the best team in the Eastern Conference all year. What are your thoughts on this Detroit squad?
Yeah, good to talk to you, Tom. That's kind of one thing I like to kind of go to that side of the discourse a lot more when we're talking about these series is because generally speaking, the default is who is screwing up, who deserves the blame. And of course we can get to that and there's always that to go around. But a lot of times we overlook the fact that Detroit was the number one seed. And I do think because of some of the struggles they had with Orlando in the first round and maybe some of the question marks about their experience and maybe some of their offensive shortcomings, it was easy to poke holes in who they are as a group. But I know J.B. Bickerstaff really, really well. I know he's got a lot of familiarity around there as well, but he just has installed a toughness and a culture with that team that is so impressive. I mean, they know that they are not the smoothest offensive team in the league. They know that maybe they don't have the most overwhelming individual talent sometimes, but man, they get together and you are climbing into a wrestling ring against them every single night. And that is consistent. They can bring that at any point. It doesn't matter if they're making shots or missing shots or, in foul trouble or not, they can get after you. And so they just have a bar that is high. A floor that is high. And so I really like what they've brought all season long.
John, what do you do with James Harden in the playoffs? Please help us.
Man.
Save us. Anything?
Yeah, I wish I had something for you. And I would say this, guys, I think in the past you could look at it as, shoot, maybe there's a little something psychological. Maybe he is going to snap out of it. Why is this not working? Because he's been so brilliant in the regular season and then he struggles in these playoffs. Now he's 36 years old. Now he is facing a team that is full of young dogs. And that is a problem for a player of his ilk. We all know about sort of some of the difficulties that he's had in the playoffs. And I think a lot of times it is attributed to some sort of psychological block or something that's going wrong up between his ears. Now I just wonder if he has the physical tools to match up in a series like this. And I don't have a whole lot of hope that it's going to get better for him the longer this series goes, because Ausar Thompson and Ron Holland and all these dudes that can just come off of the bench or in the starting lineup and go at him. This might be a bit of nature versus nurture going on right now.
There's no way you can bench him, right? You kind of have to just ride this out and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, what other options do you have is the problem. Yeah, I think that you still stick with him because there is a small chance that his shot starts falling, that maybe he gets kind of a little bit more comfortable with the spot that he can get to offensively and score something because he is a good playmaker. You say that maybe he can drive some impact on that in that category, but I don't know if you benched him. It's an admission of defeat, and who are you going to off of the bench that's going to have any chance to get to the ceiling that he could possibly get to, even if we don't think he will?
So aside from Donovan Mitchell, John, they got to hope that Evan Mobley steps up. And as someone who follows the league, I know you're well aware of what Mobley means, especially to this franchise, and how he's shown at times that he can be an elite defender and can score, and he can get you 20 and 10 boards, what have you. Has he kind of planed out in your estimation? He felt like he was, one of the young superstars in this league, really ready to ascend, and it feels like he's just kind of flatlining.
Yeah, I think that it's something I've followed all year, Tom, is and talking to scouts and talking to, other coaches around the league. That has come up more than once in conversations with me about, man, Evan Mobley, we thought that he was taking this next step this year. I heard earlier on in his career, maybe some hope that it was KG-like. And as a Minnesota guy, I mean, that
right.
You cannot get higher praise than that in terms of a projection. And we just have not seen that this whole season, really. But certainly in this series, I mean, 9 points and one rebound against this team. And I understand that maybe he's being drawn out of the paint a little bit more. Maybe he's trying to cover for some poor perimeter defenders on the Cavs. And so he's not, kind of in and around the rim all of the time.
Still.
But
yeah.
A guy like that, you got to get more than one rebound, man, especially against this Detroit team. And so, yeah, I think it's been disappointing so far, all year long, but certainly in these playoffs that he hasn't had that next step, that he hasn't had that big moment. Go out and get 25 and 12 and show some fire and help your team. That's the backs against the walls. I think that's what you expect from a player, like him, who's been in the league now as long as he has. And it's go time for him, and we just haven't seen it.
John Krasinski joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Got it. Now here on 92.3 The Fan.
Well done.
I know.
Spit it out.
Well, after I stumbled over the first time, I was like one of those, you had to go through that set again and get that shot so that you prove you can make it.
And then you add Krasinski on top of that. I mean, you really got to do your enunciations here.
John, I want to ask you a little bit about the Timberwolves, who you've had an eye on, and covered throughout the entire series, and of course the Spurs series as well that you're in the midst of. I've got to start with Jaden McDaniels because he has been just an absolute total bulldog throughout the entire series, and I swear that guy believes he is the best player to touch the floor every single time and is going to lock down the opponent. Do you get the same feel?
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely had, a breakout playoffs. I mean, he was talking trash in the Nuggets series and backing it up with 32 and 10 in Game 6. And, everything that he is about is what the Timberwolves are about. No nonsense, does not care about any feathers that he ruffles, says what he's going to do and then backs it up. And it really does make the Wolves a really refreshing cover in this league of flopping and of kind of posturing and posing. These guys don't do any of that. And Jaden is kind of number one that way. And we see how important he is because he got into foul trouble in Game 2, and the game completely got away from the Wolves when he went to the bench with 3 fouls early in the second quarter. And so they just really need him to be on the floor as much as possible. I'm talking 40 minutes a night. And, maybe a lot of people who don't hone in on the league don't understand and don't really know about Jaden McDaniels. But I think if you're tuning in during these playoffs, you're finding out about what a great player he is and how important he is to the Wolves.
Speaking of great players, Anthony Edwards is in that echelon of the top players in this league. He's dealing with a bone bruise, right, John, in his left knee. How banged up is he, and what's his status here going forward?
Yeah, he's gotten through it, man. It's actually pretty amazing to watch. He not only has a bone bruise and a hyperextension in his left knee, but he also has some real painful inflammation in his right knee that he was dealing with before that. And so you can tell that, when you watch him play, he does not have the same level of explosion. He doesn't have the same quickness and just athleticism available to him right now. But the fact that he simply is on the court and is playing games, it really does say a lot about his leadership, his want to, his intensity, like all of that. So he's trying to lift this team kind of more in spirit almost than even with his play. And it's being effective, but he certainly is not anywhere close to 100% right now. He's just really grinding through as best that he can.
What is it like being very close to watch the Rudy Gobert versus Victor Wembanyama battle?
It's awesome, man. Rudy knew Victor from when he was 13 years old, growing up in France. And there is this real older brother, younger brother type of a dynamic. And in so much, guys, as like we all know, the younger brother, there's no one he wants to beat in the world more than older brother. That is the standard. And so Rudy had a wonderful game one. Wembanyama was 5 for 17, little bit, kind of overexcited and overamped up, I think, to try and go against Rudy and be in the second round for the first time in his career. And then in game two, he comes back and is terrific and really dominates that game. And I think there's going to be a lot of that back and forth in this series. These are two really prideful guys. They have a ton of respect and love for each other, but they also absolutely want to tear each other's head off too. So it's a great dynamic.
John, speaking of Wemby, when I watch him, I think about what Wilt Chamberlain, how he changed the game back in the 60s, and I wonder if there's any kind of a parallel there. You watch game one, he has 12 blocks. I think half of them might have been goaltending, but that's for another discussion. But he's really, you want to talk about a unicorn, and now that we've had a chance to watch him over a couple of seasons, what do you think his trajectory is? Is this a guy that can really change the game?
Tom, I still, and I've seen him many times already, but even in games 1 and 2 in San Antonio, where you sit down at your seat and you look at the court and you see, okay, you're watching, here's guys 6'6", 6'8", 6'9", even Rudy is 7'1", and then you see this 7'6" monster standing out there. And not only just standing out there, but moving around like a guard a lot of times with how quick he is. And it's jaw-dropping. These are the best athletes in the world on the NBA court. And so it's not often where you see one that just is so different and head and shoulders literally above everyone else. It's jarring when you watch it. And so you just you get to thinking about what he can be in 3 years, what he already is. And all of the hyperbole that is used for him is justified. From the mental makeup, from the way that he carries himself, from how badly he wants it, from his commitment to getting better. He's got everything. And so as long as he stays healthy, knock on wood, you talk to people around the league and it's just man, there's a race to get a championship now because you just don't know if it's going to be available going forward with the way that this guy is just ascending at an unbelievable rate.
The craziest thing with Wemby, John, is just the way he moves with that 7'6" frame. We've seen so many guys come into the league who are big, and they're just, it's not fluid. It's kind of clunky. They got limbs flying all over the place. This guy looks like he was truly built and modified to be 7'6" and understands every last half an inch of being 7'6".
And wait till LeBron joins him down there.
It's insane. Oh, goodness.
Exactly, Tom. But yeah, you're exactly right. We've seen Sean Bradley, we've seen Manute Bol, we've seen
different cat.
Some of these guys, and really, I do think you're seeing the advancements in development and in nutrition and all of those things because, those guys were planted in the NBA because they were so tall. Now it's Wemby is okay, I know where I'm going. How do I maximize everything that is available to me? And it's coordination, it's body composition, it's agility, it's all of those things that you can tell he's been doing since he was 14 years old, and it is all paid off in a major way. He's just a different species almost in comparison to anyone that's come before him of that like ultra tall ilk that you see out there.
I said the same thing to Tom this morning, John, when I was talking about him. I look at that guy and I go, how in God's green earth are we the same species?
It's amazing.
How? I mean, it's insanity. I'm 6 even and 230 pounds, and I'm really happy when I could hop over a hurdle at the lowest setting the other day. And here's this guy.
Yeah. No, it's incredible. I say I'm 5'7", I'm probably 5'6", but to walk among these giants, but to him in particular, and the perspective I get is like when he's sitting on the bench, a lot of times he'll just stand on the baseline, and he lords over the entire court. Even when he's standing 3 feet off of the court on the baseline, you just see him. It's like, and I think he's listed right now at 7'4", 7'5". There's no way he's 7'6" minimum. He might be 7'7", and it's just like there's no explanation for it.
It's insane. John, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your time and all of your insight.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Craw.
John Krasinski joining us.
All right, brother.
John Krasinski joining us. You can read him at The Athletic. All of his coverage of the NBA, the Timberwolves, a little bit of Vikings in there as well. As good as they come. A lot of good James Harden thoughts out of him. A lot of good Cavalier thoughts as well. We'll get back into the Cavaliers next. Bobby Marks joining us at high noon. Dan Mennigan, Tom Withers, and, of course, John, courtesy of the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We're in for Baskin and Phelps today, and we'll get some Cavs going next. 92 through the Fan.
at Just for Fun Honda in Middlefield and see why they are the tops in Northeast Ohio. JustForFunHonda.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan Hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Dan Madigan, Tom Withers in for Baskin and Phelps today. 92.3 The Fan, the station you've got it locked into along the way. Also, if you are not, download the free Odyssey app. Use it. Take us with you wherever you go. You can listen to us all day long. We'll highlight chapters for you. We'll highlight our best moments. It's up to you to go find our worst moments. It's nice to have a little bit of homework, something to do in the afternoon. But you could do that right there on the Odyssey app. It's real easy. Go from there. Look, I feel about the same as where I started. I was really hoping John had an answer for James Harden. It was like one of those moments when I asked John, and if you missed it, John Krasinski hopped on with us from The Athletic, covers the NBA for them. I was hoping that he had some kind of, magic bullet answer for me that we could point to, hey, if you do this, maybe there's an answer for you when it comes to James Harden.
Or
if
at least
you
a
do
gin
this.
and tonic or something to make you take a little bit of the pain away, right? Yeah,
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, man.
As we were coming back from break, that's what I was going to ask you, Dan, was, are you feeling any better? And obviously you're not.
No, I feel about where I started.
And I tell you what, and I keep doing this. I keep going back to last night's box score, and it just... let's talk about the bench for a second.
Okay.
So we don't know Sam Merrill's status going forward, and the hamstring, for those of us who have pulled, strained, torn hamstrings over the years.
Yes.
Hamstrings are tough.
Yeah, because the minute you start to feel better, you push it and you yank it again.
And then it goes, and then you're out for an additional couple of weeks.
Exactly.
So, the Jalen Tyson minutes were interesting last night. I thought he gave him a little bit of a little something for a short stretch, right?
I feel like I'm doing card sharks with this one here.
Okay.
I feel like I'm in that moment where you're saying Jalen Tyson, I'm immediately in my head going, higher, minute total, higher. Jalen Tyson needs to get more minutes. He belongs in this series. The hustle is there. The intensity is there. What he's doing on offense is there. What he's able to accomplish on defense is there. Minutes, higher.
Are you saying the same about Dennis Schroeder?
I think Schroeder is about where he should be.
Schroeder, I always butcher that or use my own pronunciation.
Where are you on Schroeder? Do you want those minutes higher or lower?
I do.
Go card sharks on me.
I do, and I started saying that in the Toronto series when you could detect that this backcourt situation was not working out for whatever reason. I was like, they're going to need big minutes out of him, and they got him, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, he was a huge spark in the Toronto series. He's not going to go out there and shoot the lights out. I mean, he's going to have a game or two where he makes a couple of threes on accident, but he's going to get to the hole. He did it last night. He drives to the basket. He seems to make the right basketball play. Listen, there's going to be turnovers, right? Anybody that's going to handle the ball is going to probably turn it over, especially against a good defensive team like the Pistons are. That said, I think Dennis has given you really solid minutes. I think Kenny Atkinson trusts him, and I can see those minutes going up via card sharks, and James Harden's coming down for that very reason.
I mean this in the utmost complimentary manner of what I'm about to say. Dennis Schroeder is an agent of chaos. You put him in there when you need chaos, when you need somebody who is going to show up and is going to push the tempo, is going to get to the hole, is going to take contact, and on the defensive end is probly going to seriously toe that line of physicality.
Yes.
Yes. He is an agent of chaos. You throw that guy out there when you need to completely make the other team and JB Bickerstaff and everybody else go, okay, we got to rewire this one for a little bit because that guy's not going to let us do what we're doing.
Don't you feel the same way in degrees about Thomas Bryant?
No.
Who is not... You don't.
I'm not as high on Thomas Bryant as others.
I would have been had Jared Allen not bounced back last night and had a solid game.
I just they target Thomas Bryant, and they, especially on that end, they just target him and throw him in the action and make him shuffle his feet and all that stuff. And if he's not hitting threes, yes, there is that level of toughness that comes with him, but he's not as competent of a finisher around the bucket as I would like him to be. He does
have 6 fouls to use, though, and I think you can use those at times. Depending on how the game unfolds.
The Kendrick Perkins rule: you have 6 fouls, get on out there.
It's the Isaiah Stewart rule.
Yep,
that's exactly what JB's using him for.
God, Beef Stew was causing chaos yesterday.
He's gonna kill somebody.
He really is. Beef Stew was really good in that game.
Yeah,
he was very good.
He gives you that. That's a weapon though that you can use it at odd times, and there's times in games when you need that kind of, like you said, an agent of chaos or two out there.
Yeah.
The bench has got to give them more. Clearly, Merrill not being out there probably has something to do with 7 for 32.
You're right.
For 11 in the fourth quarter. I've become a Sam Merrill fan over the last couple of years just because of the way he has grown his game from being just a setup shooter to somebody that can get to the rim, somebody who gives you everything he's got on defense and plays it at a pretty good level.
All right, last card, Sharks one.
Go ahead.
Keon Ellis. Sitting there at 5 minutes and 51 seconds.
I don't know what to think.
Higher or lower?
I'll go higher only because they need something, right?
Okay.
So even if it's a couple, even if it gets you up to 9 or 10, I think there are minutes there for him. I was a little surprised that he was, not higher in the rotation, even in the Toronto series than he was.
Yeah.
He was kind of the forgotten man there.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't play at all, barely, right?
Because you'd throw him at Scotty Barnes or you'd throw him at Cade Cunningham and go
well, and especially because
again, 6 fouls plus stay in front of him the best that you can.
And again, especially because of what we saw from him in stretches during the end of the regular season. And I'll go back to, it's a trust thing, right? With Atkinson, it's a trust thing with that coaching staff. Can we put him out there for valuable minutes where we need him to not only deliver, but to produce at a super high level for us? I'm not sure they have that trust in Keon yet.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes from there. Andy in North Olmsted, thank you for the call, man.
Hey guys, how's it going?
We're doing well.
Hey, anyway, I'd just like to talk about an adjustment or two hopefully Kenny will make and talk about roster construction for the Cavs. I really want to get your opinion. Hey, Tom, you've been covering this game long enough. I'm sure you remember the term tweener.
Yeah.
Okay?
Rodney Stuckey is smiling somewhere.
I'm not a fan at all of the term wing. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's just cut to the chase. Max Strus is a 2-guard. Sam Merrill is a 2-guard. Keon Ellis is a 2-guard. And in not my words, in Joe Arnott's words, who's a pretty good coach who coached him, Jalen Tyson's a big combo guard.
Yeah.
This is a team that's filled with 2 guards, and someone needs to say that because I don't know about you guys. Did you see yesterday when he put in Strus late? Tobias Harris just went in, backed on him, turned around, shot it.
Yeah, one of the biggest shots of the game.
I mean, so it's a problem. And Kenny allowing J.A. to get 3 fouls in the first quarter is inexcusable. Making the panic move. Hey, Dean Wade, when he's in that rotation, has been by far the best 5-man rotation we've had. And that's just a fact. And as far as Dennis Schroeder is concerned, I'm not a big fan, but I can understand he does those little slip strong side drives well.
Gets to the cup, yeah.
But explain this to me then. How do you have him out there with both Harden and Mitchell at the same time? I'm sorry, guys. That makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, the 3-point guard lineup is a little...
Oh, Dan, it's too small.
It's way too small.
It's too small, depending... yeah.
And Harden needs the ball. Let's be honest. As far as Harden is concerned, I would make a little change because I think Kenny's job's on the line. But you have to have a short leash at the very least.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what you're going to get. I think, Andy, I think you're going to get him still starting because I think you're so far down the road at that point now. But I think you're going to see a shorter leash, especially in the second half. And I think that's where Dennis comes into play. And I like your point about, the odd roster construction here, right? We've been screaming about wings and tweeners and whatever you want to call them for years with this squad. And we do have some interesting size of guards. And you're right. As soon as Max Strus was out there, JB was like, get the ball to Tobias, and he backed him down and then turned that and dropped that fadeaway jumper on.
Tobias has been so good in this series.
Hey, could I make one more point to you guys?
Quickly.
I have been crying as a Cavs fan to get that small forward archetype here. We got it with Hunter.
Yeah.
And we end up trading him, I'm sorry, for 2 guards.
Yeah.
Okay? And it to me, it doesn't make sense. And one last thing. I believe in positional size and length. Look at Kobe's lottery picks. Sexton, a 6'1" shooting guard. And then the next year he had to follow it up with DG because he found out, well, we all knew Sexton couldn't play the point guard. He drafts Isaac Okoro. What else you need to hear? He's more of a 2 positionally. And he had no offense. And then he drafts Ochai Agbaji. Hey, come on, you guys. We're talking 4 lottery picks, positionally small.
We got to get back to Andy before the draft. Yeah,
exactly. We got to cover that before the draft. Andy, I appreciate it, man. Enjoy your day.
He makes some good points.
He makes some good points.
Yeah,
and you know what? You're right. I screamed for a while that I would love to have somebody between the heights of 6'7" and 6'10" who could guard multiple positions and hit a three and find his own shot off the dribble.
He'll be
screamed that
available
forever.
in the summer.
Yeah.
He'll be available shortly.
Oh, no. Oh, don't do it. 216-474-0092. At the Sports Feller on Twitter if you want to find me on Twitter. At TWitherCLE. I believe I have the correct, right? Yes.
Correct.
At CLE on social media, if you will, as well. Coming up next, we'll take a little bit of a deep breath. Let's get a little Guardians in here. We'll take a deep breath. We'll get away from the Cavs, talk about a little bit of winning, all that kind of good stuff. What Travis Bazzana has been doing. 12 o'clock, make sure you are here. Bobby Marks, former Brooklyn Nets GM, and of course now with ESPN, is going to join us to get all of your in-game thoughts and a little off-season as well. Dan Mennigan, Tom Withers, in for Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey friends, Ken Carmen here for Northeast Factory Direct. All right, if you went to
or the all-new Mango Strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find us on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Basket Phelps, Tom, and myself, we're live on the YouTube. You can catch us right now. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. And every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now. Tom Withers, Dan Mennigan, taking you to 2 o'clock Afternoon Drive. We'll have you after that. Bobby Marks coming up next with us. We'll have him in about 20 minutes. Really excited to have that conversation. But also excited because the sun's out today, which means...
The sun's out?
Baseball.
Baseball.
You
love baseball, don't you, Dan Mennigan?
You know what? It truly is an addiction.
Warms your heart.
It's an addiction. For those of you who do not know, like every year I get the MLB package to watch every single team, and I will watch every single team. Like in the background, there will always be a baseball game on, or if I'm walking through downtown, I'll have a game in my ears.
Okay.
It just speaks to me. Like it just calms me. It just makes me happy.
We all need something. I love it. Good for you.
It really is, man. It just for some reason this does it, and I am the weirdo as well. And I give the lady friend a ton of credit for this because she's just as addicted as I am. We're the weirdos who have the Dominican Winter League on. Like we're the weirdos who are sitting there going, "Oh yeah, I forgot about Franmil Reyes. Look at him getting some swings in." Like we're sitting there. We're the ones who are locked into that one. So guards right now.
By the way, I'm viewing you through a new prism here with all this. I knew you were a baseball fan. I didn't know you go to that obsessive level.
It's
okay.
Gross. Yeah, it's an addiction. It truly is an addiction, and I don't want to find
you have self-awareness about it though, which is
and I don't want to find a reason to get rid of it.
There you go.
Yeah,
hey.
It's good for me.
I love it.
So
first place guards.
About
that.
Over 500 guards. One of the few teams in the American League who can say such things.
Yeah, one of 3 or 4, right?
Exactly.
And to think that they're doing it, Dan, with their top 2 players batting a respective .211 and .212. They have gotten almost nothing out of Kwan and Ramirez, but certainly not the numbers that we're accustomed to seeing out of them.
All right. Let's just get it done. I have no concerns with Jose Ramirez. You?
None.
Done. Okay. Concerns with Stephen Kwan?
Maybe a little. Yeah.
Yes. All the nerd numbers of Stephen Kwan.
Velocity.
All the nerd numbers are like run far, run fast.
Somebody showed me last week, like down like 6 miles per hour.
Concerning.
Concerning.
Would be one of those where it wouldn't shock me in a short period of time if they go, all right, 10-day IL for you. You're dealing with a wrist injury. You're dealing with something else. One of those where he's like, they come out and go, he's tried to play through it. He's tried to fight through it. He had something happen to him in spring training. He's busted his hump to make this work, and he wants to fit in with everybody else and give the team everything he has, but we got to shut this down.
Trying to pull the ball a lot.
Yeah.
Some of those weak pop-ups to left field, maybe not as patient at the plate as we've seen in the past, right? I think, and I haven't seen all those metrics or those analytics, but I'm sure they're probably trending in that direction. But still gives you a nice glove in the outfield, though, Dan, which comes in handy.
Does give you a nice glove in the outfield, and it's been pretty good in center field. On top of that, I got to give him a ton of credit for the fact that they went, go on out there and figure it out. Which I know he's played it before, but still, yeah, that guy. I mean, Stephen Kwan in a spot. He is walking. You are 100% right. He's got the 306 on base going. He's walking at about a 10% rate of his at bats. You would like to see the batting average on top of that, but the problem is the minute he can't hit it as hard, all of a sudden those balls that we got so used to finding the sweet spot in between the infield and the outfield are now ending up in infield gloves or turning into lazy pop flies.
Right.
So I will say this, and you brought this up in the break and you said it beautifully. Is Daniel Schneemann the MVP of the first month of this season?
It would be him or Chase DeLauder, I would think, at this point, right? I mean, Schneemann is a guy that I've been kind of banging the drum for a while now. Let's take the Kansas City series, for instance. Dan, Stephen Vogt started him at 4 different positions in 4 games.
Yeah.
How many guys in baseball can even do that? Can we consider trying to do that? He plays well defensively everywhere you put him. He's come through at the plate more times than not. I think he's got to be an everyday player, and I think Stephen Vogt is coming to that realization as well.
He's got to be an everyday player. The crazy thing with all of this is, so my first natural reaction was, it's a month into the season. So let's go, let's take a deep breath. Let's pump the brakes. Everybody has a hot month. We all remember Akil Baddoo and how much fun we all had as he continued to hit bombs for the Tigers. Like, we all know those people in our lives who've had that hot month. This is legit.
Yeah.
Like the all the stuff that you want to see with him, he's walking on top of it. He's been incredibly patient. He's hitting the ball with authority. The 4 home runs, which are higher than anything he's had, and the defense has been excellent.
Defense has been
everywhere
good.
They've put it.
Still striking out a little bit too much, right? I mean, there's times where he comes up in a big spot and he'll puts the ball in play enough.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
If that's my biggest complaint, we can point to a lot of people and say they have that conversation about how they maybe strike out too much with guys on base.
No, he's won me over.
Me too. He needs to be out there every day. And I think what you have here, you have your Ben Zobrist. And that's always the name that pops in my head. And I'm sure there's a couple other guys that people can think of as well that maybe are, around that area where, like, Ben Zobrist for the Cubbies back in the day, would play 6 different positions.
Right.
But he would do it. He would get his 500 at-bats by playing in 6 different positions and would play a good chunk of them at above average. Like, he'd basically do everything but pitch and catch. Like, those are the 2 things. And I think Daniel Schneeman's in that same thought where you could put this guy in all 7 positions and he's not going to make a fool of himself anywhere.
No.
And will play them at a high level because you need to get his bat in the lineup. He's been so good in that regards. I'm telling you, man, I would find 500 at-bats for him this season.
I
and
think
leave him
that's
in.
exactly where it's going. I'll be honest with you. I think Vogt feels the same way you do. I think you can't keep him out. Let's talk about Chase DeLauder for a second. He's kept it going.
Country roads take me home.
Yeah, I mean, he's been, what can you say? I mean, this is what everybody wanted to see, and he's been delivering.
The most impressive thing of Chase DeLauder is the fact that he came out, hit like gangbusters in Seattle, did really well with the Dodgers, came, that first series looked pretty good, and then kind of faded a little bit. You could see the league made the adjustment. And that's
which
always,
is natural.
Well, and that's always the moment where you go, okay, buddy, what do you got in the tank? Let's see. Are you able to adjust? Like, he was not hitting changeups. That was the one thing that a lot of people were circling. He had a really bad average against changeups, wasn't slugging them. Made the adjustment, and now is in a spot where he made the adjustment to it. To now he's hitting those changeups. He's now getting around on all of the adjustments that were made against him. And it was one of those moments where you could probably hear it from the Guardians organization where they're going.
Yeah, and as a young guy, too, the way he uses the whole field, Dan, is so impressive, right? I mean, some of the biggest balls he's hit this year, that tripled down the left field line a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
That won them a ball game. Just this past series, he's not getting fooled up there, right?
Yeah.
It looks like he knows what he's doing.
He's working counts.
And that takes me into the other guy who looks like he's not a rookie. Travis Bazzana has kind of blown me away, Dan, over the way he's kind of almost effortlessly, fit in. I watch him out there. He does not look like a rookie. He looks like a guy in about his 3rd or 4th year.
Mm-hmm.
I've been so impressed with his at-bats. Made some real nice. I mean, he's had a couple of bungles in the field here and there, right? Which is bound to happen. Tough position, still learning and all that, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah.
Made a great defensive play yesterday.
It's not a glove for a second baseman.
No. It's not why he's in there, right?
Not a glove for a second baseman.
Yeah. And after he made his debut last week, talking to a couple of Tampa Bay pitchers, they were saying that swing is going to play, and it is. But I've been really, really impressed with his patience at the plate, quality at bat after quality at bat, getting on base. We can see that he can steal one here and there. It was part of a double steal yesterday and a big point in that game. So very impressed with him as well.
Smart baseball player.
Yeah, he is.
I'll never forget, I was at spring training about 2 years ago, and just kind of meandering the Guardians backfields. We again, I have a baseball addiction. These are things that we do. Like,
you meander.
I meander. I'm the weirdo who's sitting there watching people do, PFP and fly ball practice and doing bullpens and all of that stuff and getting excited by it. But they were, on the near field in Goodyear, Arizona, which if you ever get a chance, go there. It's a lot of fun. They were doing batting practice rounds, and Bazzana was in a group. And you would be watching another field, and you would just hear thwack, thwack, thwack. Boom! And all of a sudden you're turning around and go, what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that came from him?
Yeah, there's certain guys that have that. Yeah.
You just heard it in batting practice that like this guy was just hitting at a louder level with more velocity than anybody else. And you looked at that frame and you were just blown away by the fact that sound was coming out of that guy and that level of contact. And he's another one. The batting average, is it there? No, but he's walking like a champ. He's seeing counts.
382 on base.
The on base is there.
Day.
I'd love to see the slug get a little bit higher. That'll come with the contact. But the fact that the eye is where it is right now, that's impressive. Yeah. He looks like he belongs at the major league level, and it's really fun to see. And it's something Guardians fans can sink their teeth into all summer long. 216-474-0092 at the Sports Feller on Twitter at TWithers CLE. I'll get it one day. I swear.
Don't worry about it.
Coming up next, Bobby Marks, ESPN. We'll get in all of the great questions about what the Cavs should do right now, any kind of coaching adjustments, maybe a Giannis question or two. I mean, we owe that to ourselves to ask it. Dan Manigan, Tom Withers, in for Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Toronto series, a series that you were supposed to win in a lot quicker fashion than you did. I haven't seen any pulse. I haven't seen any kind of a team that I can get behind.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Dan Manigan, Tom Withers in for Baskin and Phelps today. Just still looking at the aftermath of the Cleveland Cavaliers' loss to the Pistons, down 2-0 in the series. And where everything sits right now, it is a true conundrum with this team and where it goes from here and the turnaround that needs to be made before we end up in Game 3 home, which is the best part of this going, is at least it is a home game for Game 3. Which will be coming up on Saturday. I think 3:30 tip, I believe it is the case.
And plan accordingly. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on in downtown Cleveland. You got a Guardians home game. You got a Zach Bryan concert at.
Oh, that's right.
At the stadium.
We go out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline, and we bring in a gentleman who is outstanding when it comes to covering the NBA, all of the things on the court, also off the court. We talked to Bobby Marks of ESPN, of course, the former general manager of the Nets as well. Bobby, thank you for doing this. We appreciate it. Dan Manigan, Tom Withers.
How are we doing, guys?
Hey, Bobby.
We're doing real well. So I assume you watched this game as well, Bobby. What do you do if you're the Cavaliers to help get a win in Game 3?
Yeah, I mean, your two guards got to be, they can't put up a C-level performance. I mean, I think that's the big thing as far as, right now Detroit's got the best player on the court with the ability of Cade. And I think the other thing is you got to play like wing basketball, like the intangibles, the second chance points, the offensive rebounds limiting. Of course, you've got to make shots. Of course, that's a big thing. We get a stat pack every morning, and out of the shots Cleveland took, 70% of them were contested last night. And of course, you only converted not a great amount there. But yeah, I mean, I think you got to show toughness. I think you got a little bit fortunate in the first round with Toronto, with no Quickly and then no Ingram towards the back end of that series. This team is different. I know you'll look at Detroit as far as the team that was down 3-1. I think they're blue collar, hard nosed, tough team, and I think there's a lot of different ways that they can beat you. But I think it does start with. I think it starts with your guard play. I think you need a lot more from Evan than what he's been able to give you, at least offensively here. And I think that's how you can kind of try to win a couple games and get this back to Detroit.
Yeah, Bobby, I began the show by saying that I think the Pistons deserve their flowers a little more than we've given them all year. This is a team that went, essentially wire to wire in the Eastern Conference. But back to the Cavs for a second here. With Harden coming in when he did and kind of joining the team on the fly, how difficult do you think it has been for them to kind of, get an offensive rhythm and figure out chemistry and cohesion with not a whole lot of time to develop it before the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, mid-season, I think people get lost. When you make a trade in February, everyone equates that as the halfway point of the season. Yeah. The reality is you've got 25, 30. You've got a couple games. You've got an all-star break, and then you've got a stretch run of 20 to 25 games to try to figure it out here. And there were certainly some good moments along that way. But yeah, I mean, and then you added the playoffs, which is, as you guys know, is a different animal. With that, as far as the cohesion part is probably the most important thing. The ability to value possessions, value the ball, win through adversity. That's the big thing. We haven't seen it. This win on the road, during these playoffs, and the reality is they're going to have to. Right. Even if you get these two, and you deal one game at a game, but if you get these two games, you're going to have to figure out how to win on the road. something that they've not been able to do here. But yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think you'd love to have more time, but that's the cards you've been dealt, right? Like that's the reality of it. Whenever this series ends, and if it's hopefully for Cleveland fans they advance and to the conference finals, they're not people aren't going to they're going to look at them as the highest payroll in the NBA and a team that will have a lot of decisions when we get into the offseason if they fall short.
Bobby Marks, ESPN, joining us on the hotline. Bobby, what do you do with James Harden at this point? Can you dare to bench him at all, or do you have to just ride this out?
I think you ride it out. I mean, I know it's kind of I think there's always the tease of Harden as far as how good he can be. I think, of course, the playoff futility is certainly not just with what in Cleveland, but in prior stops. But no, I think you basically are riding it out, and you're hopefully that and the ball is in his hands so much that the turnovers are being limited here. It's just some of it just comes down to decision making. Like even I even go back to the Toronto series, the game 6. You got the ball up 1, and he comes down and shoots the top of the key 3. What are we doing here? And and that led to them turning it over eventually in the Barrett shot here. But I think for a guy that's been in the league a long time, some of it is decision making. The one thing that they're not going to call, these guys, and we see these along a lot of these playoff series, is that the referees are going to allow things to be called, a little bit more as far as from a physicality standpoint. You're not going to get the whistle when you're, as far as whether it be, flopping or, getting to the rim here. You're really going to have to get knocked on your rear end and everything like that. So you're going to have to play through contact. That's probably the most important thing here. But no, I think you kind of let them be, and hopefully that, you get a game 3 win.
Bobby, Kenny Atkinson has done a nice job here. I think, last year it was almost the honeymoon period extended longer than it probably was going to when they started 15-0 and they have the unbelievable season. Then they kind of flame out in the playoffs. I think he's done a nice job this year. And obviously, you mentioned the big move in February with bringing in Harden. As a whole, what do you think of the job that Kenny has done, and what more can he do to get this team to start better in this series? I mean, they've been plagued by terrible first quarters in the first couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to push a lot of different buttons here, whether it be Strus or giving more minutes to Jalen Tyson here. Certainly, with the bigs and stuff like that, he's trying to, as I said, it's not like it's not like they're not strategizing as far as what works and what doesn't work here. I think, you're right. I think Kenny had, last year was kind of an anomaly as far as the ability to kind of get through that regular season with the best record in the NBA, and then you get through some adversity with some injuries and some different lineups, and you're not making threes and stuff like that. But I think the biggest question for me really isn't what Kenny does, is how mentally tough this group is. Like, that was a big question for me last offseason.
Yep.
You get through the Indiana series and you lose in how they did in some of those games at the end. How mentally tough are you? And I think that's going to be a question if they fall short here. And most of these guys outside of Harden and certainly Schroeder were on this roster last year.
Right.
So that's going to be, then you look at, okay, is it a personnel thing? Is it not a coaching thing? Is it a personnel thing when you look at some of your core players?
All right, Bobby, you set us up. Let's go to the deep, dark place.
Decisions.
Let's say this whole thing goes kaboom, okay? Whether it's in, I think no matter what, 5, 6, 7, whatever it ends up being, if it kabooms, it kabooms.
Sure.
Donovan Mitchell now ready for the $380 million Supermax. Do you think that is on the table for Donovan Mitchell?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a little bit less than that.
Oh, is it? Okay. Sorry. I trust you in that one. So Supermax.
Only 360 here.
Yeah, it's like 4 for 275. So it's still a lot.
Okay. All right, that's a little better. That'll breathe a little better.
No Supermax. You can't sign a Supermax. He was traded. So that's
right. Yeah.
Point.
Still 70.
That doesn't apply.
$70 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you've got. I mean, I wrote their offseason article because you had to when the series was going into 7 games. I mean, when you look at a lot of, here's a team that's $25 million over the tax. You're already a second apron team again. You've got a decision with Harden, who's got it's kind of a unique contract. It's a player option, but really it's a partial on it. that he can be waived and you can save $30 million, but then you ask yourself, what do you get to replace him? And the options out there in free agency aren't great. So can you maybe restructure that and get it lower? And then of course you've got the Mitchell extension, and then you got to figure out internally some of your own pieces, whether it be Mobley or Allen or Strus. Mobley's at, he's got 4 years of, I don't know, $200 plus million, $225 million left. And so you're going to have to be creative if this isn't the group that you want to bring back, as far as, what they showed at the deadline, that even with these restrictions and the apron rules and stuff, there's always ways to go out and to do trades. It becomes a little bit more difficult as far as the ability to take back more money in a deal and certainly aggregate contracts sometimes. But listen, if you lose back-to-back second round again, and based on where your payroll, I think you're going to look at probably all different options as far as with this roster.
So one of those options being that I know a lot of Cavs fans have had circled is the potential of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Is that something that the Cavaliers would be able to hop in the mix on?
Well, they don't have the picks. I think from a draft picks standpoint, I think they've got their pick this, the 29th pick in the draft, and I think they can trade one in, I want to say like 2032 or 2000, down. I think 2032 down the road. So I don't know from a strictly draft equity standpoint. No, I don't see that being appealing. Now, if you put Evan Mobley in the mix, does that appeal to certainly Milwaukee, or does that appeal to a third team that maybe the third team can send that Milwaukee something that is more appealing here? And then you've got to figure out, certainly the money part of it, just because you can't take back more money, and where Giannis is at 58 and Mobley's at 50. So you're kind of adding things to that here. So I would say that, listen, Giannis has a big say in where he wants to go. He's got 2 years left. He can become a free agent next summer, and he's extension eligible. And I would say that he probably has more of a say in it than probably Milwaukee does.
Bobby, have you deciphered what's going on in Boston? It seems like a lot of people are saying a lot of things, and there's more than meets the eye there. What's going to end up happening with Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, I think whenever you lose in the first round, there's always a reaction to whether it be your roster. And Brad Stevens came out, and of course, they're going to try to address their front court and certainly the Jaylen Brown issue. I think every time, unless they don't win a championship, we're always going to ask, is it the Tatum-Brown mix can work? Tatum comes back from the injury. Brown's plays at an All-NBA year, but yeah, listen, Jalen's an acquired taste, right? He's kind of his own man, and he says what's on his mind. He doesn't care if they blow a 3-1 lead and then he accuses Joel Embiid of flopping. Like, he doesn't, it doesn't matter to him there. So it will be interesting in Boston, just because they finally got their finances in order here, but as Brad said, losing in the first round, it shows you that you're not good enough here. So we'll see. It would be hard for me to think that they would move off Brown. He's basically come out and said he wants to be there and everything like that. But they've got some decisions to make also.
On the Cavs front, how safe do you think Jarrett Allen would be in an offseason where, let's say, this goes south? Is that somebody that you could see on the block, or is he someone that it seems like they might want to hang on to?
Yeah, he'll start year one of that extension that he signed a couple summers ago. It's at goes up a little bit from where he is now. He's at 28 and then 30. It's a decent contract based on from a center position, certainly a position for a position of need and everything like that. So yeah, I think Jarrett's got value. I think he's been good, and certainly we saw in Game 7 what he was able to do and everything like that. But a guy that can protect the rim and rim run, lob threat and stuff, I think he would definitely have value if that's the guy they were looking to move off of.
Bobby, what Sam Presti has done in Oklahoma City scares me, only because it just seems like. And every time I watch them, they get better and better. And this AJ Mitchell kid, who none of us really knew a lot about, has suddenly become somebody you might be able to build a team around at some point if OKC ever wanted to move him. So just your overall thoughts on what's going on with the Thunder. They look unbeatable to me.
Well, it's their depth. They go, Jalen Williams, Shea gets hurt. Shea gets foul trouble last night, and they go on a 22-4 run, right? Like, how does that happen, right? It doesn't.
Good luck.
And that is, and everybody's going to be talking about them, about the apron and the second apron, and will the second apron defeat them? And I've kind of been saying, no, it won't, just based on the surplus. They've got the 12th pick in the draft. Could you imagine Sunday afternoon if that thing moves up to the top 4?
Oh my word!
Can you imagine that? And they've got another pick. I think they're at 18 too, and they've got all these other picks in the future. They have the ability to swap with the Clippers next year also. So they've got in their depth, and they'll have some decisions with their roster. But yeah, sure. AJ's a great story for, we're about to go to Chicago for the Combine. AJ played when we did 5-on-5 in those 2 days. I remember him being out there, being a pain in the neck defensively, and he gets drafted in the second round. And now you look at what he's been able to do here, and you've got, Casey Wallace is on a rookie contract, and they've got 2 guys who are basically redshirted in Topic and Sorber, who were picked in the top 15 that we haven't even seen at all, or a little bit.
It's crazy. It's like Hermione Granger's purse, man. Like you just dig in and there's more. It's unbelievable.
Well, and even with Shea, Shea Supermax doesn't start until 27, 28. His salary this year and next is like 23% of the cap, which is a remarkable thing here. So, yes, this Thunder team is dangerous. They're built for the long haul. I think you have to appreciate you're in the Eastern Conference.
Exactly.
But it's a scary thought as far as where OKC is.
All right, Bobby, I have to ask the arbitrary LeBron James question. What do you think happens with him and his future in Cleveland, ?
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought the body of work we saw in March when Luka and Reeves were healthy and they went on that really good run, kind of teased you a little bit. Well, maybe you can run it back with the same group and maybe kind of punt cap space until next offseason, summer of 27, and maybe there's a better pool of players here. I don't know if I'm kind of on that train again, just based on what we've seen a little bit here, and I know it's Oklahoma City. So he'll have options as far as he can probably go back to the Lakers and bet out of considerably less, less of the salary, or if he wants to go try to win a championship, he can chase the minimum market, which I would think there would be 29 teams lined up for him, including Cleveland, to go out and do that.
I think he's going to join Wemby. I think that would be the great the tandem for it to finish up with. We had on John Krasinski a little while ago. He's covering this Spurs Timberwolves series. Yeah. Bobby, your thoughts on Wemby? I was saying to somebody earlier that I can imagine what it was like when Wilt Chamberlain came on the scene. I almost feel the same way with Wemby. It's one of one that we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, what's interesting with Victor is that for the last 3 weeks I've been meeting with draft prospects and helping them with their interviews, and just for them, when they start meeting with teams. And one of the questions I asked them is if you have the ability to play 3-on-3 with 2 NBA players, who would you pick? And we got to the point where I basically have banned Victor from the discussion because I think I had 59 out of 60. I had picked him and so I said, we're not doing this anymore. He's disqualified from this year. But yeah, he's
That's funny.
And I think that shows you the value of what Sunday could present with the lottery. I don't think there's a Victor in there. I think AJ's and some of these other players are really good. But the valuation of getting a number 1 pick of Victor's status and how it can change the dynamics of your franchise. And here's a guy that's making $12-13 million. If you didn't have a rookie scale, what would his number be? 60 million, 100 million? I don't know.
Bobby, we appreciate the time. I love that you can't take Victor Wembanyama. It's like saying you can't take Superman in the draft, in the superhero draft, because he's too super.
Though, I had one player tell me he'd pick Wilt, and I was like, "What do you know about Wilt Chamberlain? You're like 19 years old and stuff like that." So,
goodness, Bobby, appreciate it. Thank you
Bobby.
So much for doing this. We appreciate your time and all the great thoughts.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Great stuff.
He is Bobby Marks, ESPN. Always great stuff. Always plugged into the cap and all that.
Around the horn, too. That was really nice.
A lot of good stuff in there. You can't take Victor Wembanyama. It's like taking Superman in the Superman draft. You can't have it. We'll react to what Bobby had to say. His James Harden thoughts. Giannis. Next, Tom Withers, Dan Manigan, in for Basket and Phelps, 92 The Fan.
just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
We just had Bobby Marks join us a little bit ago. Dan Menninger, Tom Withers in for Baskin and Phelps today. He was excellent. If you happen to miss that or any other moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. So many things to take away from that series, but from that conversation with Bobby Marks. Yeah. But to me, the biggest one that he had was we asked him, what do you do with James Harden? And he goes, you got to play him. You can't bench him. You can't move on from him. You have to play him. You've got to ride this out. Tom, I think he's right. I think as much as we all want to lose hair over this and throw him on the bench and say you can just, sit here and think about the disasters that you have done, I think you got to roll him out there.
These are the cards you dealt yourself.
Yeah.
Bobby said that, you got to roll with this. He's a tough grader. He gave our two starting G's a C, and that might be being kind. Although Donovan, Donovan played a B game, and James played a D- game. So,
yes, he did.
I think that's where we're at, Dan. It's that you can't make any rash decisions here. I think what Kenny's got to be careful of doing here is he's got to hope that there's still something there that he can get out of James, right? And he's got to hope that it happens, obviously, tomorrow. If not, the season's over.
Yeah.
And it might be already. I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't
Are
either.
Are you there? Do you have hope still?
No, I do. Okay, I still think there's a Donovan Mitchell, bananas performance, if you will, which is, it's a shame that you'd have to rely on that. What you got to start getting, and we've had a lot of focus here on James Harden today.
Mm-hmm.
And I think an equal amount of the share has got to go to Evan Mobley, who has just not stepped up. I don't know what's more alarming to me last night, 1 rebound or 9 points. I think both are about as bad as it can get.
So I believe I was the treasurer of the Evan Mobley fan club. I think we made Jeff the vice president and I was the treasurer in this. Yeah. The two of us were just banging the drum loudly to draft Evan Mobley. We have been a fan of it. We have said forever that this team goes where Evan Mobley takes it. And this team truly takes off when Evan Mobley takes off. Tom, I'm getting more and more concerned by the hour that he's never going to take off.
Yeah.
That the stock that I have is depreciating so darn fast. Like, we're not at Enron level yet, where we're, the straight down into the gutter. We're not there yet.
But you felt like it was climbing, it's plateaued, and it's staying there.
And it's staying right there.
Yeah.
He has been, on the offensive side, so it just comes and goes. It fades away. It shows up for a little bit. We've screamed forever that it's because they're not getting him the ball. Well, then when he gets the ball, he just seems kind of timid, and then he'll have this ferocious dunk. And it was yesterday. He had one of those, just a ferocious rip the rim off dunks, and I'm like, okay, here's the Evan Mobley game. Let's go. Let's get the intensity going. Let's now see it on the defensive end. Let's have him then get the block shot and turn that into another possession and really get him cranking where his defense is now playing off of his offense and everything else. And it doesn't happen. It just kind of fades into the back.
Well, then backtracking for 1 second, this was one of my other worries about the James Harden acquisition, is that it was going to regress Evan Mobley's development.
I had the same fear.
And I think that's what we're seeing here. Now,
because James Harden is such a good pick and roll player, and Jared Allen is built to be pick and roll, and Evan Mobley is not built to be pick and roll.
Exactly. And so Jared has thrived under that. Now, maybe there's a way if and when big moves have to be made, and obviously the roster would be constructed entirely differently, maybe we would see a different Evan Mobley. Maybe Evan Mobley on a different team looks a lot better and maybe gets to that point that you think he can be, an upper echelon player in this league, which he's not now. The other thing that one more thing about him from a defensive standpoint, He's not the same defensive player he was last year either.
No, he's not.
Which is alarming to me.
That is seriously alarming, and that's a great point. He has not been the same defensive player because it was so funny because everybody got offended when Evan Mobley was not given a vote for Defensive Player of the Year this year after winning it last year and going, what happened? How did that happen? Oh, it's because of X, Y, and Z. I want to know what happened because you're right. He is not at the same level defensively he was last year. He is not a total eraser like he once was, even being able to play almost that free safety role that he was doing the year before on defense where he was always there helping, and it felt like there was always a third limb about to come at a defender from Evan Mobley.
Yeah.
I mean, it just felt like out of nowhere, here comes the third limb to stop that.
Yeah.
And it just is not here this year whatsoever. And I don't know if it's the injuries, that maybe he never got his rhythm because of the injuries.
Possible.
I wonder, too, and this might be sacrilege. Again, we're spitballing. I don't know if I totally believe what I'm about to say. Did he maybe bulk up too much?
No, I don't think that's the issue.
Okay.
I'm
spitballing. I don't know if I believe that one.
I like Evan a lot, by the way. He's a really good kid. But we come back to the same excuses, if you will, every year, Dan. He's only 22. He's only 23. He's only 24. And we don't see the jump in the game that we have all expected to see.
And at 24, it starts to be, this is the guy you are.
It better be by now.
Yeah.
Because 24 to 27 are your peak years.
Right.
Typically, unless you're the kid from Akron.
Again, you trying to build the all-alien team down in San Antonio. Right
all-alien,
right near that. Area 51, we're going to put the all-alien team.
Yeah.
I see what
it's
you're doing
all
here.
Starting to add up. And there were some UFO documents that came out today that I can't wait to see.
Oh, that'll be a 4:00 with a hefty pour, and I'm going to sit there with the tablet in front of me and go, all right, let's start digging.
But obviously, with all the adjustments that Kenny's got to make tomorrow, and getting James Harden fixed, he's got to get Evan Mobley going. And I'm not sure how you do it.
I mean, that's the thing is look, the biggest thing that I think is done Evan Mobley in was the fact that when he came out, John said it a little bit earlier, the words Kevin Garnett started coming to mind.
Yeah.
Okay? We all forgot that Kevin Garnett is wired to be absolutely crazy. Like, that's what made Kevin Garnett, is the fact that he's just wired completely different than everybody else. Tim Duncan was wired completely different from everyone else. Now, he had the similar demeanor, but we're also talking about the greatest power forward that ever walked the face of this earth.
Let's be careful.
So, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, if you're building the all-time five, that's your starting four.
Well, I think, too,
And that's the other thing that did this kid in is the fact that he came in with these expectations that were stupid high.
Just going to say that, Dan, and I didn't. Sorry to interrupt you
there.
No,
most stuff.
But I think that's what happened here is that, the Cavs knew they had a special player in this kid, right? Obviously.
Yes.
And you saw
he's special.
And you saw the growth potential. And then they put out that narrative about him being a unicorn and this and that, and we all kind of bought into it.
Right.
To a degree. And now it's kind of come back to bite us all a little bit. Not to say that he's not a really nice player. Don't get me wrong. 18 points and 9 rebounds a game is nothing to sneeze at.
Plus defense, yep.
And plus defense. That's a fine player. But it's not what this team needs, and it's not what this team needs right now.
216-474-0092 at the Sports Feller on Twitter, at TWithers CLE. What does this team need right now? How do we start to turn this thing around? We'll get into that. And, of course, why must you always try to fix the things that don't need fixing? Dan Menigan, Tom Withers, 92.3 The Fan.
Affects the Cleveland sports fan. Daryl Ryder is on top of every.
best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Dan Madigan, Tom Withers back with you here on 92.3 The Fan. We'll have you covered until 2 o'clock today. Afternoon Drive will take over from there. Browns hitting the practice field with all the rookies, announcing that they're getting their rookie side in between there. And then, Tom, what can only be described as not shocking, but still a serious bummer of news that came out with it, which is that linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is heading back to the reserve PUP list. He will miss the season ahead, still dealing with the neck injury that he suffered on October 27th, 2024. And it stinks.
Yeah.
It's such a bummer.
You're right. The expected move, and the same one that they made with him last year. And, it saddens me, but I also, just because of the person that JOK is, and I'm glad that I got to know him a little bit over his time with the Browns, he'll end up doing some really great things with his life. He's going to go to Harvard in this fall to try to get his master's degree in public policy. He wants to do some big things off the field, especially in Africa and Ghana. He's very, proud of the traditions of his homeland, et cetera. And he'll do great things with his life. I think his football career is probably over. I don't think you can sit out 2 years with a neck injury. And then, he's seen, a number of specialists. He's tried everything he can. But I think it was such a substantial neck injury that it's probably ended his football career. But that does not end all the good that the JOK can do for people around the world.
God, no, not in the slightest. And he is one of those that would do it. I'll never forget.
He's that guy.
We would go to camp every year. Right, we would go out probably about 2-3 days of camp. We'd always drag you in to come waste time with us.
Tent.
Yeah, and you would to get out of the sun, and then have to deal with us as a byproduct.
No, it's fine.
But we would always. It felt like yearly we would have JOK.
Yeah,
it felt like yearly he was the one that Dan Murphy, one of their awesome PR guys for the Browns, would bring over. Murph would bring him over, and he would sit down with us, and it was always such a fun conversation with him. And it was always a lot of laughs and a lot of good time and a big personality. If you want to get a good JOK laugh, Andy baited him into singing once because he was tipped off by a friend of his that JOK had a really good singing voice and would sing in the locker rooms.
Yeah.
Baited him into singing. And it was so much fun and such a good guy. And you're right. He is going to go on to do things that far exceed the impact that he will have in football.
Yeah, super smart, super engaging. I don't often, pump up Notre Dame guys, but this is one I'm more than happy to talk about. He's a special person.
He is, and it stinks that he's still going through this. And I think you're right. I think we've seen the last of JOK in a Browns uniform on a Sunday at 1:00. Playing football, and it stinks that that's the case.
Oh yeah, and it's such a shame too because when you think about what they have now, and guys like imagine him paired out there with Schlesinger.
Oh my word!
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that takes that defense to another level, right?
And talk about speed.
Yeah. And he's another player that I think, we've forgotten about over, when people, and this is going a little bit off subject into a tangent here, but when, Andrew Berry's drafts have been criticized in past years, they forget about the move that he made to get JOK, who they recognize as a special talent, let alone being a man of high character.
I'll never forget on the draft show we were doing at the time, they traded up and got JOK.
Yeah.
And they put Paul DePodesta out there to talk about the JOK move. And I'll never forget Paul DePodesta sits down and goes, "Oh, you're going to call me the analytics guy, huh? We just traded up for a linebacker." I'll never forget him doing that because that was, of course, at the time when, and of course people still believe that everything that went horrifically wrong with the Browns was because of Paul DePodesta.
Sure.
Even, down to anything that you could possibly imagine, it was all the fault of Paul DePodesta, from the parking going up to, anything involving the field being in bad shape. Well, that's because of Paul DePodesta. But I'll never forget him sitting down and going, analytics running everything. We just traded up for a linebacker. An applause line that nobody would have gotten outside of the Sloan Conference. So
yeah, tough news on JOK, but
stinks, yeah,
we wish him all the best.
All the best. I hope he does great. All right, there's a little bit of news that has come out, and you and I have talked about college athletics on numerous occasions, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this. And it's the fact that now it has been passed by the NCAA that's starting this year, I believe, 2027.
I think it is.
We are seeing the NCAA tournament expand once again to 76 teams. Tom, this thing is perfect. Why are we trying to fix perfect?
You know, let me say from a personal standpoint, I'm not as outraged as I think I should be.
What?
Yeah, I'm not okay with it, but I've come to, understand that this is just the way college athletics are now, right? It's about making more money. And listen, by the time that the tournament finishes, I'm like, we need more March Madness. And so this is going to give us more March Madness. Unfortunately, though, I think it's going to be at the betterment of the product. I think the product is going to suffer for this. And unfortunately, too, I think it's just going to continue to make, the big schools and the big conferences more powerful than they already are. This is going to get you the 6-12,
right?
Team from the Big Ten or the SEC is going to make the tournament.
This writes in stone that no matter what North Carolina, Duke, Syracuse, Kentucky, UCLA,
right,
any of those blue bloods that we can name right now, Louisville, you could throw in there. Any of those blue bloods, they're in. Like, this pretty much makes it that if you're a blue blood who finishes the season around 500, you're in.
I think that was already the case.
Right. We were already there, but now it just kind of galvanizes it. It just writes it in stone.
And unfortunately, it devalues the regular season, which I think should mean more. Now, I do hope that an offshoot of this, Dan, could become some of those blue bloods like you're talking about, maybe playing those intersectional games during the season. Maybe they're going to come up with more kind of, tournament type Maui Classics, whatever. Yeah,
I like that
That's the way I'm trying to look at it, because I think otherwise you're going to devalue the regular season, which in turn then is going to devalue the postseason. I mean, look at the last couple of years, Dan. We've almost gone chalk.
Yeah.
Right?
The amount of one seeds is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, the Cinderellas are no longer in existence. Now, this could open up the possibility of that, but in this day and age of transfer portal and NIL and what have you, I think this is just going to make the rich richer.
Like, I would love to live in this world where I believe that the NCAA tournament has done this so that the MAC can get 3 teams in.
Right.
Or so that we can get more teams from, I don't know what the Mountain West. That was it. I was trying to think, because I was going to say the WAC, and I'm like, the WAC no longer exists, which breaks my heart, because I loved watching WAC football back in the day where defense was seriously optional. And so
none.
Yeah. It like the Mountain West, this opens the door for them. The Horizon League, like, we want to live in this world where that's going to be the case. It's not. It's not.
I know.
This is not going to do that. This is going to make sure that Illinois makes it come hell or high water.
That's exactly.
And like, I would rather live in this world where, like, I will never be a fan of more playoff teams. I don't think that is the solution to any problem. And especially, Tom, my thing with doing this is, who is this for? Like, why is the NCAA expanding this to 76 teams? It's not like the TV networks are dying for it. The TV networks weren't exactly running out there and saying, we need more teams, we need more product. It was actually, like, close to the other direction. I mean, goodness, every single year it took the play-in games were there so that all of us could remember where True TV was on our cable package.
Yeah.
Like, that's what the play-in games were for. I don't know why we want more of these play-in games.
And as Tom Izzo pointed out, they never bother their talking to the coaches who would give their 2 cents on this and maybe shape some opinion. I don't know. I think, and I'll go back to, like, I think the fact that it's only going from 68 to 76 is what maybe has sparked this, lack of, like, okay.
Yeah.
Just kind of like.
I mean, either that or we've just been so beaten down and have just accepted that that it's going to happen.
It's going to happen. Yeah.
It's the same thing with the football side of stuff.
Same thing, yeah.
I love the 12-team playoff. Leave the 12 teams. I don't know why we're in this world. The coaches are now talking about, I think, a 26-team playoff where they get rid of conference championships.
We were finally starting to tweak the 12-team to be perfect.
Yeah.
We were finally getting on a road to that. And now to expand that, I think I agree with you too, Dan, is just going to embolden those big schools, and just, it's a moneymaker, bottom line.
And if anything, if you're worried about these conference championships and what they'll do and the impact that they're going to have the conference champion be the one who gets the bye.
Amen.
And then all of a sudden these conference championship games mean something. Because you used to be able to get, even last year, that Ohio State-Indiana conference championship game was awesome.
Great game.
It's a really good football game.
Yeah.
We've ran it into for years in the SEC as well. Yep. I don't want to get rid of these conference championships because if we start doing this, we then get closer and closer to what I kind of dread we're going to become, which is, okay, here's the 20-team super conference. We'll have, these 20 teams will all go against each other, and the rest of you are playing football off on the side.
You know we're going there.
I don't want to.
I don't either, but I think that's inevitable.
I know, and I want to do everything I can to fight that and hold on to the beauty that we have of college athletics.
Well, which is why it's not the NCAA anymore, but we've got to come up with some kind of a regulating board or some kind of an entity that's going to make some rules. I know. It's the Wild Wild West.
It's the Wild West. We don't have enough time for me to start yelling and get all huffy and grumpy about everything that's going on with the NCAA. But I'm sorry, a solution to a governing body should never be, save me, Congress, you're my only hope.
No.
It should never be flailing around and going to Congress. Like that's just not a solution to anything, no matter which political party that you root for. I'm sorry, that's not for Congress to figure out. You need to figure it out yourselves. And this whole mess that you've got yourself into is because you spent 60 damn years screaming and yelling about how all this NIL stuff is going to kill college athletics instead of coming up with a plan.
Right.
So then that way, when you knew this was coming, you could go, all right, it's been passed. Shucks, here's what we're doing. Instead of, shucks, chaos. We need guardrails. Help us, Congress.
Yeah.
Save me, Tommy Tuberville. Instead of, we're in this spot that's just stupid. And it's because these people were so stubborn in the beginning that they couldn't see the forest through the trees.
Yeah, and now the horses jumped the barn or the fence, and it's over. Yeah.
You're toast. And now you're just trying to reel it back in the best you can, and none of you want to stick your neck out there to really reel it in the right way. Anyway, 216-474-0092.
God, you got going there for a second, man. I loved it.
I could go on for this has ticked me off to no end. It's the most frustrating thing that we have going on. 216-474-0092 at the Sports Feller on Twitter, at TWithers, CLE. When we come back, we turn the page. Folks, how do we get this fix going into Game 3? I'm done being negative. I'm done being grumpy. I'm done trying to figure this out. Now we have gone from the airing of grievances to the airing of solutions. Dan Manigan, Tom Withers in for Baskin and Phelps, 92 through the Fan.
Starts at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, I have aired grievances. I have complained. I have done everything that you could possibly do involving Game 2. I don't think I can.
You're done ranting. You're done raving.
I'm done ranting. I'm done raving. I'm done with high blood pressure. I need solutions.
Okay.
We are now in a place, we've got it all off our chest. We're now in a place where we need solutions for Game 3. Tom Withers, Dan Mennigan in for Baskin and Phelps today. Michael Grady, who called the game for Amazon Prime, is going to join us in about 20 minutes here. It'll be good to get his perspective sitting courtside of what he saw from the Cavaliers and what solutions he may have for this team as well, of how we are going to get this thing back on the tracks. Cavaliers are down 2-0 to this point, and I'll start this thing, Tom.
Go ahead.
The first fix that I have is going to be attack. I think that is the number one thing that this team needs to do. They need to stop settling for threes. They need to stop settling for jumpers. It has got to be get to the cup, get them in foul trouble.
Preach.
That has got to be the first thing because, look, Donovan Mitchell got there 9 times. Why did Donovan Mitchell get to the line 9 times and basically triple his total that he had the entire playoffs before that? It was because he actually got into the paint and got to the cup. That's where it's got to start. And the same thing with James Harden. And I'm not saying go in and play bumper cars either, where you just kind of find a human being and run into them and then throw the ball at the basket. I'm saying you need to attack with authority. Attack. Get the ball to Jared Allen to attack. Get the ball to Evan Mobley around the bucket to attack. What's yours?
For starters, let's survive the first quarter. So while we're attacking, how about we not turn the ball over to the other team 4, 5, 6 times? You can't get behind by double digits, Dan, in the first quarter against a quality team like this and expect to come back and win the game. Now, we've seen it a million times. Teams get down by 18, they cut it. The Cavs did it in game 1, right? Down by 18 or 20, whatever it was in the first half. Finally get themselves back in there in the fourth quarter and just kind of run out of steam. Similar last night, not nearly as big a deficit. So I'm with you. I like the attack-mindedness out of the gate, but doing so mindfully in that you're not going to turn the ball over. You can't get yourself in a hole like that. I thought the Cavs were, to your point, about as aggressive as they needed to be, but it didn't come until the third quarter last night. When by, it was almost too late.
It felt, and I know this is very rudimentary.
It's okay.
It felt very much like in the third quarter, it was almost like they attacked and got into the paint and were like, oh, yeah, we can do this.
We can do this.
And you're like, it shouldn't take you a half to remember you're allowed to go in the paint.
Cleanly, by the way. No, zero turnovers in the third quarter, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, and that's the other one. I don't want to be in a position where I'm having to applaud you for only turning the ball over 4 times in a quarter. Like, I don't, right. That to me is just, that made my head hurt. The fact that we were all like, oh my gosh, the first quarter, they turned the ball. I think they turned it over, 6 times or something like that?
Let me interrupt you for 1 second.
Sure.
Turnovers are sometimes, the stat itself is a little bit skewed because, as you pointed out earlier today, the Detroit team plays good defense. They're long, they're athletic. They create these turnovers as well, right? So it's not totally, it's on the Cavs. Yeah, you can't be sloppy with the ball. But there's a reason that some of these turnovers are happening, and that's because the Pistons are being overly aggressive defensively, which is their mantra, by the way. That's how they've won 70 games this year.
Well, and they know when Evan Mobley gets the ball, attack the ball. When Jared Allen gets the ball, attack the ball. When James Harden starts to dribble around, attack the ball. They know this, and it sounds like I'm coaching middle school basketball here. They have their hands up on defense to make them as long as humanly possible to get into those passing lanes on top of it. And they know this because A, film, and B, JB Bickerstaff.
I was just going to say that. Great point, Dan. I was just going to say that when you got into coaching and we started talking about Mobley earlier and him flatlining, over the last couple of years, who knows that better than JB Bickerstaff?
Do you think that's playing into this?
Totally.
Okay.
I think he knows how the kid is wired. I think he knows how to get in his head. And I think that's what you're hearing. I think that's what the Pistons are hearing from their coach. During timeouts, pregame, what have you, here's how we attack number 4. And I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, so they had 5 turnovers in the first quarter, the Cavaliers did, and then ended the game with 11. I should not have to applaud you for the fact that you had 5 turnovers in a quarter and then only ended with 11 turnovers.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, we can't have this. I can't continue to live my life in a basketball game getting an F in the first quarter and then saving my GPA the rest of the semester.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's just not going to work that way. Like, that's not how this is going to go.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So last night after the game, Kenny said, back to the drawing board, and that everything's on the table. Do you think he's opened himself up for a potential change of the starting lineup? I know we've talked about this.
Well, the simple change would be the what? Max Strus starts and Dean Wade back to the Pine?
Yeah, but that's not the lineup that's given you the most, and Strus has been good off the bench.
Right.
And clearly you're as much as we like to fantasize about Harden being benched, that's not happening.
And I'm not losing games because of Max Strus. Like,
correct.
I'm sorry. I'm not losing. I can win games because of Max Strus. I'm not losing games because of Max Strus.
So the strategy has got to be then, if it's not working with Harden, then he's just not out there in big moments of the game. And that might be in the final 3 minutes.
So what? Your crunch time 5 would then turn into Mitchell, Allen, Mobley, Strus, Tyson?
Potentially. Maybe Schroeder, depending on what's going on. You know, how it's working at this small lineup. I get all that.
I can't run 3 guards out there like that. I'm going to get killed on the defensive end.
Here's the other problem that the Cavs have, too. And
especially with Cade.
It's always driven me nuts when you have to be reactionary to what the other team is putting out there, right? Instead of just like putting out the lineup that's going to make that team match up to you. The Cavs don't have that, potential to do that anymore.
No, to use the thing that makes every Cav fan angry when you start saying it, they don't have a death lineup.
They don't.
There's no death lineup. There's no, here's my 5 best players on the floor, position be damned, deal with it. Yeah. Like they don't have that in their arsenal.
No.
I think it's got to be Tyson if that becomes your crunch time 5 with no Harden.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
I think that's it.
Yeah. So now listen, that's backup plan. That's probably plan D, right? If you get to the point where he's not having another one of those abysmal games, and you hope that it doesn't happen. You just got to hope that he's better. I mean, that's the bottom line, and I mean, that's as simple as it gets, right?
I hate my game plan relying on hope, though.
I know.
I mean, goodness.
And as I pointed out,
Andy Dufresne taught all of us so well, hope is a good thing, sometimes the best of thing, and no good thing ever dies. But damn, I wish I didn't have hope as my reasoning.
And after all the hand-wringing after game 1, I reminded people of that on Twitter that, guess what? The Pistons are going to make adjustments too.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing you've got to worry about is what more cards do they have to play that can really blow this thing out of the water?
Well, you got to also find. I think the other thing the Cavs need to do is there needs to be a solution to the Tobias Harris back to the basket, 12-footer turnarounds, that kind of stuff.
That's Dean Wade.
You think
that's the matchup?
Or does that become Evan Mobley? Do you put Evan Mobley on Tobias and say follow him around and try to take him out of this whole thing? Let's.
I think you're wasting. Well, that's going to depend too. Like,
that's your second best scorer.
I thought John had pointed that out earlier too. I mean, Mobley maybe having to come out a little bit higher to help with some of the perimeter defense is part of the problem. Led to maybe Tobias Harris getting to the basket as easily as he did, or into the middle of a lane like he did last night. I don't know what you do there matchup wise. It's a headache.
It is. You're scrambling. You're trying to adapt. You're trying to make things work in between there. Again, folks, I'm looking for solutions. 216-474-0092. What can the Cavaliers do to turn this thing around in Game 3? Bill is in Parma. Bill, welcome to the show, man.
You guys are on fire today, man. Good program.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate the kind words.
Oh, no doubt. Luckily, I grew up, and by the 4th grade, I got every weekend in the early 60s, I got to watch the Celtics play the 76ers. And the Celtics always won. Yet, I was interested in that young man that they interviewed, and he said he wanted Wilt Chamberlain. Chamberlain was far and away physically gifted, all the above, taller, stronger than Bill Russell. Chamberlain won 1 championship.
Mm-hmm.
I dare anyone out there to turn on the TV and look on these games. Russell really didn't match up with him right. I mean, he was skinny, couldn't shoot a jump shot from more than 10 feet out.
6'9", while Chamberlain was 7'1".
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if you look at the rest of the team, I mean, you'd have Wally Jones and Hal Greer and Billy Cunningham and Lucius Jackson. They were, if you matched them up, and you would say these guys, most of them are far superior than Casey Jones, Sam Jones, Seth Sanders. And the only one that really made sense was Havlicek. Now, what was that? It just didn't happen one year. It happened multiple years over and over again. And that is the fact that there's other things better than just physical characteristics that they should do it. Sad but true, Mitchell doesn't have it. Harden doesn't have it, and won't have it. And look at Jerry West. Jerry West won one championship.
1-9. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And what caused that? He played on a team, and Elgin Baylor won none. What caused that? And I always have said, and I've listened to people like, they've been general managers, and you look at Cunningham. Cunningham has that thing. Halliburton last year on a pretty lousy team. Halliburton, who can't shoot a jumper, he has it.
Yeah,
So
Jalen Brunson's got it.
Jalen Brunson definitely has that. You're right.
Thanks, Tom. Tom, I really enjoy your work.
I appreciate it.
But what is that? And you can't manufacture it, and you can't change it over the weekend. This is over. And but what? It is. Tom, you know it's
Bill. Don't do it to me.
Over.
Feels that way.
I know.
Don't do it to me.
Yeah.
But the thing is, and it's sad because these are good ball players. I'm not saying that Mitchell's selfish or anything like that. But that X factor is there's few people that have it, and once that guy's on your team, they really shoulder it all. But hey, listen, you guys were great, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
He makes a good point. I mean, there are guys that have that intangible, and it's one that you cannot. You either you have it or you don't, right?
So I wrote down here in my notes yesterday.
Go ahead.
I was sitting there watching the game. With 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, I wrote down, "Here comes Cade." That's all I wrote. Here comes Cade. And it was just, when you were watching that, it was almost like he just looked at the clock, looked at the ball, looked at the basket, and went, my turn.
He hits the three-pointer to make it 92-87. He hits another jumper to make it 94-89. Scores again to make it 96-91. Hits the three with Strus closing on him, that step back to make it 101-92 with 2:12 to go. I wrote down ball game.
That was a word I can't say on the air shot.
That was it. And then he hits hits two free throws at the end. So he scores 10 down the stretch.
Yeah.
Pistons outscore the Cavs 18-10, I think. 18-10 over the last 5 minutes. And that was your ball game.
I think that might have been, of all the things that took place in that game that we are yelling and complaining and saying everything about, I think that might have been the scariest kick in the shorts we all took.
And
was when Cade went, my turn.
And let's not forget, a month and a half ago, this kid had a collapsed lung, and they weren't sure he was going to play in the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like, you want to talk about X factors? You want to talk about leadership?
Yeah.
There it is in full display. So listen, it's not the end of the world. You know, is the mountain look Everest-like at the moment? It clearly does. But there's no reason why this team on its home court tomorrow can't come out, put a good first quarter together, and build from there. And, then you take your chances.
Man who was in the building, we will talk to him next. Michael Grady was on the call for Amazon Prime yesterday. We'll get his thoughts from being inside of the Little Caesars Arena for Game 2 next. Tom Withers, Dan Mennigan, in for Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
YouTube got all of that. Would only make it better if that was all over YouTube. Me just flying in here and yanking myself to the death.
Running in like a madman.
Well, it happens every so often. For a big guy, I can move every so often.
I should just bail you out and try to host for 30 seconds.
Start pontificating.
Start talking. Meredith, tell me what to do.
Let me tell you how.
So you say, welcome back to 92.3 The Fan. My name is Tom Withers. I have no idea where Dan Minigan is.
Let me tell you how underrated John Paul Jones is, and we're going to start right now.
Love it.
Anyway, Dan Menigan and Tom Withers in for Baskin and Phelps today. We go out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline, and bring on Michael Grady from Amazon Prime. He was on the call last night for the Cavalier Pistons game. Michael, thank you for joining us, man.
Oh, anytime. Happy to be on with you guys.
All right, so help us out here because we're still trying to – we need a lot of help, but we're trying to figure out exactly what ended up happening in this game. Especially the Cavs made that run in the third quarter. It looked like it was going to be something fun. All of a sudden, the fourth quarter, they got the lead for a little bit. All of a sudden, that momentum, and Cade Cunningham just looked at the clock, looked down at the ball, and went, my turn. Is that about how you saw it?
Yeah. First, I do have to apologize. I'm sure Cavs faithful are tired of hearing my voice. I had the Cavaliers twice in round one. Both those games were in Toronto, those two losses. And then last night, didn't go so well, and I've got a big connection with so many on the Cavaliers. I started doing TV in the NBA in Brooklyn when Kenny Atkinson was in his first year as head coach of the Nets. Jared Allen was in his first year in the NBA, and so and then the other guys on the coaching staff, and so there's so many that I'm familiar with and have great vibes with and want to see do well. And I was really excited to see the Cavaliers this postseason. And I just got to be honest, I've been really underwhelmed by the energy level, the execution, obviously, the attention to detail, and just, for lack of a better word, oomph. Just oomph. And, the Cavaliers were a healthy Brandon Ingram or a healthy Emmanuel Quickley away from possibly being knocked out in round one. So on one hand, I'm thinking, okay, maybe they're a little going through the emotions. They weren't motivated, to go up against this Toronto squad, but maybe we'll see a better effort against Detroit. And again, I've been kind of underwhelmed through these first couple of games. And so there were spurts, as you mentioned. We saw a spurt, in the fourth quarter of game one to tie it up, at 93 before the Pistons closed it on an 18-8 run. We saw another spurt last night, but that slow start again hurt them. And then Cade Cunningham has turned out to be, one of the better closers in the game. So I know you guys have covered this. It's been talked about quite a bit, obviously, in the last however many hours since the game ended. You can't have that type of performance from James Harden in a big postseason game. Evan Mobley has to be more aggressive inside. One rebound isn't enough. He didn't have the 3 steals, 3 blocks, but he has to have more than one rebound in a game. And they just need more fight. And we're just seeing more desperation from the Pistons in these first couple of games.
I agree with all of that, Michael. What would you attribute this lack of oomph to? I mean, I know this is a group that's still kind of figuring each other out, with James Harden getting here in February and not a whole lot of time to get ramped up for the playoffs. Is that part in play into why we're not seeing this team come out, fired up from the beginning?
Yeah, I don't know why the fired up part. If the continuity situation that's all valid. The Pistons have been the same team all season long. They've been the same team the entire season. Meanwhile, there have been a couple of iterations of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and, of course, they've dealt with injuries all season long. So that plays a role. So even with the continuity issues and still trying to find an identity, which we addressed last night, it's still surprising to me that we're just not seeing fervor. We're not seeing fight. We're not seeing tenacity. We're not seeing that desperation. The Pistons play like a team that where it looks like there's something at stake, and I'm not seeing that urgency from the Cavaliers. So that's something I can't quite put my finger on because they're playing with January type urgency. They're not playing as if they're playing May basketball games.
Michael Grady joining us on the hotline. He was on the call for our Amazon Prime, also does NBA on NBC as well, play-by-play. What do you make of Evan Mobley's performance? Because everybody's circling the one rebound and saying, oh, boy, that's not a way for the Cavaliers to win some games.
Yeah, well, it's not a way to win games. We're talking about an all-star caliber player, a former defensive player of the year, and even though we're seeing flashes here or there, you're just not seeing that consistent force that you want to see from a player of that caliber. And it's been a topic that I've gotten into with my guy, Brent Barry, who I've called the games with on Prime, and he makes some very valid points. I mean, he talks about the number of guys in NBA history who have won Defensive Player of the Year and how many of those guys are 20-point scorers. He feels like a lot of people are just putting unnecessary pressure on Evan Mobley to be something that he's not. And I think he makes some great points and some valid points. The problem is that whatever marker you want to say that Evan Mobley should be at, okay, let's say he's not going to be, this top tier elite scorer in addition to being a great defensive player. But he's not even reaching the bar minimum right now from what you would expect from a guy of his caliber. And I don't even think we're asking for lofty expectations. For his size, for his frame, he should have far more than one rebound in a game last night. There should be far more moments where we notice Evan Mobley from what we've, given what we've seen so far in this postseason. There just hasn't been enough of those moments. And so I think that's the real issue. When you see the Pistons, you're seeing a collective team. And when you're watching the Cavaliers, you're seeing a group of individuals still trying to figure it out collectively.
He's been listening to the show for the last couple hours, hasn't he, Dan? Yeah, Michael, you're hitting on a lot of the stuff that we've talked about, and I think you're right on the money. And I'd like to go back to since you know Kenny, you've spent some time with Kenny, and having covered him now for the last couple of years here, I've really grown to like Coach Atkinson in many ways. His transparency with the media, very, very candid, kind of tells it like it is. After the game last night, he said, "Hey, look, we got to go back to the drawing board, and that everything's on the table." Michael, what could you see, any kind of moves, and I don't think they would be rash. I can't see them benching James Harden or anything like that. But what do you think specifically Kenny can do in Game 3 to get this thing turned around?
I hate to, Harden was another guy that I was around in Brooklyn as well and had good positive vibes. I just think age is looked like Father Time has caught up with him. And sometimes it looks like that when you're facing what looks like a team of young, hungry, rabid dogs.
Right.
And that's what the Pistons are. For all the talk about, what we're not seeing and what's not looking right with the Cavaliers, we have to give credit where it's due. The Pistons were the number one seed in the Eastern Conference for a reason. And they are tenacious. They are aggressive. That defense is as advertised, and they have a bona fide superstar in Cade Cunningham. So they're legit, and they are making James Harden look slow. That said, the decision-making, the uncertainty out there is still a problem. And so I know you said you don't want to bench James Harden, but I'd have to take serious consideration into limiting those minutes. If he's not helping the team, if you're not seeing any sort of a burst, if you're not seeing any sort of aggressiveness, then you're going to have to switch things up and see if Dennis Schroeder has it. Brent Barry was talking last night about, maybe more Jalen Tyson as opposed to Dean Wade. And you may have to, I think seeing more of Jalen Tyson is a good thing. Even if that means taking James minutes, if Schroeder doesn't necessarily have it. So I think you have to be, if you're Kenny, you just have to be willing to test the professionalism of the guys in the locker room in the name of giving yourself a chance to win this series. And so if that means limiting James's minutes, if that means limiting another guy who's expecting to see more minutes out there, you have to do what you have to do. These opportunities don't come around that often. You know, the opportunity to make a deep run in the postseason, they just don't come around that often. And I know in Cleveland, you've seen a lot of success. You've seen a lot of good stuff with LeBron or whatnot, but it's just hard to win in this league. It's hard to win playoff series in this league. And so whatever you have to do to give yourself an opportunity to get back in this series, you have to do. And even though it looks bleak, even though the conversations haven't been great around the team, you're a great performance in Game 3 from saying, okay, all right, okay, what do they have to do in Game 4 now? You know, and the narrative can completely change. So we saw how vulnerable Detroit can be in that round 1 against Orlando, and it took just a abysmal performance in the second half from Orlando in Game 6. Otherwise, we'd be talking about Cleveland and Orlando right now. So we have seen Detroit bleed, and there have been spurts from the Cavaliers in these first couple of games that they can build upon. But you can't have the slow starts. You can't have the live ball turnovers, and you have to be much more aggressive on the interior and on the glass. And for crying out loud, those 3-point shots have to go down. Not having Sam Merrill hurt, but I never would have anticipated Detroit shooting better from 3 than Cleveland, even without Sam Merrill.
100%, Michael. Michael Grady joining us on the hotline. You can hear him doing games for Amazon Prime as he did the game yesterday, the Cavaliers versus the Detroit Pistons. Also, we'll be doing stuff for NBA on NBC as well. Michael, your Harden point is right on. I will never get the words of Shaq out of my head because I always thought it was so good when he was talking about Dwayne Wade and that last contract, and he says, but the problem is I'm playing for flash. I'm not playing for flashes. And I feel like that's where I am with James Harden right now, is that I'm watching flashes and instead of having the flash. And it just has got to change, man.
Yeah, it does. It does. And it's the difference between coming out of the series on top or going home. And that's the reason that the trade was made for James Harden and his services. And again, like you said, there have been flashes. Just not seeing the consistency. And against this Pistons team, against this defense, you need the consistency. And with that consistency, you build faith in the guys around you. And so, and I'm just not seeing that trust and that confidence from everybody. When guys are penetrating and driving and trying to make that right pass in tight spaces, you just don't see the collective confidence from the group. And that's one of the reasons you get a big name like James, is that when he walks into the court, when he steps out there, you feel like you have the best chance to win. And I don't know that he's instilling that confidence in the guys around him. As great as he is, as great as he's been over the course of his career, future Hall of Famer, he's not instilling confidence in the guys around him right now, and that's hurting. That's hurting the team. Not just at the start of the game, but as we saw in the clutch last night with that crucial turnover in a 2-possession game, he just can't have it.
And you mentioned it before too. I mean, Ronald Holland is, I think, 20 years old, and he's out there, athletic as all get out, and is all up in James, and that's got something to do with some of these turnovers. I wanted to shift, though, real quickly, Michael, to JB
Thompson as well, buddy. Asur Thompson is like, my word.
Yeah, those are two nice pieces that JB Bickerstaff, has at his disposal. Now, JB, we know well here, Michael, obviously from his time with Cleveland. What sense do you get from him being around him in the last, week or so, or whatever it is, in terms of the revenge factor for him? I mean, it was. A lot of people here felt that him being fired was the wrong move by the Cavs at the time. He had done a lot to rebuild this thing, and the last time since LeBron had left. What have you sensed from JB in terms of this personally being something for him to really lay his hat on?
He's going to say all the right things publicly, privately. He does not want to lose this series. The goal is a championship, and he's not going to lose sight of that. He's not going to get distracted and facing his former team and lose sight of the goal. The goal is to win a championship, and to be able to go through a team and a franchise that didn't believe in his vision or felt that he was good enough for where they got to, but to get them to the next step, they needed to go out and get somebody else. and then that somebody else won Coach of the Year, a season ago. That stings. That stings. And so he joins the Pistons and is a part of, along with Trajan Langdon, building, a monster, a team that had 14 wins a couple of seasons ago and now a 60-win squad. But I think what fuels him more than anything is just the fact that he is and you guys know this, he's a fierce competitor. He is there's guys who love to win, and there's people who hate to lose, and he hates to lose, and so there's going to be a lot of narratives out there. There's going to be a lot of things thrown out there about his feelings or whatnot. He's going to say all the right things professionally, but he wants to win a championship, and going through his former team to do so would be sweet. Would be sweet for him.
Definitely would add a little extra. Michael, thank you very much for the time, man. We really appreciate your time and your thoughts.
Anytime. I'm going to enjoy watching the rest of the series. Hopefully we see a good one in Game 3.
I'm pulling for it, man. Hopefully we hear you one or two more times, too, because it means we've gone a little deeper.
That's right. I appreciate you guys.
Take care. He is Michael Grady. You can hear him on Amazon Prime doing the games. Also, the NBA on NBC. We'll react to what Michael had to say there, and he joined us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. But before we head to break, 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code word ORDER, ORDER, order at 923thefan.com before 2 p.m. for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Download Mr. Hero's mobile app and get a regular BOGO offer just for signing up. Receive monthly coupon offers, order online, and earn extra points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play or Apple Store.
92.3 The Fan.
guess they're still permitted to be there in practice.
First day of school.
Dotting I's, crossing T's.
Sure.
I know I'm a sucker for this one. It always makes me laugh when the social media teams will then have them do the hold up the chalkboard of, when I was a kid, or when I want to do this when I grow up. My name is X. I'm this years old and this grade. And I've always thought that was always funny when the social media teams will do that. I'm a sucker for that one.
Tried and true.
Uh-huh. All right, Tom.
You feeling a little better after this 3.5-hour session here? Slightly? Some hope?
No.
Is your game plan still built on hope?
No, I'm not. We talked to 3 really smart people today.
Yeah, 3 good NBA people.
And I thought 3 really smart people would come out here and go, here's your solution. Do X, do Y, do Z, move it here, move this, run this play. Done. And I would come out of here going, yes, this is what we're going to do. And I'm coming out of here going, well, role players play better at home.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm staking my claim on as well. Yeah. Role players play better at home. Maybe we'll just...
And James Harden's bound to have a good game. Right? I mean...
Right?
Can't get any worse, can it? Evan Mobley's going to step up, isn't he?
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Maybe.
I don't
know. Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We always appreciate everybody chiming in on our social media feeds along the way as well, about just as frustrated as the two of us have been and looking at each other going, well...
Yeah. I was about to say, I don't know that we can actually read any of the social media reactions on the air because if we read them word for word, we might all lose our jobs because they are not positive today.
I don't blame them.
Yeah, I do.
I sadly don't blame them.
I do like that Michael Grady came up with the same idea that you and I did, which is to limit Harden's minutes should he not be having a good game, right? And that's to give more to Tyson, give more to Schroeder, whatever the case may be. But
I can't believe we have to treat James Harden like J.R. Smith, but you're right.
He was right. And he was the guy that was supposed to come in and get this team to the mountaintop.
Yeah.
And we're not there.
We have to treat him like J.R. Smith back in the day where it was, all right, J.R., here's your 3 shots. If you go 1 for 3, we'll leave you out there. If you go 0 for 3, we got to have you come sit down for a little bit. That's kind of where we are with Harden.
And you are going to have to make that move early tomorrow if it's going the wrong way. Otherwise, you're down 3-0 and it's over.
Handing Schroeder that many minutes is just... That is like a serious, you are on the knife's edge and could tip either direction of where this is going to go by handing Schroeder that many minutes.
Right.
You know?
But I think there's a trust there with he and Kenny. I like the way that Schroeder is, has held Donovan accountable at times in these playoffs. So I think there's a confidence in him, and maybe that's the missing piece, or maybe Jalen Tyson becomes the player that he was on his way to becoming. Oh, by the way, before James Harden got here.
It's valid. I hope you're right on that one too. I want that to be the case on top of it. What I think is going to happen is I think we get the role player game.
Yep.
And I think we get the Donovan Mitchell 35-pointer, and then we also have the Keon Ellis hits 3 threes, and then all of a sudden you get Schroeder goes for 17, and it's the role players at home step up, and everything starts cooking from there. And I think that's what we run into on Game 3, and then Game 4 really turns into the gut punch time. Okay, who's got it? Who has the fortitude to make this thing work? Who's figured out enough answers to the questions posed by your opponent? And that's where it goes. I feel good about Game 3.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I do. I feel better about Game 3. Now, the answers being there, that is a completely, completely different animal. So we'll dig into that a little bit more. Let's roll into it. Why am I smarter? MK. There you go. And, of course, Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. MK, we'll start with you. Why are you smarter after 4 hours of this fun fest?
I'm definitely smarter because of Michael Grady. I thought his analysis on the game was excellent, but also hearing him talk made me a little bit nervous because he made it sound like the chip on JB Bickerstaff's shoulder is big enough that he's not going to let the Cavs beat him again.
Mr. Withers?
A couple things. John Krasinski from The Athletic did a nice job with us. He's been chasing his jaw around various arenas while watching Wembanyama, saying that he's from a different species. I like that. I also like that Michael Grady, not liked it, but I thought his point was the Pistons play like a team with something at stake. The Cavs play like it's January. Which said a lot to me.
It's an eye-opener.
Underscores a lot of what we've seen over the last couple of days, hasn't it?
Was an eye-opener. Smarter Day courtesy of Bobby Marks, not only setting us up for what he saw in the series itself, but then for the off-season and what we can maybe look for on the Donovan Mitchell front, what we can look for on the James Harden front. no matter what ends up happening here, I can tell you one thing. If they duck out of this series, oh, buddy, it's all on the table. There will be no bad ideas in that brainstorm. Thank you very much to everybody. Tom, it was awesome.
Hey,
this is fun as always.
Love having you guys.
Absolutely. It was a blast. It was good to talk to you. MK, thank you for all the hard work today, too, doing double, triple duty, whatever needs to get done. MK took care of it for us.
Thank you, Meredith.
I'm merely Dan Manigan. Thank you very much to everybody out there. We appreciate the callers, the tweeters. We appreciate John Krasinski for his time. Bobby Marks as well. Michael Grady. Hit those in the Rewind app. Afternoon Drive coming up next. 92.3 The Fan. As always, do something nice for someone. Everyone appreciates a good favor. And take care of yourselves. Enjoy your weekend.
obviously haven't figured that one out.
Timely makes by them, timely misses by us. I think we all that as a collective, and they countered, and they hit, and they did what they're supposed to do. They won 2 at home.
Some points we were a little slower, which they capitalized off of. So it's got to be much faster, consistent. Yeah, just moving the basketball, making an easy pass, simplifying things.
We took 2 shots in the second half. I'll put that on me.
At the end of the day, we're going to figure it out.
Still back to the drawing board.
The show is back on a, not football Friday, a feel-good Friday, a F-off Friday. The Cavs certainly treated Game 2 like an F-off Game 2 playoff game. That opened courtesy of the NBA on Prime and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader, because if we didn't, there would be consequences. We've got Jake Merriman on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can watch all 5 hours live. You can see our pretty faces. We're very dazzling gentlemen to some, our wives, and maybe our children. But the point is, like our videos. We like to be liked. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. Meredith Kane in the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today? Pretty crappy.
Here's the funny thing. Everything else is great.
Yeah.
Like life in general, really good.
No, they've already wrecked my day.
It's just every time I put a Cavs playoff game on, I don't know in what way they're going to piss me off.
Yep, last night was ruined. My day today is ruined. I'll probably be ruined until 3 o'clock tomorrow, and then I'll find a way to just be like, well, you're only down 2 games to none, and then they'll just kick me in the balls for 3 hours again.
Oh, no, they play at home, remember?
Yeah, so we're going to be all right.
They remember how to play playoff basketball at home sometimes.
No, that's going to be the point, is they're like, yes, you're supposed to be able to do this. You're supposed to be able to, this is where you do win, and then they're just going to go ahead and just make it hurt all over again.
Yeah, I will tell you, I thought the Pistons actually played better last night than Game 1, so I felt less like that was strictly a Cavs loss as opposed to a Pistons win, but I still come back, like we were talking with Tom Withers in the break, and he was like, hey, the Pistons are really good, and I'm not trying to diminish what they've done. What they did in the regular season was impressive. Mm-hmm. I don't know how good the Pistons are, because the Cavs still haven't shown up to the series.
Yeah, and that's really what last night was. I mean, listen, Thompson's defense was incredible. There's obviously highlighting spots. Cade Cunningham's amazing, but you shoot 23% from 3. You have nobody show up really in any sort of measurement outside of Donovan, who was inefficient from the field, and then Jarrett Allen, and you're just not going to win games.
Yeah, and it's funny because we do have to get into the Harden stuff and just rip that Band-Aid off in a second. But
he was awful.
But we are actually doing a Zoom at the end of the game with my cabin boys, which did make it a little easier to handle in the moment. I've gotten progressively angrier the farther we've gotten away from it, because every time I try and turn on the thing that I love to do, which is sports talk, and any of its varieties, TV, listening to podcasts, listening to this station, listening to our buddy Jim Costa in mornings. They gloated for 10 minutes today.
Yeah.
I just have to turn it off because I start getting so mad. I'm worried I won't make it to my next birthday because of how pissed I'm getting.
Yeah.
But I can deal with so many ways of losing. I'm so in tune with losing as a Cleveland sports fan. I'm so psychologically accustomed to being let down I'm always like, I can always rationalize losing. The one way I can't is if you just don't show up. If you show up being out hustled, out intensitied, acting like this is a regular season game in like late December when you're kind of sick of the regular season already, 40 games into the season. I can't get behind a team that doesn't care enough. Listen, fans should always care as much, if maybe not just a touch more than the players, because the players get to enjoy the process of it, and we just live with the results, right? Mm-hmm. The discrepancy between how much you and I care and the average Cavs fan cares and how much these guys care is so infuriating right now.
Yeah, like is James Harden, is his day ruined today? I don't know. You tell me. But the upsetting part about this, Nick, is that once again, in a game where we felt like nobody was playing worth anything and they were struggling, it was 89-87 with 6:06 left in that game. Like, you're still a 2-point game, 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And by the way, Atkinson, at any point, you can put Donovan in the fourth quarter. He doesn't have to sit on the bench for 7 minutes, I promise you. But, like, you're sitting there and it's like they had another one of these games where you watch them go down 11, then you watch them go down 14 in the second, and they erase these large deficits and they claw back into it. And you're like, all right, just when I can start to trust you maybe in this one. You go 0 for 11 from 3 in the fourth quarter, and you absolutely vomit all over your shoes. Like, it's time and time. It's just 2 games in a row. We watched the same exact game plan play out.
And I can't believe that they haven't figured out that maybe they can't finish off games on the road because they spend 80% of the time clawing back in it.
Yeah.
Like it is. And it's so funny. I know that the Cavs are not a flawless team. They are still an insanely talented team. I know when you say stuff like that after they've lost the last 2 games, people get pissed about this. Like we had an angry text at the or tweet rather about halfway through yesterday's game. You idiots don't know ball because you've been saying the Cavs are the more talented team, and it's like that remains the fact. It remains the fact, and yet. It's not even just on the road, by the way. It's just highlighted on the road. In half the games they played at home in the Toronto series, they lollygagged until halftime. And I can't. Here's the thing. I can figure it out. You don't have it. You don't have heart. You don't have pride. You don't give a rat's ass about you say everything the right way. Donovan says stuff the right way. We're going to figure it out. I want to win a championship. Harden says the right thing. Everybody in that locker room says the right thing. And I got 3 guys I can trust to show me that they mean it. It's Schroeder,
3.
It's Strus, and it's Tyson. Everyone else.
Strus was awful last night, too.
But at least I know he's playing hard. And at least I know I never have to doubt his energy.
Was he 0 for 6 from threes, had 3 points after a 19-point performance?
But he did it in earnest.
Yeah, and missed multiple wide-open threes in the fourth quarter. That was part of the reason why we couldn't actually close the game out.
Yeah, but that failure was met with his full heart.
No, screw that noise. Max Strus, you're on my bad list, too. There's so many guys from last night that I leave disappointed. And obviously, James Harden is the highlight of the list. We know that. Mobley, you're on that list, too. 1 rebound. You're a max player. Between Harden and Mobley, they're worth $100 million this year, and I didn't get as much as 11 points out of either one of them. It's unacceptable, Nick.
In a way.
It's just such a bad team, all things considered.
In a way. The funniest possible outcome for James Harden, after the arguments you and I have had about points versus
stupid turnovers,
about turnovers.
Does this come to your side if I need the points?
I
need the points?
He almost halved turnovers. I think he had 4 turnovers last night as opposed to 7.
And you could tell, like his main focus. I'm not blaming you, obviously. I blame the turnover convo though, because his main focus.
I blame James Harden.
His main
for
focus,
what it's worth.
Well, definitely. But his main focus seemed to be like, just don't turn the ball over. Doesn't matter what happens in this game, just as long as I don't turn the ball over. And then with a minute left in the fourth quarter, he went Leroy Jenkins on everybody. He was like, well, screw that noise. I'm going to go back to being Harden. And then you watch the 4th turnover. He had won the entire second half of the game. He took 2 shots in the second half of the game. And a lot of this, I'm telling you, was like, I see myself, I'm like, is he just a petty human? Is that what he is? Is he just a petty human? Because he's like, if they're going to...
He did get fat so he could get traded.
Part of me is like, he's like, all right, I was a disaster in the first half. I'm just gonna put this on everybody else so I won't be the blame. And then he looked up at the end of the fourth quarter and was like, oh, I'm still the blame. People still want to yell at me because I'm James Harden. Okay, great.
You know who I feel the worst for today? Those people that went out to that Berea Speedway to get Harden wine. All
sign.
400 people who'd put their day in the balance to get Harden wine. And then they had to drink that absolute swill only to watch James Harden abandon them in the playoffs.
I love the idea of somebody getting so mad at Harden they throw their Speedway wine across the room and I'm going to break this thing right in front of him.
All of a sudden, the acidity of it eats through walls.
It's like it cleans up messes on the ground.
It's like what they use to dissolve bodies for the cartel when they want to dismiss somebody from the earth.
It's like half the ingredients in OxyClean.
But no, I mean, it's just... everything we've seen. Listen, there were some positives to Harden in the Toronto series. There were some games you could at least make the case best player in the series, right?
Yeah.
Do I think we didn't talk nearly enough about his struggles because Donovan was worse? Yes, absolutely. And by the way, there were positives. There were the defense at points. There was a nice scoring night. There were rebounds and assists to go with the turnovers. But this series, in every which way, and bleep John Hollinger, by the way, for game 1.
He said he was the best player on the court in game 1. I don't know what to tell you. But
this series is everything I feared about when they traded for James Harden. The disappearing act is just so. And here's the thing:
this goes deeper than Harden, in my opinion. Harden is obviously a big problem with this. The inefficiency from Donovan. I know this is going to sound like a defense here, but you said Max Strus had a good game. He scored 3 points and went 0 for 6 from 3-point
I didn't say
land.
he had a good game.
Like you shoot 23%.
I said he played hard, and that at least acquits you on some level.
You shoot 23% from 3 on 30-plus shots. There's more than just James Harden that went into this equation. 0 for 11 from 3 in the fourth quarter alone when Harden didn't take a single shot.
Unplayable.
He didn't take a single shot.
Darius Garland not playing last night would have been better than James Harden playing last night.
This goes deeper than Harden that game last night, though.
Yeah, you can say that in every playoff loss, but the point is, with a bullet,
Mobley's got to grab some boards once in a while.
If you want to talk about game one,
there's got to be some players here.
I pushed back gently on game one. He was absolutely unplayable. It was a complete embarrassment.
To own up to his end of it. Nobody's denying that. But to suggest that it's just like as if everyone's playing great and Harden's the only one that's struggling is just not true.
No, but he was clearly the worst Cavalier last night. With how much with how much his involvement in the offense is, his absolute nothing burger of a game hurts you more than 6 missed threes by Max Strus. Because Max Strus isn't turning the ball over versus running away from big.
No one can make an argument you need Harden to be better.
He might have just played his way out of the Cavs' future. That's how bad he was last night.
If you want to tell me you have no faith in James Harden, I'll tell you what I was thinking third quarter. I'm like, don't get the ball to Harden. Like in my mind, I'm like, you can't give him the ball in this moment because he's either going to dribble it off his knee or he's going to make a bad play. He's not getting to the rim in the slightest bit. Now, with that said, they are putting Thompson on him. Thompson's their best defender. He's doing a great job. Like, that's part of this equation. And you need at some point other guys to step up in the slightest bit. That game was right there for you.
I need you to tell me how caca James Harden was.
I've said like 7 times in this segment.
Without any modifiers, without any Asar Thompsons on him. No, he wasn't bad. He was awful.
He was bad.
He was unplayable.
Act like he was the only person that struggled in that game
I need you to say he was the worst Cavalier last night. I need you to say
I don't know that I can do that. Then
I'm sorry. You are blind lust. Maybe you're on Harden wine.
He was really bad.
Not really bad. He was awful. He was unplayable. These are the words that should be ascribed to him.
I've said everything you want me to say. I don't know what else you want.
No, unplayable and awful. That's what I want to hear.
He's in the photo finish for worst on the court last night, but like we're dealing with levels of dreck that what does it even matter at that point? Like Mobley was awful. Strus was awful. There were so many bad parts about last night's game.
And Harden was awfuler.
Yeah. Donovan scores 31. Great. It took him 24 shots to get there. Wildly inefficient in the process. Like, there was so many bad parts. Again, you go 0 for 11 in the fourth quarter from 3. Harden didn't take any of those shots. You're down 2 points with 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Hell, you took a lead in the fourth quarter, and Harden opted to basically see his way out of the whole entire thing, and the Cavs themselves melted down. Yes, Harden's a part of that, but the Cavs themselves melted down.
I think the literal Houdini act by Harden is worse than guys missing shots.
I don't know. You wanted him to limit his turnovers. He did that. That was like the main goal that he wanted. You said that. What did you say yesterday? I don't care about 20-plus points. I would have loved a 20-plus point performance from Harden. Turns out getting 20-plus on Thompson, a hard thing to do.
By the way, he basically the whole point of just turning it into turnovers.
Turns out scoring the basketball matters when you don't even crack 100 with this roster.
But the point is, he had 4 turnovers while walking away from the basketball for half the game. So it's not even a true 4 turnover performance. He didn't cut it down because every time he touched the damn ball, he was a walking turnover machine.
He was shooting.
He just didn't touch the ball.
He took a lot of shots. He just missed a lot of 5-footers is basically what it came down to. He took a lot of shots.
This team loves floaters. But
Harden's not getting
the only that loves floaters more are fecophiliacs.
He's not actually getting to the rim is the problem. Like Harden, where he actually ends up scoring on a consistent basis is he gets to the 5-foot line and gets the 5 feet away from the basket, and they can actually drive to the lane and get past it. They know exactly what he's going to do. JB's got this set up perfect. It's like, guys, at like 5 feet away from the basket, he's just going to chuck up the shot if you show any amount of pressure on him. And they did that all night last night, and he kept missing.
216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X powered.
He shot 22%
by Shivan Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
You're not winning that game.
He is unplayable. He is awful. That is the only thing I want to hear. The only analysis of James Harden I want to hear on this show today is he is unplayable. But what aboutism? I am so over the whataboutism. The whataboutism was fair in game 1.
He was the only person that was on the court in game 2.
Yeah, but he wasn't on the court.
He was because you shot 22% from 3.
But he might as well have been at Lemon Pepper
You didn't score 100.
Magic City.
You didn't score 100 points. There's more than one person on this team than James Harden.
How much of this is on James Harden versus everyone else? I get it. You don't want to be wrong about the trade. It sucks. I get it.
It's not about being right or being wrong about a trade. It's just the idea. It's just the idea
that you planted your flag on a washed-ass point guard.
He was
That's
bad.
What you've done.
There's nothing else to say.
Bad is not strong enough. He's unplayable. He was awful. For the love of God.
But there were so many other reasons that the Cavs lost this game beyond just James Harden. And
but that's not a defense of James Harden. No, I have. Yes, I have.
Just the same way I've acknowledged that he was bad.
But you need to lead with James. No, he wasn't bad. He was unplayable. Unforgivably bad. You need a modifier in front of the word bad to describe how bad James Harden was. Sorry, I yelled there. I'm sorry.
I guess I basically did make himself unplayable in the second half by removing himself from the offense. He was trying.
While being on the court.
He was trying to do. Well, they did keep him out for an extended stretch, the 7-minute stretch that Atkinson was trying to put Donovan in and trying to make that whole thing work. And by the way, again, 2-point game, 6 minutes left. I don't know, Cavs, maybe go win a game. You're leading in the fourth quarter. First 3 quarters were disastrous.
There was a guy.
You erase 11-point deficit, a 14-point deficit in the second quarter.
For that you could then put out
it's
there
just
to
not,
help be the closer.
It's just not all on him.
James
Strus
Soften,
missed 2
James
wide
Harden,
open threes in that moment. I mean, like there's so many parts of this game that goes beyond just James Harden. Yes, he's a massive reason for why they lost. No one's denying
number
that.
one reason?
No one's. All right, you want to make it number 1? You can make it number 1 if you want.
Thank you.
Like number 2
unplayable?
And number 3 and number 4 aren't that far behind.
Unplayable?
I don't think he was unplayable. I think it was just really, really bad.
He took himself out of the game while on the court. He made it 4-on-5.
Yeah,
that sounded very definitive. Sorry.
Well, he made it 4-on-4 is what he was trying to do. He was trying to match up with Thompson, taking the best defender away, and then make it 4-on-4 and getting other people looks. That was the whole goal. This wasn't hard to see.
He was playing possum. That's what he was doing.
He's done this before.
Yeah.
That wasn't hard to see. He was trying to take their best defender and Thompson
Asar,
away
don't come catch
and
me.
make the game a 4-on-4 game. And then what happened with the 4-on-4 part of this,
chess and not
the
checkers,
Cavs didn't do their
because he sure
part
as
of
hell
it.
wasn't playing basketball.
I forgot. I guess James Harden lost to the Pistons last night, not the Cavs.
And James Harden's a big reason why he lost.
They don't
the
break
number
100.
Reason.
You shoot 22% from 3 in the game, and it's just all on James Harden, I guess. Okay.
Yes. Right. He's your second most important player with the way they set this up.
Mobley doesn't get a mention in this whole entire segment?
No, because it's not set up for Evan Mobley to win you damn games. It's set up for 2 players. Your 2 best players are Donovan Mitchell and James Harden.
I don't know.
Those are the jabronis that got to show up.
It's supposed to be Mobley, though. Mobley's supposed to be your second best.
Why? Because we thought he was going to be Tim Duncan. Oh, gosh, what a
like
convenient fall guy.
Yeah. Supermax
by
player.
the way, just so we're
Supermax
clear,
player,
because
points,
I can actually do this.
That's great.
I think Evan Mobley's the future of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and he stunk ass last night. 1 rebound. Woo!
That's all I needed.
Good job, buddy.
That's all we needed.
Yeah.
We just needed to get to the idea that this was a team loss.
Oh, you know what? I'll just go through the roster.
It's not
Donovan, you suck.
Thank
who else
you.
we got?
That's what
Who
I tried doing.
Jared
I tried doing it. No, Jared Allen was good.
I think you're hurt.
He's the only
it's
one that was
okay,
good.
buddy.
Jared
I'm
Allen
so
was good.
sorry. Max Strus,
Everybody
make
else?
a freaking 3-pointer.
Thank you.
Heat culture
Thank
my
you.
ass.
Thank
Who
you.
else we got?
Schroeder.
I don't really like Germans. I like German Americans, but native Germans just not for me. All right, I got a problem with them. Goes back a while. Who else?
You want to go at Tyson a little bit? I thought Tyson was fine.
You're Jalen. You're also the future
Tyson,
of the Cavs.
Tyson was
Yeah,
fine.
you really go, Cavs.
Dean Wade, suck it.
Yeah, Dean Wade. More like.
Why are we in there for defense when you can't score 100?
More like Dwayne Wade statue. Because that's how bad you are. It wasn't great.
8 points in 23 minutes.
But
what are we even doing?
Like he shouldn't even be on the court anyways.
I talk about unplayable.
216-474-0092.
A lot of unplayable from last night.
How much of this is on Harden versus everyone else? Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Jason Lloyd of The Athletic coming up at 3:20. It's so pissed that I forgot what the rest of the show is. Steve Ashburner, NBA.com at 4:20. Fedor at 5:20. We'll get some Todd Monken sound
Hollinger's
after.
game score says Strus was worse than Harden.
Todd Monken.
By 0.4.
Still worse.
Press conference wrapping up later today. We'll play some of that at some point. How much of this is on James Harden versus everyone else? And Kenny Atkinson did exactly what he shouldn't have done with James Harden last night. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
what they have and what they still need in that department. But when I look at this roster right now, I think that it is good quarterback play away from contending for at least a wild card spot in the playoffs.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Just missing shots. Second half, I think I took 2 shots, but I think the ball was moving and we were getting better shots. You know what I mean? So just picking and choosing my spots and figuring out what works, what doesn't work for the betterment of the team.
Houdini himself, James Harden, describing what went wrong for him offensively last night.
He set up Max Strus for some wide open looks in the fourth.
Everyone was just
Strus missed him.
Everyone was just getting better looks. That's what it was.
Strus missed him.
It wasn't
know what
cowardice.
To say.
It wasn't the same thing James Harden has done in like crucial moments in like things that people had said when you traded for James Harden. The whole point of the trading Darius Garland is you got to get better now. You got to get somebody that's get you over the hump. And when I think of getting over the hump, I think of James Harden in the NBA playoffs.
It was a rough game. There's no denying it. Rough game. Rough game for a lot of players on that court last night, though. Yeah. I'd go Dean Wade. I'd go Evan Mobley. I'd go Max Strus.
And number one with a bullet, James Harden.
How do you not score 100? This is supposed to be the best offense in the NBA. And they legitimately were during the regular season. And their offense it looks broke right now, Nick. It looks broke. They can't hit shots.
Yeah. How do you okay, yes. You're not wrong. All right? Because I know we got into a tiff in the first segment, and we got a lot of callers that are probably going to take one side or the other here. You're not wrong. I think we have massively underreported how bad they are defensively. Like the amount of open looks, wide open looks, the amount of, oh, hey, Jalen Duren, dump it off in the paint. And then he makes, again, guys just disappear on the freaking court. It doesn't matter who it is. And here's the other thing.
On top of that, though, but Detroit only scored 107. It's not as if they ran away with this thing with a bunch.
Yeah, but for 107, with the Detroit Pistons is like 130 for like a normal team.
They hit way more threes than they ever do. Because they're just they don't shoot 50% from three ever. They did in that game. They're talking about the perimeter defense sucking. Like that is a part of that. Like I think they only have 3 other games this season that were higher than 50% from three. Like, that's just not something they do. But
yeah, but if the Cavs actually played defense, the Pistons should have scored about 90 points last night. Like, that's the infuriating thing to me. And by the way, Donovan maybe should have thought about this when he made sure to okay Darius getting traded. Donovan getting picked on defense is underreported compared to James Harden getting picked on defense last night, because you can tell they're matchup hunting with both of them, but they're doing it a lot to Donovan as well.
Yeah, I mean they're easy pickings right now. It was a lackluster effort on every side, and it sucks because again you're down 11 in the first quarter, you're down 14 in the second quarter. What's weird about this is we keep talking about how much they get down early in these games and then claw their way back into it. Second, third, and fourth quarters of both Game 1 and Game 2, they've outscored Detroit. There's no other. They've played better basketball for really 6 out of the 8 quarters. They just get themselves in these massive holes to start the game, and then they're just fighting and clawing the whole way.
So it's funny. I think you and I probably had the same response to the start of the game, which is, the Cavs have started slow. They'll pick it up in the third quarter. The first time, though, that I really started to clench, that I really started to be concerned, was when I heard, and Serena Winters did a great job on this, coming out of a timeout. I honestly can't remember when in the game it was, but I think it was about halfway through the game, where Donovan Mitchell was preaching to everybody about the power of defense. And I was like, how does Donovan not know that if you're the guy telling everyone, hey, we got to play some defense, you're not helping yourself. You're not helping your team, because no one's going to listen and go, well, hey, we got a real showstopper here on defense telling us we got to button up.
So it's one of the problems I had with the Toronto series, and I think it's bleeding through as well, is they're playing Detroit style of basketball, and it's like that's not how you're going to win. You're going to win by being one of the best offenses in the NBA. Like I get they want to focus on defense and they think that's going to clear all their answers, but in reality, what's going to clear their answers and make them a good basketball team is, I don't know, scoring 125 the way they did in the regular season. Like the Pistons aren't beating that. They're not capable of beating that.
You just can't be awful at defense and awful at offense. Yeah, pick a lane. Be good at something. Be good at anything. And right now, you did at least be 1-1. If not, you might be up 2-0 if you had just been good at one thing in either of these two games.
It's been 2 atrocious offensive performances, and it's not hard. It's not hard to look and see why they've lost these games. And it's incredible they keep clawing their way back into these games and then giving themselves chances to then, not hit a single 3 in the fourth quarter.
And while we're talking about things, because we have not talked hardly about Kenny Atkinson and how he continues to have no feel for this team. And his rotations bear that out. Again, I don't think he's even top 5 in the blame. This is a player issue. These guys aren't playing hard enough. That's not the coach's job anymore. It's not 1992, right? George Karl ain't walking through that door. And even if he did, they wouldn't listen to him because that's this generation of NBA players. This is on the players mostly. However, Kenny Atkinson didn't just butcher rotations or his feel for this team. His defense of James Harden last night, if you thought I was pissed about the rotations, listen to this absolute crock of crap.
I feel it on me. You know, he took 2 shots in the second half. I'll put that on me. We tried to, I think the idea in the second half was to push the pace, you know, and try to play quicker and get the ball up the court. And he was doing a great job getting off it. But our offense isn't at a point now, like when him and Don get off it, it should come back to them at some point. You know what I'm saying? And I felt that didn't, both him and Don didn't kind of circle back to him. So we got to look at it. We can't have our Hall of Famer taking 2 shots in the second half. I'll take that one.
Yeah, you're wrong. And what you're doing is coddling a player who's 36 years old, soon to be 37, and who has been to the mountaintop but never gotten over it 100 times. He doesn't need that's on me. He doesn't need you taking blame from him. He needs you putting a boot upside his ass. And what I mean by that is not the George Karl thing, but you should be honest. Like, yeah, that's not what we need from James. Because he's done this with Kenny Atkinson has done this with a fair amount of other players where he doesn't hammer them. He just doesn't coddle them. And James Harden does not need to be coddled after that kind of performance.
Yeah, I mean, Don did the same thing. No, it doesn't need to be coddled. I just thought it was I told you. I mean, the first segment, I said I was asking myself if James Harden is just a petty human because the way that he was going about the second half was just inexplainable. The way he was going about the second half, he was operating as if the only thing I'm going to do is make sure I don't turn the ball over, and I'm just going to put it in everyone else's hands, and they can see what they can do. And that's just not really James Harden's style.
216-474-0092. How much of this is on James Harden as opposed to everyone else? Let's go with Mike in Shaker. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
What's going on, guys? Hey, so if everybody remember, 2017 Western Conference semifinals, Game 6, Kawhi Leonard did not play that game, by the way. The Rockets put the ball in James Harden's hands, and he could not get it done in a game sort of like this where you got to, tie it up, go home, get another game. You don't want to.
Was that with the Chris Paul injury or no?
Yes.
That was that series. Yeah. Once Chris Paul got injured, the series was over.
Yeah, it was. But you as being James Harden, you as being the best scorer in the NBA, just that the third, right, in NBA history, right?
It's objectively how people saw that
You're supposed to take this team and you're supposed to score these points, right? Well, he's doing the same, and he was also disengaged. And he's doing the exact same thing here. These are the past 2 games. So 50% of it is on him because we all know turnovers is the most diabolical thing you can do in the NBA. But we are also playing very, very soft. Detroit just took a page out of the Toronto's book and said, hey, let's play these guys physical and let's turn it up a little bit because we know that they are soft. Bickerstaff, he was our coach. He knows this team was soft. He knows exactly how to play us. So it's like, hey, Donovan Mitchell, turn it up a notch, take over this team, be Spider Mitchell that you're supposed to be, and get it done, bro. Like, I don't understand. James Harden, he's a non-factor right now. We got other shooters on this team that proved that they can get it done last year. At the end of the day, I'm not putting this trust in James Harden, bro. Donovan Mitchell has to take over this, and so does Evan Mobley, and they have to stop playing so soft, bro.
So here's the only thing I'd say, and listen, so much of the criticism for Evan is fair. The regular season stuff, it ebbs and flows on when it's actually fair and when it's just we're pissed at something, so we got to put it somewhere. Mm-hmm. But this team isn't built for Evan to take over those games. The 2 closers here are James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. It's that simple. Evan is the 3rd man on the totem pole, and I don't know if he was relegated to that when you traded for James Harden or whether this is always the way it's been, but the truth is you've got 2 ball-dominant guards who are turning the ball over, not shooting well enough, and in the case of James Harden, he looks washed.
Well, what's weird about last night is that he didn't even do what we're describing. He didn't do the let me take over and have high usage rate in the second half, and instead he opted to basically try to make everybody else take shots, and that's the weird part to me is that it was a completely different Harden than what we're used to.
All right, let's go with Joe in Menor. Joe, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Well, I'm pretty confident in the Cavs can do as they did in the previous series, come back and win at home, and let's not panic and throw Kenny and everybody to the wolves. Kenny's not the type of coach who's going to stand on the sidelines and jumping up and down. He's sitting down. He got criticized. Well, why is he always sitting there? Why isn't he more involved in the game? Well, I don't think that's a legitimate criticism. Do you?
Yes. Yeah, I think. Listen, here's the thing, Joe. When you lose the way you did in the first 2 games, there are no unfair criticisms. When your team doesn't bother to show up with the requisite energy, intensity, effort, focus, whatever the hell you want to call it, even though I just said, hey, George Carlin walking through that door, it's not 1992. The truth is, everyone that plays, everyone that coaches in this is part of this loss. It is a total team loss led by James Harden.
Well, yeah. And, okay, we can give Harden his fair share of the blame. But it goes around. They almost, for a couple of bad circumstances, they almost won that game last night at the end.
No, they didn't, Joe. And this, I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for the call. They didn't almost win it. They tied it with about 6 minutes to go, and then they stopped being competitive.
Which is the same thing they did in Game 1.
Neither of those are almost won. They trailed for most of the game, and they trailed considerably. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points at a clip, and then it took a Herculean thing to get back into the game, which they did, and then they promptly disappeared. They played competitive basketball for about 7 minutes of the game. That's not they almost won. That's not. It's they barely showed up to the game for about 7 minutes over the first 2 games. 216-474-0092. How much of this is on Harden versus everyone else? We got Cool Ray, Ron, Tony, BP, Rottweiler. Guys, we will get to all your calls here. We're going to push quick hits into the 3 o'clock hour. Oh, more blame to go around. More rage to dispense in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I got a challenge for you. Because if you're looking at new trucks this month,
faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk. Immediately after every playoff game, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic coming up in just about 40 minutes time. Excited to pick his brain about the Cleveland Cavaliers and why they stink at road basketball. Might get a Browns question or two in there as rookie minicamps begin today. Todd Monken will speak later today. Obviously, we got a lot of Cavs to get to, but I'm sure we'll play some Monken sound later in this thing as well. But it's interesting. Like, if you said, I think you're very passionate about the offense being bad and being broken.
It's just bad right now.
You're not wrong. I'm very passionate about the defense being absolutely unatrocious and not serious, and I'm not wrong. Harden, Mobley, Mitchell. There's really, I mean, like it's almost impressive how much bad there is with the Cavs right now.
Yeah.
And I do expect half of it to clear up simply because they're coming home. And I do think 2 more games from now, I'm expecting this thing to be tied at 2 games apiece. The problem is the road issues aren't going away.
They're not going away. They've lost even the benefit of the doubt that they're going to beat this team at home, though. Because I'd love to have the same mentality you have, and I think maybe deep in the back of my brain somewhere it exists, where it's like, all right, they'll win at home because they win at home. They've lost all benefit of the doubt with me. They have. I can't do it with this team.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's not even about this. It's about even if you were to turn the Jets on and get a playoff win on the road. Yeah, I still don't think you're very you need to prove it in every way because again, we're talking about intensity, we're talking about defense, we're talking about offense, we're talking about the fundamentals of the team, and just no one's playing well enough to defend.
You can flip the switches pretty quick. We've seen that happen, but you have like 7 people that need to flip the switch. This isn't just like a one. Like I'd love it. Honest God's truth. I'd love it if we came in here and it was just like we could just pick on Harden and be like Harden is the only reason why, or Mobley is the only reason why, and you just have one guy that you could isolate to and be like, if we just got a little bit more from that guy, we'd be golden. It's like no. And I think maybe that's what's encouraging for Cavs fans is that you are so close in these games, and it does seem like 7 different things are just going horrendously wrong and nothing is going right. But at some point, you got to call a spade a spade.
What is broken with the Cavaliers and what is fixable? Let's go with Ron in Shaker. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
My man, Nicky Dubs, JP, and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, you guys are great. My favorite people in the whole wide world.
We agree.
Nicky Dubs, you're an honest man, and you can never hide your discontent for anybody, which is why throughout the latter years, because you're down in Charlotte for, I think, a portion of its tenure, but the latter years of the Bickerstaff administration, if you will, in Cleveland, you could not hide your discontent of JB. And just as you were interrogating Elliot Ness-style JP a little while ago, trying to force a confession out of him that James Harden was the reason, I want you to tell the listeners, tell me, that JB is out coaching Kenny Atkinson in the series. I mean, my goodness, how Stevie Wonder can make adjustments in this series. Did you hear the audio assist or the mic'd up, whatever they call it on Prime? I don't know what they call it on Prime. Other networks call it mic'd up and audio assist. Did you hear JB saying to Jalen Durham, there is no way that you should be getting out-rebounded by Donovan Mitchell? Did you hear him saying that?
I heard that, yeah.
So that's good coaching? I thought that would be logic, Ron.
Exactly. The same logic that you just proved my point. The same logic that Kenny Atkinson is not using in this series. He's not making adjustments.
Let me ask you, does Kenny Atkinson shoot the ball? Does Kenny Atkinson rebound?
Kenny Atkinson is supposed to be a savant offensively, so he should be able to tell his team.
Real quick, Ron.
Scheme his team open. He should be able to tell his team that they're 0-11 from three-point land. Why don't you take some twos?
Okay, but the point is, the players play the game, and when the number one thing, when all of this starts with intensity, it's not that you're wrong, by the way. I don't know how great JB's actually doing versus how bad Kenny Atkinson just is. And I think there might be reasons for it, but here's the thing. When we get to the blame org chart here, Kenny Atkinson cannot be in the top 5 because he can't control things like effort, intensity, and giving a rat's ass in the NBA playoffs. That's on the actual on-court leadership, and that starts with Donovan and James Harden.
Well, you again are proving all my points. He has the power to sit Harden down. He could have sat Harden down. He has the power to tell the team.
You're not sitting James Harden.
I mean, he has the power to do so. I mean,
he's got the power to do so, but he's not doing that in that spot.
By the way, are we sure he's got the power to do so?
That's a good point. We don't actually know that.
Yeah, my point is, gentlemen, he is.
Kobe Altman comes down and just fires him on the spot.
Donovan fires him on the spot.
Yeah, Donovan might.
Can you both admit though that all four of these so-called the Fab Four or whatever we're calling them these days, all four of them are not this bad. They are not.
That's what makes it so frustrating, Ron. Is we know they're all not this bad, but they're having a hard time beating those charges right now.
You don't think there's any? I mean, all JB is doing is playing a lockdown defense and running Cunningham and Duren pick and rolls. I mean, just dumb down the game plan at the very least. We can do the same things. How many times are they getting the ball to Mobley and JA down low? They have at least a 4-inch advantage on most of the people that are guarding them. I mean, this is scheme, guys. This is scheme. This is all on Kenny Atkinson.
No, here's the problem. Everything that we're talking about, Ron, and I thank you. And this year's playoffs are so much more aggressively ugly than previous years. But everything you're talking about are similar things we said about with J.B. Bickerstaff. So if the coach changes, the style of play changes, the philosophy changes, and the players' problems continue, it is a player issue. That's not a defense of Kenny Atkinson.
Atkinson will still probably end up taking the fall, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, to make that abundantly clear. Like, if anyone's
coaching. It's NBA coaching.
Yeah, this is how this is going to work. I'd be shocked if they lose this series and Atkinson gets. I don't know. Maybe he will get another go at it, but I'd be very surprised if that happens.
Oh, I was just about to click on Tony. Tony, it was so close, fella. Let's go with Rottweiler.
Gentlemen. Let me tell you something, okay? And bear with me. In 2019, the Raptors fired Dwayne Casey, who won Coach of the Year, and then they got Nick Nurse. What happened? Boom, championship. Let's go back 4 years earlier. They fired David Blatt after making a finals. Boom, got Tyronn Lue. Boom, championship. Now, I'm not saying we fire Kenny Atkinson and we get a championship, but this is normal. This is unexcusable when you have a phenomenal roster like this and it is just not performing. I like Kenny Atkinson. I think he's done a good job. But it's time to fire him. I just gave you examples of good coaches that did a great job, and then they got fired the following year.
Yeah, I mean, J.B. Bickerstaff got fired and nothing changed, though. You even changed the roster. And here's the thing. I think the Cavs have a very talented roster, and I thank you for the call. It's not a good roster, though. If you don't know and they know what playoff intensity looks like, they'll turn it on for about 7 minutes a game. If you've got a roster full of guys, and there are guys playing hard, so I don't want to put it, but if your best players aren't leading the way with effort, focus, intensity, and getting it done, you could put Phil Jackson in his prime. You could bring back Red Auerbach from beyond the grave. There's not a coach in the world that can change the heart of soft-ass NBA players.
I don't have getting it done in the box score. They haven't put that one in there yet. Well, GID. GID action.
Give John Hollinger a minute, and he'll figure it the hell out. He's going
to incorporate that in there?
What is broken with the Cavs, and what is fixable, and excitement for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is CLE. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic coming up in just about 20 minutes' time there. We'll talk with him about the Cavs' embarrassing performances in Game 1 and Game 2. Don't worry, they're coming back home, so of course they'll give us hope just to snuff it right out back again in Game 5.
Have you seen the Vegas line?
No.
I'd like for both of you guys to guess the Vegas line.
Oh, I bet you Cavs giving away 3.5.
Giving away 3.5.
Yes, so they're favorites, right? That's what I said? That's what I said? I'm pretty sure that's what I said.
Pistons favored by 1.5.
Okay, Nick wins. The Cavs are favored by 4.5.
Oh, nice.
So actually, that's a great gambling opportunity for you, Mac. If you think you think it's that much of a disparity between what this should be, that's a great gambling opportunity for you. Pistons money line plus 145 if you want it, and that's again like Vegas believes in the Cavs at home. The same way I think a lot of people listening believe in the Cavs at home, and they just don't believe in them at all on the road.
Isn't that just the most fraudulent thing in the world? The only way you can win games at all is if you're playing at home. I know that there's always a slight home advantage, but the discrepancies between who they are at home and who they are on the road is, at some point, it's like disrespectful to Cavs fans.
If it was baseball, I would go as far as to suggest they have some sort of pitcher backdrop type thing happening where they've rigged it and
throwing the first pitch.
Yeah, where they've set it up themselves. Where all of it, like the 2016 Indians, oddly enough, had a weird split between their home and road numbers that was pretty substantial, right? And it just was what it was. But you get further and further into the playoffs, and people are like, "Well, wait, what exactly is happening here? This is pretty large." And it ended up washing out in the end, right? It did. But ultimately, if this was baseball, the way the Cavs play at home, you'd have to think some funny business is happening. Something is weird with how good they are at home and what a disaster class they continue to put on the road.
All I was thinking, I don't want to say all I was thinking of, but the people I was thinking most of last night while watching that game are whatever Cavs fans got bussed up to Detroit to watch that in person. I mean, that is you think you're about to have the greatest night of your life only to get a swift kick in the cojones by the Cavs.
At least they only bust up 2 hours or whatever it is. At least it's not like a 7-hour bus trip.
No, 5 minutes is too long of a bus trip to go watch your team get housed like that.
Is that right?
Yeah. Again, the Cavs fans showing up to the game.
You got free tickets, you got free food. I guess the pregame was all sorts of just like rah, let's go Cavs type stuff.
Cavs fans just showing up to the game did more to show up than the actual Cavaliers themselves.
I mean, imagine taking off work for that. I gotta take off work. We're gonna make this a whole ordeal. And
I don't hate it because if you took off today, you can just sit around and kind of sulk, right?
You got to get right back to work. You got it. You take yesterday off for the Cavs road party or whatever it is.
We got the sun out.
You're turning this into a 4-day weekend.
Sun's out, guns out. Get yourself a sauna, northeastfactorydirect.com. Get yourself a hot tub, same place, and just lounge a little bit.
It's funny. I saw some commentary online. Just a random account, and they were making the suggestion. They're like, "Why is it every NBA podcast right now is 90% Cavs suck, and then 10% Pistons did an all right job?" It's like, well, isn't it obvious?
Yeah.
Isn't that obvious why the podcasts are set up that way? First off, the Cavs are way more interesting than the Pistons just as a team. But yeah, like a lot of people believe the Cavs are down 0-2, not because the Pistons are some sort of awesome squad. You believe it because the Cavs have choked away 2 games.
Let's go with Casey in Jacksonville. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
What? Hey, Nick. Hi, Jonathan. How you doing? Nick, I haven't spoke to you since you used to work nights many, many moons ago, so hope all is well.
Well, it's very good to hear your voice, bud.
But real quick, I haven't really tuned into the Cavs that much because I'm down here. Just want to see, do you think they're better with the James Harden trade, or do you think they're better off with Darius Garland? And
JP.
I think yesterday.
Well, if you had Darius, you're not getting through the Raptors series.
Okay.
I disagree, Casey. I think James Harden was not great in the Raptors series. I think he's unplayable in this one. I think nine-toe having Darius Garland could have given you what I've seen from James Harden these last 9 playoff games.
I disagree with the not great assessment in the Raptors series, but that's okay.
He scored a lot of points. Good for him.
And then
we need points. That's the point. We need points.
One last thing with the lineup. I know he likes to play Schroeder. Do you think Schroeder would be better off as a point guard over James Harden for here on out? And like I said, thanks for taking my call, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, buddy. Good to hear from you. No. I don't know on that, because if James plays the way he does last night for the rest of this series, then theoretically anyone would be better than you. Better as a point guard. The problem with Schroeder is he just has obvious limitations, and the thing that makes him awesome when he's on is the thing that makes him awful when he's off, which is he doesn't know when he's off or he's on. His on switch, he thinks is permanently on.
Schroeder also had multiple plays last night and again, listen, Harden's doing way too much of this dribbling around thing and then just disposing of the basketball before the clock. But Schroeder was taking one out of his page there. And it's not something I saw him do a lot in the regular season, but he did it last night a couple times. He just dribbled around, couldn't get to the basket, and then with like 5 seconds left on the shot clock, dished it off to whoever gave him basically as much of a chance with a three as you could have. And those are just bad basketball possessions.
Yeah, and this is where, like, that would be another criticism of James Harden, but it's certainly a criticism of Donovan. It's certainly, like, the guys who do run the offense are doing more dribbling than they are actually setting anything up. And listen, that's not just on the ball handlers. You need more movement off the ball. You do. Like, that's right. If you look at when the offense came alive at certain points in the Toronto series, it's when Kenny Atkinson went to guys and said, maybe we should cut 2 or from the basket. Yeah. Right? Maybe we could do a couple pin downs. Maybe we could do just a little bit of movement here. And the idea that the Cavs still haven't gotten that in their heads, that's just what is so maddening about
also,
this.
If I could just give like a generic analysis of the game, that is, like, I think we've hit it with a lot so far, so I feel comfortable to give this almost in the area of like Daryl being like, hit more free throws. Okay, great, thanks, Daryl. But like, pass the ball more. Like, I don't know why their ball movement is just non-existent. Like, when you watch this team during the regular season, they're constantly passing the ball and they're constantly moving the rock, and I just haven't seen game 2. It felt like nobody was even bothered to try to move the ball.
Well, and that's what gets into the general, you put any pressure on the Cavs and they fold on offense or defense. Are the Pistons, and this, I'll give the Pistons this credit, are they doing a good job of getting into passing lanes, using their length and athleticism and their youth on the defensive side of the ball? Are they doing the little things you need to do to put pressure on the offense? Yes, but in the end, the Cavs are taking, whether it's minimal pressure or maximum pressure on any given play, and treating it the same way, and just turning it into dribble. Oh, there's 10 seconds left. Maybe I'll drive. Maybe I'll make a kind of dumb pass. And I will tell you, if I see one more, again, 14 seconds of dribbling, maybe one pass, or usually it's like a switch at the top of the key, then I'm going to drive, and then I'm going to bail on the drive.
Yeah.
I don't know how at this point you just don't pull guys out for that.
And the hardest part of this is that we're having this in really important possessions. Again, 89-87, 6:08 left on the clock. And what are the answer from Detroit there? They hit a dagger Duncan Robinson 3 who was wide open, and then the dagger Cade Cunningham 3 that basically ended the entire game. Like, they're getting high-quality shots and good looks at it. I'm not saying Duncan Robinson's got to be your guy, but like those are good quality shots. And meanwhile, we're dribbling around and putting up basically as contested twos as you possibly can, just throwing it at the rim.
Cool Ray in Bedford, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
What's up, fellas? What's wrong with this team is obviously.
All right, Cool Ray, we're going to need you to call back. Ray. I can't really. We just got to make sure we're figuring out that phone thing.
You're right. That Duncan Robinson mustache really got to me yesterday, too.
I don't know what it is about that guy.
It doesn't look like it belongs on his face.
No, and there's just something about his face that bugs me, too. Yeah. And I know these are not nice things to say. He's actually a good-looking guy, by the way. He's not going to have any problem with the ladies or whoever he might be into. There's just something about him in the moment that I was like, it's the Rob Riggle from Step Brothers. Like, something about your face. I really just want to.
And he's just always in the background, too. Yeah. And you're just like, how do people take this guy seriously?
Yeah, they don't. He takes himself deathly seriously. Let's go with Devin in Menor. Welcome to the show, Devin.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
I've been better. Actually, no, that's actually not fair. I'm incredible in life, except for the Cavs right now.
Yeah, it's been a rough couple of weeks. I think that the answer here might be to sit James Harden. Obviously not for the whole game, but we got to figure out how to get some of this motion and have it not come from him, because clearly he can't hold up against Cade Cunningham on those switches. Like he's not a terrible defender, but it's not working against Cade, and he just keeps on turning the ball over. So more Dennis Schroeder and more Keon Ellis. Those are my thoughts. How do you feel?
So the problem with the Keon Ellis suggestion is like, and I'm fine with other answers if you guys want to explore other things. I'm perfectly okay with that. The problem I have with the Keon Ellis thing is you're not losing these games because the Pistons are some sort of offensive juggernaut and you need to stop them. They scored 107. And Cade's great. I'm not trying to take anything away from Cade, but like the Cavs not scoring offensively is the problem, and the Cavs not having their best offensive outlooks is the problem. If they play what they were during the regular season, at any point in this, you're blowing the Pistons out of the water. So it's a 120 offensive rating team that is struggling to break 100, and in last night's case, not even doing so.
Yeah, I like when it comes to trying stuff earlier in the game, as opposed to like the start of the fourth quarter with Thomas Bryant and Keon Ellis. I actually think that is something I think you did see Atkinson try to do yesterday. It didn't really work, but you can see him try and pepper in more people. The problem is it's the NBA playoffs. The people right. the straws that stir the drink are Harden. It is Mitchell. It is Mobley. I wouldn't say Allen, because Jared Allen's a role player on offense. I know Evan Mobley's kind of been reduced to that as well, but like it's a whole Britannica of answers. The answers are right there.
Like the execution, though, of these answers. Like, it's easy for me to be like, yeah, Harden, go out there and shoot threes the way you did just 2 months ago. But is the execution going to be there? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, Mobley, you're 6'11". Maybe grab more than one rebound. It's nice to say. Harder in execution.
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic joins us in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
I don't know what it is with the start of games. I mean, they came out super aggressive, of course, but it's playoffs. So obviously haven't figured that one out. Still back to the drawing board.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got Steve Ashburner coming up in 1 hour's time, breaking down the Cavs as they are down 2-0. Not great, Bob. They're coming home. We get to see that this weekend. Hopefully, home cooking does them good. Because I really, if they fall down 3-0, I don't know what Monday's show is going to look like here. But to talk about the nuances of how bad the Cavs are at basketball right now, maybe getting a little Browns here as well. We head out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Jason Lloyd of The Athletic. Jason, welcome to the show, bud.
Hi, Jason.
Hi, boys.
Well, here's the thing. We have a litany of issues with the Cavaliers. So if I asked you to state all of them, that would take up the entire 15 minutes. So let's go with, what do you consider the number one reason the Cavs are down 0-2?
Number one reason. Well, I mean, I have to put it on Harden, on James Harden, if we're going to go with the number one reason, because he's got the ball in his hands and they've been atrocious. Now, I think it's a lot more than that. I think that they're just not playing with a sense of urgency. The starts have been terrible. Evan Mobley was terrible last night in terms of rebounding. Like, we know all the issues. But if you're going to make me point to one thing, I would start there, because the best quarter that they played last night was the third quarter. And that's because they took the ball out of James's hands. They got Asar Thompson off the floor. He was in foul trouble. They got Asar off the floor, and they put the ball back in Donovan's hands and in Dennis Schroeder's hands. And they scored 32 points, the most points they scored in the series. So that's what I wrote for today, is going forward. To me, I mean, James he looks really old and really slow all of a sudden against this Detroit defense that is terrific. And everybody knows the Cavs style and how they like to operate offensively. And Detroit is doing a terrific job of taking away what they like to do. And it was funny, before game one, coaches were talking about just the quick turnaround and coming off one series to the next. You got 48 hours prep time, and it's not a lot of time to get ready. And you've got coaches that are doing advanced edits on these teams and all that. But still, by the time you win your first round series and you dig in, you don't have a lot of time. And somebody asked JB if he felt comfortable, if he had an advantage just because of how well he knew the Cavs. All he said was yes. But there was a lot of intent behind that one word, yes. And remember, he had James in Houston as well. Now, obviously, that was a different version of James, but he coached James in Houston. So he has intimate knowledge of all of these guys and strengths and weaknesses. And I just think the Pistons have done a terrific job through two games. And you're right. It's like, I know that there's a lot of doom and gloom today. The series is over and, oh, my goodness, and the Cavs are terrible and everything. Well, it was 2-0 going back to Toronto, and I think a lot of people had the same feeling then that it was over, and it wasn't. So this series is far from over. It looks really bad right now. It's not over. But certainly they got to win both of these at home, or else we're going to be having a much different conversation.
Is Harden masking some of the other Cavs players' problems, especially in Game 2, for instance, where it feels like Harden's taken a lot of the flack, but Mobley had one rebound, wasn't particularly good. Max Strus had 3 points after scoring 19. You're down 2 with 6 minutes left, and in that entire fourth quarter, Jason, they went 0 for 11 from 3. Harden didn't take any of those. So, is he masking it for other people?
Well, when he's the one with the ball in his hands, he's going to take a lot of the brunt of the criticism for it. And when he's falling down, turning the ball over, it's warranted. Now, again, I said there's plenty of other things to go around. And I mentioned Evan. Evan's got to be better. And they've got to get more out of their bigs. They've got to get more rebounding out of their bigs. They've got to get more physicality out of them. So, yeah, there's plenty of blame to go around. But if you're going to make me start with one spot, that's where I would start, because when they got the ball out of his hands in the second half, it looked much different. And I just think that that's the way they need to operate going forward.
Jason, is James Harden in danger of playing himself out of a Cavs uniform right now?
I don't know. I don't want to get too overreactionary to everything, but I mean, yeah, he He looked okay against Toronto. He looked fine. I thought he helped them. I know he had some high turnover games, but these 2 games have been really bad. There's no getting around it. And, I want to reserve judgment on all of that until we get to the end of the series and see. But yeah, I mean, when you watch that game last night, it's hard to walk away from that and say, okay, well, let's sign him for 2 more years and let's sign Donovan and let's run this whole thing back as is. Yeah, it's hard to feel that way today. But again, there's a lot of basketball left. Teams are going to play better when they're at home. So I would just reserve judgment until we get through these 2 games in Cleveland and see what this looks like if and when the series goes back to Detroit.
A lot of fans already getting after Kenny Atkinson. How much do you feel like belongs to a coach in this situation, or is it more on the players for not executing?
Well, the players are the ones with the balls in their hands, so they're the ones that, I tend to blame more usually. I don't think this has been Kenny's finest hour necessarily. I thought some of the rotations in Game 1 were just strange. And I understood the explanation of like, well, we just came off a grueling 7-game series, trying to get guys some rest. It's a long series upcoming. I get all that, but at the same time, Detroit had the same exact setup, and these games are coming every other day now. So I'm not going to blame him for. I know he's catching a lot of heat. I don't know that it's necessarily all of his fault, but this is what happens when teams fall behind in the series. You automatically say, well, this guy got out-coached by that guy, and da-da-da-da-da. And I do think that JB's done well to take away the things that the Cavs like to do. But I also think that it's a different style that they're trying to do offensively. And they've done a nice job of it during this regular season. It actually went more seamlessly than I thought that it would, because they really kind of overhauled the way that they played in the middle of the year once Harden got here. And they took the ball from Don and they gave it to James, and it became an ISO-heavy team where the pace slowed dramatically, and James just plays a different style than Donovan. And so, I think Detroit has handled that change incredibly well in terms of taking away some of the role guys and some of the pick-and-roll actions. They're clogging the paint and taking away some of the actions of the bigs, and the Cavs are just missing a ton of shots. And some of them are really good, and some of them are not so good in terms of shot selection, but they've missed a ton of open looks. And when you are this 3-point heavy dominant of a team that relies this much on the 3, when they're not going in, this is what happens. You wind up in an 0-2 hole.
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. So I know Donovan seems to have a minutes cap. He was also asked about his health last night, and he denied that he was injured. It does feel like it's a fair thing to question. Is there maybe more at play with Donovan, or is that just a convenient excuse for bad play?
He looked better last night than I think he's looked in quite a while. I think the Toronto series, I don't think he was hurt. I think Toronto did a nice job of just sort of junking things up on him. And the way that Toronto defended him was much different than what most NBA teams do. And it takes a high effort and high intensity. And I think he just never really got comfortable with some of the angles and where the help was going to come from. And he just didn't have a good series. He wasn't great in Game 1 of Detroit series either, but I thought last night he kind of got back to how he normally plays. Again, the shooting isn't there. That's concerning. I forget what he was from 3, of like 2 of 9 or something like that. From 3.
2 of 9. Yeah,
they're just not making threes. But at least last night he attacked the paint. He got to the basket, got to the rim, got to the line a little bit more. So those are all good signs. And you hear it all the time, and it's kind of a cliche, and people roll their eyes, but a lot of it is a make-or-miss league. And when the shots are not falling, when 3-point shots, when you get good looks from 3 and they're not falling, when you are a team that's this predicated on shooting threes and they're not dropping, it puts you in a really tough spot. And they've missed a lot of good looks in this series.
How do you explain Evan Mobley with just 1 rebound last night?
There is no explanation. And this is the frustrating, maddening part of Evan, because – I've been a champion of Evan for years, where I thought, like, there's more in there. And I wrote last year after the postseason ended, if they're going to advance beyond the second round, Evan's the one's going to get them there. You know how far a Donovan-led team can get you. It's the second round. And there's been flashes and there's been moments. And Game 7 of the Raptors series, I thought he was terrific. Most of that series, I thought Evan was really good. But the games in Toronto, he struggled a little bit, and then it's the same thing here last night, where it's a road game in the playoffs and he struggles. So part of it, I think, is on him, that he's got to be more demanding of the ball at times. They need to do a better job of feeding him and get him the ball. But, I mean, 1 rebound is inexcusable. And defensively, he's great. This is a tough series for him with some of the size of the Pistons. Like, they're just monsters inside with size and strength and everything else. But the rebounding thing, there's no excuse for it. He has to be better. Jarrett has to be better. You can't give up 12 offensive rebounds. The game, Kenny's mentioned this a couple times, and the NBA is very much becoming, a lot of teams are looking at it this way, of it's a possession game, and you hear Kenny reference, well, last night we won the possession game by 3. Turnovers on offensive rebounds, creating extra possessions for yourself is what a lot of teams are focusing on right now across the league. And frankly, the Cavs have been terrible at both. We know about the 20 turnover game in Game 1, and they gave up 12 offensive rebounds last night to Detroit. So when you are giving the opponent that many extra possessions, and then Detroit outshoots them from 3, which I don't think anybody would have predicted that before the series, that there would be a game where Detroit shoots it better from 3 than the Cavs do. That's how you wind up where you are.
All right, Jason, I know we have plenty of Cavs to talk about, but Browns rookie mini camps going on right now. The big topic this week has been Cincinnati turn Texas Tech turn maybe NFL quarterback Brendan Sorsby. If he does go the supplemental draft route, where would you put the Browns in terms of teams in need of his services in the NFL?
I wouldn't touch him if I'm Cleveland. When you start talking about gambling addiction and getting help for gambling, and I wish the kid nothing but the best, and I hope he gets the help he needs, and hopefully he can go on to have a long, productive career. But, like, at what point is enough with the Browns and some of these the people that they've taken on and some of the backstories and some of the issues that they've had? Like, when is enough? So, no, I'm not interested. And I haven't hid my feelings on where they stand with the quarterback situation. I don't think they have a good option, but that doesn't mean you keep compounding it with more bad options. So for me, I'm a hard pass on it. Let someone else take a chance on him. I just think the Browns, at some point, you have to say enough and stop taking some of these. I mean, I don't want to call addiction a character risk, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a slippery slope that you're on there, but there's just too much there. We just went through the whole thing with Emmanuel Clase here in Cleveland. And when you're talking about, I mean, yeah, he was a freshman, but if he's betting on his own team at Indiana, I am not interested in any of that.
I know you're not the biggest Shedeur guy, but I have heard you say that you would start Shedeur this season instead of Deshaun Watson. Is it, now I'm going to say as maddening, but is it as surprising that it feels like not only the inside track stuff with Mary Kay Cabot, but it feels like a lot of national reporters are just onto the idea that Deshaun is the best option and is going to end up being the guy that wins the job for week 1?
No, it's not maddening. I get the logic, and I came back from the owners' meeting saying, oh, they're serious. Because to me, when some of this Watson stuff first started, I thought it was more or less like motivation to make sure Shedeur is doing all the things he needs to do. And then when I came back from the owners' meetings, it was like, oh, no, they're serious about this. Like, it is going to be Deshaun. I do believe Deshaun's going to be a starting quarterback. I get the logic of it, because if you stand them side by side right now and you say which one's a better NFL quarterback, I probably would say it's Deshaun. But my whole thing with this is, like, where are you going with this? Like, the Deshaun thing's been a disaster. So if you squeeze a few good games out of him, or if you squeeze a moderately decent season out of him, are you signing him again? Like, under what circumstance would you give him another contract? To me, that's a non-starter. It's not negotiable. So then what are we doing? It just feels like a giant, complete waste of time is really it. Like, okay, you're trying to win as many games as you can. Okay, fine, I get that. And maybe Deshaun gets you 1 extra win or 2 extra wins, whatever it is. I don't think this team's very good this year because of the quarterback play. So all you're doing is hurting yourself in the grand scheme of things of trying to go out and find your quarterback in 27. So I understand the Deshaun side of it. My whole thing has just been like, where are you trying to get out of this, and where are you trying to go with this? And that's where you lose me, because unless you are willing to invest another contract in Deshaun, another 3, 4, 5 years in him, I just don't understand what it is you're trying to get done with this.
All right, Jason, we know you got a boogie, but we got about 30 seconds. If you had told me last year at this time that Carson Schlesinger would have been the best rookie from last year's class, I would have scoffed at you because that was my least favorite pick of their top picks. A year from now, how much better they are, we'll find out. But he's the one guy that I think is going to be sort of a centerpiece and an anchor to that offensive line for years to come. All right, Jason, great stuff, buddy. We know you got to get on the road. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you down the road. All right, I'll see you guys. Jason Lloyd there of The Athletic on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. React to what he had to say, and we got quick hits leading off with the Browns in primetime. 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I got a challenge for you. Because if you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be atop your list. Nay, it should be your list. So the challenge is pull into your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one. Because you're going to hear the difference. And that's what I heard so many years ago. I went to Fine Labs, going to get myself a new truck. I wanted something that was comfortable for me. I'm a big guy. I needed something that I could haul stuff in. Because at that point, we lived down south. And I had all these things going on. I needed a truck. And the first time I turned over that Ram legendary
the newly drafted rookies start their NFL journeys.
Come on, man, wake up! There we go, there we go. Let's go, hustle up. Again, run a flag!
The radio home of the Cleveland Browns has you covered.
Here we go, buckle them up!
Follow every off-season step.
That's it, work!
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Started something special right here, man, let's go!
92.3 The Fan.
Steve Ashburner, NBA.com, joining us in 40 minutes to talk about the feckless Cleveland Cavaliers. I said feckless. Understand the word that I said. I did not say another word. We got Fedor coming up at 5:20 as well. Maybe some Todd Monken sound. I don't know how crazy we're going to get today, but we'll see.
I'm sure they're not the other word.
Yeah. If
win or
anything,
lose, they still get after
If
it.
anything, maybe they could use a little drought there.
A little bit of
Not
that.
a strip club Hall of Famer.
Although, how unfortunate for the Knicks. You see that story the other day? So game one happens, they win convincingly, and they're like, oh, we're the toast of the town, right? We can do whatever we want.
Yep.
And they try to get into Sabrina Carpenter's Met Gala after party. Denied.
Well, yeah, that's for winners.
Denied. They won. They won game one. They won game two.
They won a second-round play. That team needs to win a championship before they're allowed to get in there.
I don't know who was there. I don't know if it was like Jalen Brunson or any of the important players, but just straight up denied to a Sabrina Carpenter Met Gala party.
Who's the funniest person to get denied from the Knicks? It's Cat.
Easily. Yeah. He's the funniest.
He's got the two voices, and he's,
And then he probably tells them all the time of like, no, it's my girl Sabrina. We're good. And then they go up to the door, and then it's like, no, you're not allowed. I would just imagine like the whole team, everyone's just all by the way, they're just openly, I mean, I get it. Jordan used to do a lot before playoff games, okay? Mm-hmm. It's an NBA player. They do a lot. Yeah. They got a day off the next day, but being pretty open about even wanting to party and then not being able to.
All right. I know it's a sitcom trope. It's almost been, bludgeoned to death at this point. The funniest thing to watch happen, but the worst thing to be a part of, is when somebody thinks that they're on a list and then they're not on the list. I have not had this, but I've had friends who have told us, I can get you in here. And then you everybody gets dolled up. It's a whole big to-do. And then you go and you watch this person slowly die inside.
Yeah.
Now, it is funny because it didn't happen to me. But that is that trope of like, and I'm imagining that the bigger the party is, the more ego death you actually experience.
I can't think of a time with a list. I can think of a time, Buddy's bachelor party, we're in Vegas. And I mean, listen, if you go to Vegas, you can't roll up as like 10 dudes. You just can't. Like, that's just never going to work. It's not how this happens, right? And so like you tend to just kind of like, hey, you flag down as many girls as you possibly can, and then you roll up so you have a chance, right? That's really the idea.
They're called prostitutes.
Yeah. But anyway, so anyway, we make it to the front door, and then one of the guys is he's wearing shorts. And in a lot of Vegas clubs, like, you can't just wear shorts and expect to get in. You got to be wearing jeans or not even jeans sometimes. You got to wear like actual like slacks and pants. Anyway, the point is like to think you're all getting in and going because basically you're just going to spend enough money to make it worth their while, and not because of the attire. Soul crushing.
Not great.
And then you're like, what do we do? Do we go to like one of the little malls over here and try to? It's 2 a.m. Do we go trying to buy pants? Is there does a CVS down the street? Does that sell pants? And you're all just kind of stuck. Awful situation.
Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's quick hits.
All right, it's been announced. The NFL schedule release has been confirmed for next Thursday, which means we're going to start finding out the games probably this weekend. Over under 5.5 half primetime games for the Browns this year.
I think the line at half makes sense. I think they'll get one. I don't see them getting more than one, though. And one would almost be like a pity one. Mm-hmm. I'm like, we shut you out last year, so we're going to give you one this year. I don't know what the Browns have done to justify getting anything more than one game.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We debated. Is it 1.5? Is it a half? I think if we had said a 1.5, everyone would have taken the under here. I also am interested to see what week one is going to be, because you have plenty of marquee matchups that it could be week one.
But the Browns don't care about us in week one that way, and I feel like when you're an afterthought to the schedule maker, it's how you end up in situations like you did last year, where 4 out of the first 5 games were just against really good teams.
I just think I just think the schedule makers get lazy with the Browns. It's like, well, it's okay. It's Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, or Baltimore week 1, and the week 18 is going to be Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, or Baltimore. Like you're not going to get, you're not going to. Or I'm trying to think of like the high profile teams. You're not going to get the Super Bowl champion. You're not going to get like the AFC champion.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's going to be one of your divisional foes, and that's good enough.
I guess we do have more high-profile games than we've ever had before. So, like, if we get one of those Netflix deals in December, is that gonna count as a national game?
I don't know, because I don't consider Thursday night games to be national games.
Oh, those are definitely considered national games. Why don't they count as national games?
Because
you're the only
they're
game on the
awful
docket, and you're on a
games.
different day.
They're awful games.
They
They're
made a
awful
big
games.
push last year. That was the big thing, and it wasn't just to appease
that's why
Al
the Browns
Michaels.
didn't appear
It
on
wasn't- and that's why yes, exactly right. Because Al Michaels complained enough during the broadcast that essentially, then all of a sudden, like the last week, Thursday Night Football was haymaker after haymaker, but it's definitely a national game. Definitely counts. Ruins our week like you wouldn't believe. But it
Which is
definitely
mostly
counts.
what I care about.
Yeah. All right. NCAA men's and women's basketball tournaments have expanded to 76 teams. They made that official yesterday. We are now going to have a whole lead up to then the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday games. It's going to be like March Madness week, and there's going to be a lot of games on Tuesday and Wednesday.
That's good. I was hopeful for this because what I thought after watching the NCAA tournament this year
We
is
just needed more.
let's get some more teams in here.
Well, you
right?
know I hate the opening round, and all they've done is extend out the opening round. The part I have the biggest gripe with.
The lack of leadership.
More bad basketball I don't want to watch.
The lack of leadership. Listen, I think the college football expansion makes sense. If you look at the percentage of teams that makes the playoffs every year in college football versus any other sport, and it is minuscule compared to the big sports
Feinbaum
leagues.
was livid about college football yesterday.
Yeah, because he's
like a 4-loss team in the playoff.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it.
But the NCAA it would be like if the NBA was like, all right, we're going to do 22 team playoffs. That's what this feels like.
That's what it feels like. You're
Just
going to
no
have
leadership.
You'll have under 500 SEC teams that are just punching their tickets, and it doesn't feel right. I don't love it.
And you're still going to try and keep Akron and Miami out of the next year's playoffs.
Well, that's the other thing. We really got to let go of the bubble teams' gripes. That just doesn't get to happen anymore.
So that's the funny thing about 24 teams is you're going to have in football you're going to have conversations about seeding and about the bubble teams. At 76 teams, there's no bubble. This was a big day for alien people interested in UAPs, that's unidentified aerial phenomenon, and aliens, as the first batch of files pertaining to these topics have been released by the government. How closely are you paying attention to this story?
Is my mortgage still due at the end of the month?
It is.
Yeah. Then I'm good. I'm good. It's where I made peace with the aliens. If you want to come, you want to don't come, I don't really care at this point. I got to pay my mortgage regardless.
So it's funny. You and I are in lockstep on this. If there comes a point where I need to suit up and put a boot to ET's ass, you let me know. All right.
You want to fight him?
No. I'm saying if it happens, well, we're not going to have a choice, right?
Oh, I'm a draft dodger.
If it's just, I don't think you have a choice. If they're invading, it's kill or be killed, right?
I'm not looking at it that way.
Are you just going to offer your sexual surrogacy?
Well, within wars, there's always a cutoff, right? There's a cutoff date for age. That's
what you think aliens are going to be like, not this one. This one's got some sports takes I'm going to want to hear for the next millennia.
What's the foot problem you can say that you have to get out of wars?
Well, I actually do have some tendonitis in this
left
foot.
They don't want you. You got tendonitis, you got gout, you got all sorts of things happening. They don't want you on their war.
But beyond that, like, if ET pulls up in my backyard, I'm going to be like, come on over here, friend. Let's sit down and just, you can do that thing where you talk to me and I hear it in my head and then I'm like, oh man, you're not using a voice. You're inside my brain.
Why do we always assume that the aliens are just going to be mean? We have this broad assumption that the aliens just aren't going to be mean. Like, what if the aliens come down and then they're just kind of cool? They're like, hey, I hear Cheers was a great show. Let's hang out.
I actually agree with you. I think the aliens is the bad guys. I think that's because we're dumb animals. And we haven't evolved out of being dumb animals. And
we just naturally think they're going to be like these really mean creatures and want to do probes and everything. And it's like, what if they're just like, hey.
And by the way,
where's your good weed? Let's hang out.
How do we not know, or how do we know that the probes aren't meant to be delightful for us? they might be thinking
they got it from seeing one of our sex stories.
Yes, they're like
I know
these
you guys are
people
really into this.
Love the
at least parts of the
and
population
next
seem like they're really into
generation
it.
is really leading the charge on backdoor business.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
so
That's
you're,
right.
you're not beating those allegations
They
for
just
the
think
aliens.
they just think they're being nice.
Yeah, they're like, I'm like, wait, you guys didn't like this? We did not want to do this. We thought this is how you say hello.
Yeah, their training should have said edible arrangement. Instead,
Yes.
they landed on probes,
Yeah.
and that's fine. That's fine. It was all with good heart and good intention.
Yeah,
I think they're going to be chill. I think they're going to be chill.
and the ones that aren't, we'll just talk to the chill ones and be like,
Can you make them cool?
Hey, they're not on the list. Get them out of here.
We already do that enough in society
That's
anyway,
true,
do we not? I mean, that's
these aliens are poor.
and all of a sudden an alien bouncer comes in and is like, they're not wearing the red attire. Yeah, it's going to be tough.
The face of the Browns offense in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
series. If you add the 7 games from the Toronto series, a series that you were supposed to win in a lot quicker fashion than you did, I haven't seen any pulse. I haven't seen any kind of a team that I can get behind.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You okay?
Steve Ashburner, NBA.com, coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you on a Feel Good Friday, on an F-Off Friday, on a Are Aliens Real Friday. And what do they want to do? Behind you. If you missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. The only thing that I don't love about minicamps and rookie minicamps is it gets the football juices flowing, and then there's no payoff.
Yeah, but I love watching the videos. And I love overreacting to the videos, and I get excited. Coach Riz already texting, as I'm sure you got some texts from Coach Riz as well. I had some follow-up questions for Coach Riz. We'll see when he's on his mass text. We'll see how quick it takes him to get back to me or not. He doesn't expect the follow-ups, I think. I think he expects people to
read it.
Just to read it and take it in.
What were your takeaways from Coach Riz's takeaways?
I'm happy you asked. The Casey Concepcion buzz is real.
He's a Concepcion apologist.
I know he is.
With love for Coach, I'm glad he's looking good against other college players. But, the Concepcion buzz is real. Talk to me week 1. Or at least talk to me in training camp.
He catches the football naturally, does not fight the ball at the catch point, and then goes into the idea that once the ball gets in his hands, the explosiveness shows up immediately. Dynamic player in space.
Listen, I believe Coach believes that. I believe Coach might be biased for Casey Concepcion.
Why is he biased towards Casey Concepcion?
Because he has shown a Concepcion bias since day one.
Why? He likes the guy.
He's the guy that says
it's not bias if he likes the guy.
This is the only downside of having a great coach with us every week.
Why is it when somebody likes something they're biased?
That's I think isn't that in the name?
No, but the idea of he can be. How are you objective but also then like something is what I'm trying to ask.
I don't think you can be. I think the whole idea of
you can be objective and hate something.
No, I don't think you can. No, I think if you have a feeling on something that is the first thing that happens when you think about that thing, you can't be truly objective.
Or it's just you like something.
You can be somewhat objective, but you will have a blind spot if you have a passionate feeling either way.
He doesn't know Casey Concepcion from a hole in the wall. Like this is the first that he obviously dived into him in the draft process, but he's got no leading stake for Casey Concepcion.
Other than he's identified he likes him as a prospect.
Concepcion has to, and Concepcion earned that. But part of that idea is then he sees him in person now. He's a big fan. And that seems like that is what it is. Likes the cut of his jib.
It's against other rookies. This is where Casey should look good. I want to see it. And I said week 1, that's unfair. I want to see it in camp, right? All right, so when I say in camp, I mean in training camp. Because listen, I do think last year the pick that I disliked the most out of your first 4 picks was Carson Schlesinger, Defensive Rookie of the Year.
And that one was very obvious, 2 practices. Yeah. Not even 2. The first time you saw him in real live settings, you're like, okay, this guy's great.
I mean, he retired
awesome.
Jordan Hicks.
Yeah.
Because Jordan Hicks was like, I can't lose my green dot to a rookie at the end of my career. So I do think there's a decent chance that if Casey can just catch at a reasonable rate, he's going to make enough plays to make me look like a clown. Denzel Boston's a little trickier to me just because he's going to win a different way. Yeah. When you just have some God-given explosiveness / feistiness, and I do think those two things really pair well with each other. Once he gets the ball, he's trying to go for a home run, and he's not afraid to get physical. Those are good things if you're an undersized, relatively wide receiver. So I think he has the thing to kind of shock people this year. He's also a first-round pick. Denzel was a first-round talent that fell to pick 39. But, it wouldn't surprise me if I was just wrong about Casey Concepcion, but it's a yes or no thing. Did you catch the football well enough?
And that's obviously the big question he's going to have to answer and going to have to be good enough at. And what Coach was getting at here was that some of the concentration issues and some of that didn't show up, at least in this practice, which I don't know what to take with that. I have no idea. Coach is a fan.
Every coach I've ever met, the only downside to the many great coaches that I've had the pleasure of talking with is they think they can coach Whatever your worst trait is, they think they can coach it out of you.
No, they definitely do. But what I like about
and
Coach,
that is a blind spot.
What Coach Riz has in this role, though, is the idea that he doesn't care if Casey Concepcion's good or bad. The idea
I think he wants me to be wrong. I think he knows I'm the originator of Concepcion, no Recepcion.
He only looks at what's in front of him, and that's it. That's all. Blank canvas. He just sees ball, and that's all he can go off of.
Now, with this being said, I do think it's going to be really fun to see who actually emerges as wide receiver 1 for the Browns this year. Because I couldn't tell you right now who I think it's going to be. Like, I think there's a decent chance that all 3 of the guys that I think are going to end up getting the most receptions if they're playing the full season, and that's Denzel Boston, that is Casey Concepcion and Jerry Jeudy.
Yep.
To me, it's everybody gets a third of the pie here on who could end up developing to be the most prolific statistical receiver this year.
I mean, I think it's got to be between those 3, right? I think we can take Tylan Wallace out of the equation. We can take Ced Tillman out of the equation. We can
the
take
Browns
Isaiah
might
Bond.
Take him out of the equation.
They might. They really might. Like, it really is. It's a 3-person race. But the idea that it's not soundly Jerry Jeudy is the problem that we have here. Because it should be soundly Jerry Jeudy, but Jerry hasn't done enough this last year.
I just think it's tough.
Also, final year of Jerry Jeudy matters in this equation as well.
So Jerry has been, with the Browns, at his best, he's a really good receiver, put up good stats, but he hasn't been a home run hitter. And I don't know that that's entirely his fault. He has look at the quarterbacks that he's played with. But, like, at least with Concepcion, like, I think Concepcion should get on the board 7-8 times this year.
It's a high number, but sure.
And even if he has low, receiving yards, he becomes a little bit more of a gadget player.
The leading receiver for the Browns last year in touchdowns, I think, was 4 is what they finished up with. We only had 2 guys over 2.
Yeah, that can't be repeated. It can be, but it should not be repeated with the talent you have on offense. If you don't have at least 2 or 3 guys above 5 touchdown receptions, it's a massive failure.
Bad touchdown team from last year, but I can't just excuse it away and say then all of a sudden a rookie comes in and he's going to get 7 or 8.
But I think it's going to be interesting to see how we define what is wide receiver number 1. Because I think Jerry Jeudy could go back to having a 1,000-yard season. I haven't given up on Jerry. Yeah, last year was frustrating, and he had an attitude issue that was very apparent, and I don't know where that came from or the why. It was frustrating, though.
If you ask him, he would just tell you he was dealing with things beyond football.
Yeah, which, again, that's fine, but when it affects your relationship with the media and your relationship with the fans, that's work on that is what I would say. But it wouldn't surprise me if he was the leading receiver yards wise. By the way, we have also forgot Harold Fannin Jr. Even though I know he's a tight end, but it would not surprise me if he was your wide receiver 1 in terms of production.
It's who Shedeur felt the most comfortable going with last year.
That actually would be the guys who I think have the best chance to lead this team in touchdowns next year, which would be the other way. It would be Concepcion or Fannin. I'd probably lean heavily towards Fannin, but in fairness, I will admit my obvious Harold Fannin Jr. bias, not only because he's a BG kid, but because he's the one guy I trusted on offense last year.
Yeah, I don't even think that's bias. I think you just like the guy.
No, that's bias. That is. Like, I'm admitting that I can be mostly objective on Harold Fannin Jr., but I can't be completely objective.
Okay.
It's not like an off or on switch like it is. There are shades to it.
I mean, how do you describe if you just like somebody?
That you have some sort of bias. It's okay.
Can't you have negative bias, though?
That's kind of what I was asking in the initial question.
Yes, you can have positive and negative bias. I have negative bias with KC Concepcion until he wins me over, 100%. So I am from the opposite side of the aisle. Am I throwing bombs at Coach Riz? 100%. Admitted on air in front of everyone.
If Coach Riz's mom was out there dropping passes, he'd be like, "Can't have her on the team." You know what I mean? Like, I just think
I think Coach Riz would say, "I think we can coach her up." I think that's what he'd say.
I think he'd be like, "I'm sorry. I made this whole impassioned thing for Deshaun Watson starting week 1. He's like, you got to go with the best players in the field. You got to constantly look at the best players in the field."
Yeah, but they don't judge that just by the production. They judge it by talent, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's an all-encompassing thing, sure. Yeah.
So if his mom was dropping passes, but she was the most physically gifted wide receiver, that's wide receiver 1 in terms of what they're scheming up.
Not if you're dropping that many passes. I think Coach would be like, you gotta hit the hay. Hit the hay, Mom. Right in front of Mother's Day. Can't have it.
Yeah. Who do you think has the best chance to be wide receiver 1?
I mean, I'm just assuming it's Jerry Jeudy because I don't know what you're going to get out of either of the wide receivers, and I like both of them. And so I don't know what you're going to get out of them. I tend to like Boston more than I like Concepcion because I had that thought prior to the draft. But I told you even when they drafted Concepcion, it's everything up until the spot where he actually catches the ball, and then, he has to catch it, and then everything after is dynamic. And so if he can actually harness that and figure out how to catch the ball, which has been a problem for a lot of people on this team, I think he's going to have a dynamic year.
In a weird way, isn't it a failure if Jerry Jeudy's your best wide receiver? Because he might not be here in a year, no matter what stats he puts up.
Well, and so this is part of the bigger conversation. Is this a long-term thing with Jerry Jeudy, or is it the final year of Jerry Jeudy and he's just going to be out the door? And I think they took 2 wide receivers for this to be the final year of Jerry Jeudy. But if Shador or Deshaun are rolling and Jerry Jeudy's your best receiver, you can't just turn away from him because you understand that he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year.
No, I think I meant it more like I think I need either Concepcion or Boston to be, even if it's not Schlesinger good, I need him to be either Mason Graham or Harold Fannin Jr. good, where you're like, oh, damn, maybe they only put up 800 yards this year in 4 touchdowns, but you get another season in that person, or maybe upgrade the quarterback, and that's somebody we can count on with the new quarterback, assuming you're going to get a new quarterback in a year.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of what this year's all about, is trying to figure out which guys you can trust, which guys you can't, which ones are going to be, when you do draft that quarterback, going to be able to usher them into the next venture of Browns football.
Who's the best bet to be wide receiver 1 for the Browns this year? Steve Ashburner, NBA.com. We'll talk about this Cavs-Pistons series, which, as of right now, really stinks. But Steve won't in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the start for Cleveland tonight. First pitch from Progressive Field is at 7:15. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Chris Fedor coming up in just about 1 hour's time. My mic wouldn't stay up.
Is it just your mic?
This time.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If you start taking pills for your mic, we got an issue.
Chew it and then do it for microphones. But Cavs, not good at basketball right now.
No.
A little infuriating. And our next guest is going to help us figure this out. Or he'll just, burn with us like we've been doing for the first 2.5 hours of this show. On the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Steve Ashburner of NBA.com joining us right now. Steve, welcome to the show.
Hi, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so I'm planning on asking everybody that we have on today this very same question, but I don't want you to feel like that's not special. I do want to know, what do you think is the biggest reason why the Cavs are down 0-2 right now?
Biggest reason, I would have to point to James Harden. When you think why they acquired him, what they had hoped when they brought him in February, and how this was going to be a double opportunity, one for them, having beefed up the backcourt, adding a go-to guy when Donovan Mitchell either doesn't have it going or somehow has been taken out or might be a little gimpy, and an opportunity for Harden to do some refurbishing of a not very great postseason reputation. And now he's adding to it. He's not changing people's minds. He's confirming. And so, I would think that that's number one, the biggest reason. He's got, 47 turnovers this postseason and 52 field goals. It's not a good ratio.
No, definitely not. I tend to maintain that last night was a complete team loss instead of just a Harden loss, because I feel like that seems to be the narrative.
Steve, he's also a big Harden apologist.
It's just like Mobley grabbed one rebound. You shot 22% from three. It was a 2-point game with 6 minutes left. You went 0 for 11 from three in the fourth quarter, and Harden didn't even take one of those threes. Like I just felt like I feel like Harden has taken a lot of blame, and that's fair. That's very fair. But Max Strus scoring 19 in game one to score 3 in game two. Like, there's so many other reasons I can point to that had you lose by just 10 points.
Yeah, but that if you're looking for people who are going to agree with you, you can't ask what's the single biggest reason for.
Oh, that's why Nick asked. That's why Nick
now.
asked it. That's why I didn't ask that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why. Yeah.
All right. Very, very clever.
Well, but do you agree, though, that it's more than just a James Harden problem? Or do you think this is exclusively a James Harden problem then?
Oh, no. I mean, I just put him at the top of my list, but there's a list. I mean, it's the three-point shooting is a problem. And now with Sam Merrill being hurt, that's not great. One of the things I'm a little encouraged by, or what I sense around the league in this playoffs, is aside from some stubborn teams and or coaches, there seems to be a little peeling back from the three-point mania that I sort of had my belly full of a number of years ago. It's just not as interesting a game to me. And I think that we're seeing teams, I mean, whether it was, Orlando, jacking up and missing 13 threes in a row, when they needed them most against, or they needed to score, period, against Detroit in that Game 6 meltdown, or Boston shooting itself out of the postseason against Philadelphia in Game 7, and the Cavaliers in the fourth quarter, last night. I mean, it just seems like it's starting to dawn. It needs to dawn on people, and maybe the other teams that are not going to lapse into that sort of a stubbornness are seeing that, forcing the action, getting to the rim, creating contact, maybe getting to the foul line, those are all more reliable ways to score than jacking up something where 60% or more of the time you're going to miss. So yeah, I'm always going to be poised to pounce on an over-reliance on the 3-point shot. And I'm in the camp at this stage of Evan Mobley's career as being a little disappointed in his overall development. I know his nature, quiet guy, not real assertive out there, not a fire-breathing kind of a tough guy. But, man, that was a soft performance. I don't see the big strides that we were led to believe. I mean, he came in, this wasn't fair, but he came in with some people invoking the name of Kevin Garnett. And now in personality, they could not be farther apart. But I covered Kevin Garnett his entire run in Minnesota. And, just in terms of basketball, I don't see it. And I don't see Mobley getting closer to that. So to me, that's, a nice guy and extremely talented. But in terms of getting the most out of his skills, I think there's a big gap there. And I don't know whether he needs some sort of extra tutorials in the summer from some of the game's greats, lock him in a padded room with Garnett, for a week. I'm not sure what it is, but there's got to be more obvious improvement and enhancements to his game.
Steve, what do you think is more likely right now today? The Cavs get swept or the Cavs come back and win the series?
I would say the sweep is more likely. You're spotting me 2 games. Detroit, I think they got their legs under themselves, in a metaphorical way, sort of learning what the playoffs were about in that series against Orlando. I think they did not shift gears initially in that series the way you're required to. They didn't fully respect, the expectations for a number 1 seed. And only really in the final, game and a half did they put their foot down. And but I think that was a learning experience. That wasn't any indication of an ongoing bad habit. Cleveland, to me, often doesn't play with what I would expect to be playoff urgency. And James Harden embodies that. It's just he's proficient. He's got a reputation. He's made a name for himself. We know they're good. We know that team is skilled. But, they're not a roll up the sleeves and dig down deeper kind of a team by and large, from what I've seen. Now, I'm not always dialed in because I'm paying attention to other series, other games, but that's the way it hits me. I've been waiting for Cleveland for a few years now, and it must gall the Cavaliers and their fans that 2 years ago, I mean, they were going to the Eastern Conference semifinals just like they are right now, and Detroit had won 14 games. And yet here, look at where these teams are right now today.
Yeah, and now, Steve, if the series ends the way that you're saying it could, and I think everyone out here listening believes it could, with the Pistons not only winning, but if they end up winning in 4, 5, 6, whatever it is, Donovan Mitchell is going to be a big part of the conversation. Can't get past the second round, has not yet done it in his career, but more importantly for us here in Cleveland, hasn't done it in a Cavs uniform. What happens to Donovan if we have another second-round exit? Well, I mean, he could be on the move. I haven't zeroed in on that, but I agree with you. I mean, this is supposed to be a proving ground. I mean, you can only prop open this particular window for so long before changes have to happen. And I don't see Cleveland, cutting ties with Mobley. So you start to look, and who else can you make a dramatic change with? They thought they made a significant enough change with swapping out Garland for Harden. But, I mean, he'd be the guy with the target on his back. And I'm sure you can find takers, I mean, the Brooklyn Nets might give you pieces, but are those pieces going to make you better, next season? I mean, this is a team built for now, but apparently now doesn't mean May.
Steve, who do you actually give a chance to take down OKC?
Nobody. I know that's a disappointing answer, but they're a machine. And if Jalen Williams of Santa Clara is able to come back, I just think they're they've got everything they need. They can play whatever style is necessary. They've got backups at every position, essentially. And, it's hard for me to see them not repeating. I think, San Antonio can pose, that novelty factor with Wembanyama, and you're never 100% sure. Now, Hartenstein and Holmgren is a pretty good counter, to put your hopes on. But, no, Wembanyama could just, have some sort of a new breakthrough in his maturity and his development, the maturity of his game. I mean, seems like an awfully mature young man. But maybe that. I don't think anybody in the East would have much of a chance against Oklahoma City. I've been wrong plenty of times, but I look at the teams in the East, and I could consider the East wide open, which, again, would increase my frustration with Cleveland. I got in the habit of being in Cleveland in May and June for a number of years during the LeBron years, and I'd love to come back there again in June. Vastly underrated town.
We'd love to have you.
I know people there. Yeah, well, thank you. But they got to get it done, and they just have not taken the strides. I don't think anybody in the East would pose a real threat to OKC, knowing, however, that it was the modest Indiana Pacers that took them to 7 games last spring. So I don't want to, but I just think OKC is improved. They know their way around this postseason terrain now, and if they come out of the West, I would expect they come out of the finals as well.
Steve, I really appreciate your time, and I'm sure through the many ups and downs, the rest of the postseason and, of course, the offseason, we'll have you on again. We appreciate you.
Sounds good to me. Hang in there, guys.
All right, Steve Ashburner there of NBA.com on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and talking about James Harden's future in Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time, and if we can't do that, get it right the next time. That's not just great life advice. Getting it right as soon as possible is just good jewelry buying advice as well. Nick Wilson here for Bookman & Son. If you're like me, you didn't get it right the first time. Maybe because you didn't know
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
I would say the sweep is more likely. Detroit, I think they got their legs under themselves. Cleveland, to me, often doesn't play with what I would expect to be playoff urgency. And James Harden embodies that. It's just he's proficient. He's got a reputation. He's made a name for himself. We know they're good. We know that team is skilled, but they're not a roll up the sleeves and dig down deeper kind of a team by and large, from what I've seen. That's the way it hits me. I've been waiting for Cleveland for a few years now. And it must gall the Cavaliers and their fans that 2 years ago, they were going to the Eastern Conference semifinals just like they are right now. And Detroit had won 14 games. And yet here, look at where these teams are right now today.
Steve Ashburner, NBA.com. In the previous segment, we do have the lead coming up in about 20 minutes here. We do have Chris Fedor coming up at 5:20 as we continue to react to the latest Cavs embarrassment in the playoffs. I think most people would agree with Steve that right now a Cavs sweep by Detroit is more likely than the Cavs coming back and winning the series. I just don't think the Cavs are getting swept. I would put the Cavs getting swept at 0%. If they got swept from here, it would mean they got Cancun on the brain starting at about 5 minutes left to go in last night's game. That's how cataclysmic of a failure it would be to not even make it to like a gentleman's sweep.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get swept either, but you can't shoot the way that they've been shooting and ever expect to win a game.
I guess my thing is I just expect them – I do still expect it to go 7. So then – because I expect the Cavs to win at home, and so then it just comes down to – can the Cavs steal one game on the road? Right now, the answer is I don't know why you would think they could.
Right. No.
But at least you take care of home court. All right, if it comes down to Game 7, let's see if they can finally figure out, hey, it's the playoffs. We should play hard.
I just don't want to be like the forever optimist with this team and be like, I think the all of a sudden something can go on and then they just figure it all out. But we are kind of waiting for them to show some fight here. And so I would expect them at some point. You'd think Game 3 has got to be the game they get in the win column, but they've just let me down too much. How do I possibly tell you with confidence they're going to start shooting the ball at any sort of rate that they usually do?
Because they're better at home.
But that's it. That's all I have to go off of is that they're just a better home team. But it's the way that they have consistently let a lot of the people that believe in this team down. It's just how do you buy back in?
Now, I do think
they got to earn it.
There's an interesting thing happen. We asked Jason Lloyd about this. We asked Steve Ashburner about this. We'll ask Fedor about it as well. But just about the blame game here for why the Cavs are down 0-2 in the series, and the resounding reaction is James Harden. And I think what's interesting about that is if this goes really poorly and the Cavs have to consider dealing Donovan Mitchell this offseason, which probably does mean James Harden won't come back as well. But the worst thing that could happen for the Cavs standpoint in that worst-case scenario would be that Donovan plays so bad in the playoffs that it actually impacts his value. So James Harden taking the fall – in a way, does protect the Cavs, and if this continues this way, in the potential fallout from the worst-case scenario here.
I just think you just wouldn't opt into the $46 million. You just call it a day then.
For whom?
For Harden.
Oh, yeah.
That's all that would be. I think that, honestly, I think that's part of the reason why there's more to it than that with the trade, but part of the reason why they did the trade is that if at the very end of this, you just don't opt into Harden for next year, and then it basically just gets treated as a Darius Garland salary dump.
But I will say, I think if you don't bring Harden back, unless somehow that leads to LeBron coming back, I think it means Donovan's not here. I think if this fails,
that would be part of that.
I think Donovan becomes the collateral damage. And by the way, I don't think that's just from a Donovan side of things.
If Donovan's back next year, I expect Harden to be back as well. Yeah. And then again, if Donovan's not here, then they're really going down the idea of it's Mobley and we're just trying to build this thing back up and they'll probably be like a play-in team.
I think the catch-22 of this, though, is that when it comes to Harden, this is the best time to identify how good Harden is. Hey, he just had a bad postseason. but he's been great in the regular season. Well, yeah, he's older, and it's going to be easier to put up good numbers in the regular season. This is the time where you truly tell how much a player's worth, how good they are, and that's not just for young guys on the up and come like Jalen Duren. It's also, hey, if James Harden can't hang in these postseasons, there's no reason to believe, even if he has a good regular season next year, that suddenly he'll look unwashed next postseason.
I mean, he looked more than adequate. And in fact, we thought that he was the best player in the Toronto series for the majority of that series.
Yes, you did.
And not just me. 78% of Cavs fans, that was asked by a poll with Anthony Lima, agreed with that sentiment.
Were those the final numbers?
So, that was it. 78%
I didn't see when the clock expired on that one what the final numbers were. They could have gone down to 75%.
Is that he wasn't washed in the Toronto series. We've argued back and forth about what happened with Game 1. Hollinger says he was the best player on the Cavs team in Game 1, and it was a lousy Game 2.
I'd say this guy who hasn't been in the NBA front office
It
got
was,
run out of the NBA.
A really lousy Game 2, and so is that part of the equation that you're going to have a lousy James Harden game? Yes, that's been in his existence for 15 years. You're always going to have there's going to be a bad James Harden game. What I'm interested to find out is that over the next few games, do we get what looked like in Game 2, or what do we end up looking like? And if it's 3 straight repeats, let's say, of what happened in Game 2, then yeah, you got a real problem on your hands, no doubt about it. But I'm not going to freak out over what turned out to be just a disastrous Game 2.
Just to set the record straight, it is a player option.
It is a player. It's a player option.
So so James Harden can opt into that no matter what. If he's not getting the interest,
if he plays bad, then he's gonna opt into it.
And so there's a scenario where you can get, I don't want to say stuck with James Harden, because I don't think if our purview changes from NBA championship to build the next rung of this, I don't think it'd be the worst thing if James is here if we don't have playoff expectations next year. But the idea that James could opt in and you could still be moving on from Donovan Mitchell, that is again, that's closer to the worst case scenarios, even if I think there's some tangible value in next year's regular season for him.
Yeah, because the initial thought was that he would opt out of that one, and then he re-signed the 2-year deal, and that was going to be around $32.5 million or so. Because the path where they actually believe in James Harden, if that's what exists after this playoffs, would be not just one more year of James Harden after this, it'd be 2 more years.
216-474-0092. Is James Harden playing his way out of the Cavs' plans long term? I think he's got to look a lot better. It's not good. You and I just disagree. I think people are dead ass wrong about the Toronto series. I think people are starting to see that the turnovers and all the other stuff that's going along with trying to basically be the point guard and set everybody up, that's the big role here. And the points are nice, but when you don't do either, or you just look out of shape or slow or whatever, it's going to be really, really tough to engender the kind of optimism you need, not just the rest of this series, let alone going into next year.
And that's why it's so critical to see what he does in the next couple games and to see how he responds, but also to see how the Cavs respond too. Again, even though we've had the resounding thought of James Harden gets number 1 on the blame chart pie, it seems like the second sentence after that for every person we've asked has been, yeah, but this team has a lot of issues. And this team has had a lot of issues in the first couple games, and Game 2 in particular.
I feel like they only get that when you bludgeon them into it.
Hit him with facts?
I don't know. Steve Ashburner did not take kindly to your...
What do you mean?
What did he say? Was it creative or something like that?
And then he was like, oh, you're right. Yeah, you can't go 0 for 11 in the fourth quarter from 3. Oh, you're right.
I don't think that's exactly how he said it.
You can't shoot 22% from 3 and expect to win a game. Oh, you're right. Mobley can't have just 1 rebound.
Yeah, but he said those after saying James Harden's the biggest problem.
Strus can't just have a 3-point performance and expect to have anything work.
I've never seen you go to bat for a compromised player the way that you do with James Harden.
No, it's not that. It's the idea that I just think he was awful in that game. You are making it seem as if he has just been drunk on the court for 9 games.
He's not been very good.
He was good in the first round. We established that already.
No. We disagree on that.
22-8-7. Yeah. I don't know what part of this we continually disagree about.
Because you continue to completely negate the turnovers.
The
which he's
turnovers
the
matter, but it's evidenced by even last night's game. Last night's game, they had one more turnover than the Raptors. And what happened in last night's, or than the Pistons? And what happened in last night's game?
He only had 4 turnovers because he played the disappearing
They couldn't
act.
score. You act as if scoring 22 doesn't matter. Scoring 22 matters.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter more if you're the point
Yes,
guard
yes, it
than
does.
setting the table for this team.
No, it matters. It matters in a big way.
What other table setters do they have to get other people shots?
Cade Cunningham has more turnovers.
What other people
Cade
do they
Cunningham
have?
more turnovers in the first
You're
round.
not even going to answer the question. You're just going to try and rebut with Cade Cunningham. It's about James Harden. It's about the guy who right now is coming off his worst playoff game maybe ever.
Yes,
and
yes.
who doesn't deserve to be
And I think
protected.
it was a really lousy game, too. No one's debating that. But I think there was a lot of lousy within the Cavs yesterday. And to put it all on Harden seems disingenuous to me.
No. Nobody's putting it all on Harden.
It sounds
He's
like
just
it.
the number one, right? For specific to yesterday.
And can we
But I
talk about
also
the number
think
2,
you've
3, 4, and 5
dismissed-
at some point?
We already have. We have, literally,
It's not
repeatedly.
dismissive. Like when I say he was awful yesterday, and if he plays like this for the next 3 games,
dismissiveness is the other 8 playoff games that you continue to excuse.
Game 1, he was the best
a lot
player
of
on
bad
the, he was the best
basketball.
player on the Cavs court in
According
game
to
1.
John Hollinger,
I don't know why you give. So why? I'm sorry, your feelings are getting in the way of my data. I don't know what to tell you.
No, it's not your data. It's somebody else's data. And by the way,
as if it
by the
doesn't
way-
exist.
By the way, that data
All
is
you're
something
doing is arguing with me with
some
your feelings.
algorithm.
I bring so many stats and numbers and everything to the table, and all you've done is
I think
I just
there's
don't
somebody
like
in their
James
feelings
Harden.
right now, but it's not me.
That's the only response I've gotten back.
I think everybody else has been saying what dog ass that James Harden
wasn't
was.
good yesterday.
And your rebuttal is, but Evan Mobley.
He wasn't good. Yes, Mobley has to matter in this.
Yeah, they
Donovan's
do, but not
inefficiency
as
has to
much as
matter.
James Harden.
It all has to be part of the pot. It isn't James Harden
Yeah,
versus
but
the Pistons.
you want to focus on the specific part of the
we've
pot
spent 3
instead
hours
of the
of
big
the
part.
show, and it's like 98%. Oh, James Harden sucked for 9 games.
That
He
doesn't
didn't suck
sound
for
like
9
actual
games.
analytics.
He didn't suck for 9 games. He's
no,
had
that's
one
where we
really,
disagree.
really bad game.
This is the problem.
Yes,
is
and now I bring the numbers to the table, and you say, "Oh, my feelings tell me James Harden isn't good."
You keep taking your argument and then say, "I accept that as we've all accepted it as fact." We have not all
How
accepted
do you not
it as
accept
facts.
the raw data?
What raw data? It's
What do you mean? I
it's
give you
John
I give you
Hollinger.
That's not
one
even
way
it.
to
That's
look
one
at
game.
it.
I've given you
That's
all the
one way to
Raptors
look
numbers.
at it.
I've given you all the Raptors numbers, and you just deny it.
No, I didn't deny it. I said it doesn't outpace
You have.
turnovers.
You said he wasn't good.
Yes, because he wasn't because of the turnovers.
He was. That's where the raw data comes into play. That's where the 22,
raw
7, and
data.
7 comes into
Yeah.
play and
The raw
offsets,
data, 'cause with the
offsets him
22
averaging
points.
5 turnovers
Yeah.
a game in that series.
I forgot. If you just average more than 20
No, but
points
you
in a game, you good
made
at basketball.
turnovers. Yeah, in this instance, when you can't score 100, yes. Yes, in this instance. When you
now, why can't they score 100? Could that be
Maybe because
the
they
guy,
went. Maybe because
the
they
guy
shot
was it
22%
40?
from 3.
Is it 40? Give me the
Maybe
raw
because
data.
they went. Maybe because they went.
Give me the
all
raw
right,
data
all right,
on this
raw
one.
data.
How many turnovers
0 for
is it?
11. 0 for 11 in the fourth quarter last night.
Give me the raw
data.
data. Give me the raw data on Harden. How many turnovers?
I got raw data last night that 11 turnovers, the Pistons 10.
That's not the no. How many turnovers for
I
the
don't have that at my
postseason?
handy.
Oh,
You
you don't
either.
have that raw data?
I don't have that because you
Oh.
don't have that because all you're doing is arguing with feelings the entire time about Harden.
No, I think pretty much everybody here has talked about the turnovers. And by the way, every
the
time I try to
turnovers
talk
matter.
about the turnovers, no,
the
they don't.
turnovers do
Clearly
matter.
not
They
to
don't
you.
matter more than points, rebounds, and assists.
Yes, they do. If
no,
you are
they
the
don't.
point guard.
That's where we completely disagree.
Yep, but the raw
Completely
data.
disagree. Oh, turnovers. We only judge the score by turnovers, I guess. That's the only way we judge scores.
No, it's common day NBA.
Okay.
Did you score 20?
Okay.
Good for you. Nothing else matters.
Even in game one, he's like your leader, and he was a point away from being your leader in points, rebounds,
got
and
points.
assists.
Oh, gosh,
but it's like,
yeah.
no, turnovers is the only thing that matters in the NBA.
Yeah.
And meanwhile,
And looking
nobody on this
fat and
team,
slow,
you can't
and
hold
looking
anybody
old.
else in this team accountable in this entire stretch.
I literally have. Did we
Nobody.
not? Did we?
Mobley's
Mac,
gotten
did you
old
miss the
Peterlin pass
beginning
from you the entire
of
stretch.
when
Mobley,
has he
your guy
gotten that?
Mobley's gotten the complete
Didn't I
Peterlin
not
pass
say
from you.
he sucked?
If you have, I've missed it. Because we spent 3
maybe-
hours talking about
He did
Harden's
say
game.
that at the end of the first
Maybe
segment.
that's actually. Maybe you're so focused on the raw data that maybe you
No,
aren't listening.
Just argue more with feelings. That's okay. You just don't like Harden. That's fine.
I think someone's in their feelings.
You don't like
and
Harden.
I think it's both of
I
us.
can't bludgeon you with more actual numbers to suggest that he was
Oh,
not
God.
bad
Not more
in
data.
the first round,
Oh.
and he was not bad in
God.
game one.
About
But
knocked
you've
me off
turned
the
game
chair with
two.
raw data.
You've turned one game two
Holy Christ.
into Harden
Oh, my gosh.
unplayable.
No
Can't
more
do
data.
it. Well,
No mas.
You turned one
No
bad
mas
Harden
data,
game
JP.
into what? And all of a sudden we're blowing up the team, blowing up the franchise, blowing up everything. It's
Hit me
unreal.
with more raw data.
It's unreal.
Oh my God! So much raw data in my face. Please, Lord,
Gotta be careful
save
with that
me
much.
from this raw data.
Oh, my feelings. Oh, my feelings.
Feel good?
Good argument. Well, not really.
Yeah.
Kind of.
A little bit.
Kind of.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. And if Aaron Rodgers is showing up in Pittsburgh later today, it was news to the
series. If you add the 7 games from the Toronto series, a series that you were supposed to win in a lot quicker fashion than you did, I haven't seen any pulse. I haven't seen any kind of a team that I can get behind.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Caller number 3 right now at 216-474 to below 92. Win a pair of tickets to see your Cleveland Cavaliers take on Detroit. Game 4 action May 11th, 8 o'clock at Rocket Arena. Tickets available at Cavs.com. It's all from your Cleveland Cavaliers and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Chris Fedor coming up in just about 15 minutes here. Let's go ahead and get to the lead. To start today's show, we got into, this might sound familiar, a heated debate about how much of the Cavs' issues are on.
What do you call last segment if they have another heated debate for us?
A heated rivalry.
There we go.
That's a different thing.
Okay.
We had a squabble about James Harden versus everyone else. No, he wasn't bad. He was awful.
He was bad.
He was unplayable.
Act like he was the only person that struggled in that game is
I need
just
you to
not
say
accurate.
He was the worst Cavalier last night. I need you to say.
I don't know that I can do that.
He was awful. He was unplayable. These are the words that should be ascribed to him.
I don't know. You wanted him to limit his turnovers. He did that. That was like the main goal that he wanted. You said that. What did you say yesterday? Oh, I don't care about 20-plus points. I would have loved a 20-plus point performance from Harden. Turns out getting 20-plus on Thompson, a hard thing to do.
By the way, he wasn't on the court.
He was because you shot 22% from 3.
But he might as well have been at Lemon Pepper
you didn't score
in
100.
Magic City.
You didn't score 100 points. There's more than one person on this team than James Harden.
I get it. You don't want to be wrong about the trade. It sucks. I get it.
It's not about being right or being wrong about a trade. It's just the idea. It's just the idea
that you planted your flag on a washed-ass point guard.
He was
That's
bad.
What you've done.
There's nothing else to say.
Bad is not
bad.
strong enough. He's unplayable. He was awful. For the love of God.
But there were so many other reasons that the Cavs lost this game beyond just James Harden. And that's where I want my attention. But I think what happened last segment was you just want to act like it was like the one game is all of a sudden making him having a bad postseason, and I just disagree with that.
Well, I don't know that anything I can say, because you took a very political route there, very nice tact there. So anything I might say might relitigate our fight. And I don't want to do that. We fought enough about James Harden, at least off this piece of sound.
I mean, here's the thing: if he struggles in Game 3, and then he struggles in Game 4 and in Game 5, and just makes it abundantly clear the man is as washed gets, there'll be no fights to be had.
Yeah,
there'll be none.
Now, it's not really how sports goes. It's probably gonna be somewhere in between, which means there'll be plenty of fights to be had.
Oh, and I'll probably have a good Hollinger game for myself as well, and then I'll be yelling at you, and I'll be telling you about how he was actually the best Cavs player on that
game
team.
Score.
That game.
That nerd.
Yeah, the thing that just weighs points, rebounds, and assists, and then even deducts for the
That's
turnovers.
Interesting, like Wade's stats, like a per 36. Where James Harden has a higher turnover rating per 36 minutes than Cade Cunningham does.
Oh, the turnovers are awful. Nobody's suggesting the turnovers aren't awful.
Cade Cunningham only has 4.25 turnovers in his last 4 games. All, by the way.
Oh yeah, he led the NBA in the postseason for round 1.
Yeah, that's because there were 3 games, all losses, where he turned the ball over at an excessive rate.
Who had more
7, 8, and 9
Who had more turnovers last night?
And by the way, they were all L's.
Who had more turnovers last night?
To turn the ball over, you have to have it in your hand and not run away and I don't know, have a
Cade
pity
Cunningham
party
is the answer
on
there.
the court.
Cade had 5 turnovers.
Oh,
didn't seem to impact his game
That's
at all.
because he actually touched the ball.
That's because they scored too and had other players actually scoring around him.
Because he touched the ball.
Which
James Harden
mattered.
was hiding on court in front of 20,000 fans. I think it's your turn.
Justin Termini, SiriusXM NBA Radio on the morning show today, said that Donovan Mitchell doesn't look the same in the playoffs, but James Harden's struggles have caught most of the attention.
I would say he probably gets off the hook a little bit because people are going to go to James Harden. Like, James Harden's the easy guy to blame, even though Donovan Mitchell should be the face of this team. Like, Harden's just the bigger historical name, I guess. And when he has duds like he did last night, like my show today, we're going to mention, like, hey, Donovan Mitchell doesn't look like he did in the postseason last year. Looks maybe a little bit banged up, isn't moving well. But the guy we're going to go all in on is probably James Harden because that performance last night was grotesque, and he's just the easy target. So he probably gets protected by the president. As weird as it sounds, it's almost like if you were going to lose anyway, it's better that you lost with James Harden because people are going to blame him instead of you.
not a bad defense. That's a good thing for Donovan, and that's a very good thing for the Cavs if a divorce with Donovan is imminent this summer, if they get bounced out in this round. There's a lot of ifs there, though.
I mean, Termini does make a lot of sense, though. It does kind of feel like...
That was Termini? I thought that was Ashburner.
No, that was Termini. Like, if the struggles happen with Harden the way that they did in Game 2... he's the one that's going to take a lot of the flack. National media loves getting on Harden. That's part of the deal. And it's easy. It's easy. And so guys like Mobley, guys like Donovan, hell, even I'll take it further, guys like Strus, guys like Dean Wade, all the people that struggled last night, they just get protected by what happens.
I always blame the seventh guy.
Which seems like... Mobley's not the seventh guy.
No. But Max Strus, that's the real culprit from Game 2, so we don't have a real
Mobley's
conversation about James Harden.
Donovan's not the seventh guy either. And so, like...
but that damn...
you don't think that... You don't think he hasn't been protected?
That Thomas Bryant.
You don't think Donovan and Mobley in particular has not been protected by James Harden from last night?
No. I hear
we did 3 hours talking about James Harden, and like Mobley's gotten some flack, but not nearly the flack he would have gotten if Harden wasn't on this team.
Mobley's taken immense amount of flack in the other previous 8 games. Or actually, the 4 of those previous 8 games, he wasn't any good. Donovan, coming into last night, took more heat than Harden has.
Oh, I disagree.
I
disagree. It feels like it's been maybe just because I'm working with you, it feels like it's been a nonstop barrage of get after James Harden.
Maybe you're just in your feelings. Steve Ashburner of NBA.com
I don't think so.
Joined us last hour. We asked him if a Pistons sweep or the Cavs coming back to win the series is more likely.
I would say the sweep is more likely. Detroit, I think they got their legs under themselves. Cleveland, to me, often doesn't play with what I would expect to be playoff urgency. And James Harden embodies that. It's just he's proficient. He's got a reputation. He's made a name for himself. We know they're good. We know that team is skilled, but they're not a roll up the sleeves and dig down deeper kind of a team by and large, from what I've seen. That's the way it hits me. I've been waiting for Cleveland for a few years now. And it must gall the Cavaliers and their fans that 2 years ago, I mean, they were going to the Eastern Conference semifinals just like they are right now. And Detroit had won 14 games. And yet here, look at where these teams are right now today.
I mean, I can't count sweep out. I don't think it's going to happen. You're 4.5-point favorites in Game 3, but anytime I believe in this Cavs team, they let me down, so here we are.
I just think if we get to the extremes of this, which are Cavs come back and win, 2-0 happens all the time in the NBA. I shouldn't say all the time, but it's a
7% rate. That you 93% of the time they don't erase the deficit. 7% of the time they have.
Oh, I say come back. I don't just mean win. I mean like get back into this series. I think that's incredibly possible.
It's not impossible.
I think that's
kind
more
of what I'm
likely
highlighting here. It's not
than
impossible.
the sweep. I feel like a sweep is very if it's a sweep, they've given up.
Last time we saw it, 2024, it was the Pacers-Knicks series. That was the semifinal series that took the Pacers to the conference finals. Not the year they went to the NBA finals, though. That was the year after that. So like it happens. That's the point. It happens. Don't wink at me right now.
No, I gave you one of these. I gave you one of these.
Don't wink. I'm not in the winking mood. Sorry, I didn't mean to make that weird. I was just trying to have a fun joke with it, and I came out weird. That's better. Browns rookie minicamp underway.
It got creepier the more I did it.
It was like if you're like a broken doll, and it's just like, why does that doll have an eye twitch?
Yeah.
I don't know. All dolls are special. Just make the most of it.
That doll's being seductive.
All right, Browns head coach Todd Monken spoke with the media, was asked about his early impressions of Taylen Green.
I think he's carried over the Zoom meetings to this morning's meetings and then walked. He operated the offense pretty well. I mean, for someone who hadn't been a part of it. Eyes weren't always in the right spot, but you could see a couple of times some of the things he can do with his feet when plays break down. So that's exciting to see. I was lucky enough to get Lamar a lot later in his career, so we did some things with Lamar, but he was already further along. But you can see that with Tay. You can see from when he was at Boise to then getting with Bobby Petrino and the guys at Arkansas, he's come a long way. I mean, you can see that already, and there's still a next jump that he can make. It's exciting to have him out here and let him just play through some things. Obviously, this is the time for him to get reps. Once we get into OTAs, in another week, that's really going to diminish. I mean, you're not going to see as much of him because of the numbers. But I'm excited. I'm excited for him. He's a great kid. And everything we'd heard about him so far has been true.
Stupid garbage truck is always back.
Yeah. You think the garbage truck there knows this is their moment?
It's got to be intentional.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think there's
Or
not
is
even
it J-Dub?
There really isn't even a garbage truck.
Is it like did they just have a Haslam on guard?
It's a Browns employee with a button is what's happening there, and it's just going to disrupt everyone's day.
That's all right. It's kind of funny.
It is kind of funny. Coach Riz, by the way, didn't hate what Taylon Green was offering up there.
I am very surprised.
He loves his quarterbacks.
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic joined us today at 3:20. He's against the idea of the Browns going after Brendan Sorsby in the NFL supplemental draft.
I wouldn't touch him if I'm Cleveland. When you start talking about gambling addiction and getting help for gambling, and I wish the kid nothing but the best, and I hope he gets the help he needs, and hopefully he can go on to have a long, productive career. But at what point is enough with the Browns and some of these the people that they've taken on, and some of the backstories and some of the issues that they've had? Like, when is enough? So no, I'm not interested. I don't think they have a good option, but that doesn't mean you keep compounding it with more bad options. So for me, I'm a hard pass on it. I just think the Browns, at some point, you have to say enough and stop taking some of these. I mean, I don't want to call addiction a character risk, but you know what I'm saying. Like it's a slippery slope that you're on there. But there's just too much there. We just went through the whole thing with Emmanuel Clase here in Cleveland, and when you're talking about, I mean, yeah, he was a freshman, but if he's betting on his own team at Indiana, I am not interested in any of that.
He just makes it seem like it's such a massive deal, this gambling issue, and I just don't look at it the same way. I'm going to make a snarky comment because I'm in that type of mood right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know who also had a gambling problem? Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Okay, I look at gambling, and obviously there's problems with it. I understand it. He was betting very tiny, very minimal amounts by all reports, and then he was betting on live baseball at a Reds game. Yes, do I think it's not great? Of course I think it's not great. Do I think this is the type of thing that you just can't come back from, and it's such a horrendous... No, I don't. I look at this differently than a lot of the real problems players have had and have been presented at the Browns' doorstep.
Yeah, America has a real judgmental relationship with addiction, no matter what the addiction is, but certainly gambling addiction being the one that is still the least sympathized with. And again, that's assuming the kid has an actual gambling addiction and that isn't him going to treatment isn't a ploy to try and get, to stay in the NCAA this year.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my thing is I'd love if the Browns got through Deshaun Watson and Michael Hall Jr. and all the Perrion Winfrey. I'd love it if they came through that and said, domestic abuse and sexual assault, we frown on that after going through these experiences. I don't know why that would then carry over to gambling addiction.
It's not a 1-for-1 for me,
also,
and I don't understand it.
Also, there's been plenty of guys, and it's not publicized because a lot of it's Gambling Anonymous. There have been plenty of people in the world that have had gambling issues that have come out the other side and have stopped gambling.
Also, gambling...
It's not a terminal illness.
No, it isn't. And gambling's also... It ruins your finances, okay? And that's why it's very problematic for people that don't have a lot of money. If he's got a lot of money, and the worst thing that happens is he just blows through his finances, it's not going to impact your football team in the slightest bit. It just won't. He'll still have to play football. He'll still try to generate money. It's just not... It's just not something that I would draw a hard line at.
This is a weird clarification from Keith.
I know, he's had a few of them lately.
That's construction trucks because they're building the new facilities around the practice fields.
We were always told it was garbage trucks years ago when it would always pop up. If they're now construction trucks, then okay, that's fine.
I'm still going to say a Haslam's at the wheel. I'm still going to say it feels personal.
It's funny because it sounds exactly like the ones that used to be garbage trucks. It sounds exactly like them.
What if it's the same truck, they just painted it or put a new sticker on it?
All I know is that for years, and obviously you guys know I used to do updates, and I used to cut up more sound than anybody ever needs to in life.
Looking at you, Keith.
And it would always have those garbage truck noise in the background. I was always told it was garbage trucks, and that's not when they were doing construction, right? If they end up with the same exact sounds always during these press conferences, I think it's okay to be like, it's a little weird. A little weird.
But we've clarified.
But yes, construction trucks, not garbage trucks, apparently.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you didn't make
888-880. The only company I would trust to help my thinning hair, vanscoyhair.com.
The way we started, I think, hasn't been great, and we got to figure that out. I think the turnovers, the little things, little details, and a lot of the stuff is self-inflicted.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Cavs still not good at playoff basketball on the road. And to continue breaking down the Cavs' 0-2 deficit and certainly a unwatchable Game 2 loss to the Pistons in Detroit. We head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Cleveland.com Cavs and NBA reporter Chris Fedor. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. What's going on?
Apparently the Cavs are bad at basketball. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this?
Yeah, it's even worse in person.
Oh, yeah, I actually did think about that busload of Cavs fans that Dan Gilbert so graciously offered to take up Detroit, only for the Cavs to not show up in Detroit.
Yeah, it was not a good showing by the team, and it's been that way, Nick. It's been that way for 5 road games now. So, you know, they're doing this commentary after these games about, hey, we just played bad or we had an off night. But as I wrote the other day, them playing poorly in the playoffs is no longer an outlier. That's who they've been in this playoff run. It's been 9 games, and they're a statistical negative throughout those 9 games. And it's even worse for them when they go on the road. And the problem with this series for them has always been they got to win one on the road. They can't advance past the second round without winning on the road, and they have shown to be in the playoffs a completely different team away from Rocket Arena.
So I'm caught between 2 things here because I do want to get to the road stuff in a minute. But just for you, what did Game 2 come down to last night, and why did the Cavs lose?
To me, it came down to execution late in the game. To me, it came down to clutch time moments. To me, it came down to the stretch of the game that James Harden was brought here to win. It came down to the stretch of the game that Evan Mobley was supposed to help them win. It came down to the stretch of the game that Donovan Mitchell was given all that money so that he could help them win. Because there were things that they did poorly in the first half of the game. We all saw them. All the turnovers in the first half, the way that they were giving up offensive rebounds in the first half, the way that they were losing Duncan Robinson in the first half. But they made some smart moves in the second half. They made some good adjustments. They started playing faster. They started running the offense more through Donovan Mitchell as opposed to James Harden. They got Jared Allen more involved. They played with more force on the offensive end of the floor in terms of like fighting for their spots and fighting for quality offense. And they were doing some things to put themselves in position to steal the game on the road. It was a 2-point game with 6 minutes left. Dean Wade got a putback. It wasn't his. It was actually Asar Thompson who tapped it in, but Dean Wade got credit for it. So he got the putback, and it's a 2-point game with about 6 minutes left. That's where James Harden has to be great. That's where Donovan Mitchell has to be great. That's where the Cavs are built to win. And they didn't. They were outscored 18-10 the rest of the way. And just like in Game 1, they were outscored 18-8 over the final 5 minutes. In clutch time situations in the playoffs, Nick, they are the worst team in the NBA. They are being outscored in clutch time situations by 56 points per 100 possessions. They have an offensive rating in clutch time situations of 64. 64 with James Harden, with Donovan Mitchell, with Evan Mobley, with Jared Allen, and with Kenny Atkinson, who is supposed to be an offensive-minded tactician who has built this offense to be more dynamic, more diverse, less predictable. And when they have gotten in those situations throughout the course of this playoff run, just like they did last night, they have completely unraveled.
So let's keep it on the road struggles, or let's get back to the road struggles here. Any prevailing theories from the Cavs, from the internet, from the heavens on why the Cavs are so bad on the playoffs on the road?
Well, I think a lot of people have theories, and I think it starts with they're just mentally fragile. And when you go on the road and you're in a hostile environment and the crowd's against you and you're not as comfortable, how do you look? How do you play? LeBron always used to have this saying when the Cavs were going to the NBA Finals for 4 straight years. He almost purposefully created these situations throughout the course of the regular season to put his teammates in uncomfortable situations because he was preparing them for something, because he knew what was ahead. And he had this saying of, we have to learn how to be comfortable in the uncomfortable. Do the Cavs look comfortable in the uncomfortable to you? No, they don't. So when they get into those situations where the pressure ramps up, the expectations are higher, the crowd's against you, execution is paramount, taking care of the basketball is paramount, you've got to show poise, composure, maturity. They're just not. They have a hard time. It feels like they have a hard time dealing with pressure from the opponent, physicality from the opponent, playing through the whistle, and all the things that intense playoff-level basketball requires, especially on the road. So until they become more mentally strong in those kinds of situations, you're going to have – it's not going to be every time that they're going to fail in these situations. But you're going to fail more times than not because you just don't deal with those situations in a good way. In the regular season, they did. They were one of the best clutch time teams in the NBA, but they haven't performed like that in the playoffs. So what's the difference? Everything that playoff basketball requires, they haven't been able to deliver in those kinds of moments.
Chris, the first probably 8 games of the playoffs, we're talking about James Harden's turnovers. Last night he did manage to almost half his turnovers from game 1 to game 2, but then offensively he looked unplayable on every other regard there. Is James Harden playing his way out of the Cavs' plans for next season and beyond?
Yeah, I think so, of course. I don't know how you could say anything other than that, Nick. And it's hard to know exactly what the agreement was that the Cavs made with James when they made the trades for him. He's got a player option in his contract, and the whole idea was that he would opt out of that player contract. He would take a little less money, but he would get an extra year added to his contract. But the Cavs are at a point here, and look, this is a 7-game series, right? Everybody understands that it's the first to 4 wins, and Detroit hasn't done that yet. They've gotten 2. They won both at home. The Cavs have a lot of flaws that are being exposed in this particular series, but it's not over. They can play better when they get home. Tobias Harris can stop scoring 20 points. Duncan Robinson can stop making threes in their face and screaming at them. And a bunch of different things can happen. Detroit can play bad. The Cavs can play good. So there is that variable here. But in saying that, you know, if this series goes the wrong way, or it goes the way that it looks like it's headed, then everything's on the table. Everything. And that includes, you know, an idea of James Harden, Donovan Mitchell together, this new core together for longer than just one playoff run, and it just being dismantled. It includes the potential of moving on from Kenny Atkinson. It includes the potential of making a shakeup in the front office with the basketball decision makers, because the James Harden deal was a significant move for this organization. It was a risky move, always, but it was a significant move, and it was supposed to make them better in these kinds of moments. It was supposed to make them better equipped for playoff success. If it doesn't lead to playoff success, then what would you say is going to change moving forward? What would you say is going to be different next playoff run, or the playoff run after that, when he's 37 years old and he's 38 years old? So, you know, the way that he looked this way at times against Toronto, but it's even more drastic in this series against Detroit. He's not beating guys off the dribble. He's not being able to create separation. He looks slow. He looks old. This is a young, athletic team that they're dealing with that have active wings, an active defense overall, and James just hasn't been able to be a positive, a consistent positive for this team at both ends of the floor. It would be one thing if he was just, you know, turning the ball over, missing shots and stuff like that. But there have been times where it has looked like he has distanced himself from the basketball on the offensive end of the floor, and then defensively, you know, he's just getting picked on. Whether it's in the post where he was supposed to be able to hold up because of his strength and his size, or whether it's out on the perimeter where opponents are attacking his slower feet.
Chris, who are you concerned about more for the rest of this series, Donovan or James?
There's another one here. And I think a little bit overlooked because, James and Donovan are the big marquee names and they're the stars. But Evan Mobley is another one here because if James and Donovan are going to get the attention of Ausar Thompson from the Detroit Pistons, and Ausar is one of the most disruptive defenders in the NBA. He was a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year. He is just creating havoc no matter who he's guarding. But if he's going to get those primary assignments, then there's a reason why Evan Mobley got the Supermax here. There's a reason why Evan Mobley is going to get paid $260 million over the life of this contract extension that he received from the Cavs. He had 9 points and 1 rebound. Not in the first quarter, not in the first half, for the entire game. And I just think the standards have to be higher for somebody that you've invested so much into. Somebody that around the time of the trade deadline, you had conversations about, but ultimately turned down an opportunity to go out and get an NBA champion in Giannis. So, yes, James needs to play better. There's no doubt about it. And Donovan needs to play better. But the advantageous matchup, the theoretical advantageous matchup in this particular series should be Evan, because he doesn't have to deal with Ausar Thompson. Now he has to deal with Jalen Duren and Tobias Harris and Isaiah Stewart and some of these other guys. But you're supposed to be a max player. At some point, the standard has to be higher for Evan. At some point, he has to reach a better standard. And you can sit here and you can say, well, the offense runs through Donovan and James, and it's hard on Evan, and that's right. But when you get touches, when you get opportunities, you've got to do something with them. Right at the beginning of the game, he had an opportunity against Cade Cunningham. He tried to back him down. He couldn't move him, and he lost the ball. Then on the next possession, he tried a different move against Tobias Harris, tried to put his shoulder into him, drive into the paint. He jumped up in the air, had no plan whatsoever, and threw the basketball away. So, yeah, his opportunities may be more limited than some of these other guys that the offense runs through more frequently. But when you get those opportunities, you have to do something with it. You have to reward them for putting the ball in your hands in those kinds of situations. So, I mean, the bottom line is the Cavs need better from all of their high-priced players that are expected to be great and expected to be significant contributors on a nightly basis in this playoff run, and that just hasn't happened through the first 2 games.
So, obviously, you've known this as somebody who's covered basketball for as long as you have. The first thing anyone does is blame the coach. I know that Kenny Atkinson is at fault for some ways in the series, but what do you look at is things that are accurate to blame him for, and maybe some of the things that it just feels like the stock thing that we do as sports fans and basketball fans?
I think one of the things that is just a little bit perplexing to me that I think it's fair to blame him on is just the lineups, the rotations, and the minute allocation. You have to give him a little bit of grace because he did lose Sam Merrill 7 minutes into game 1. And Sam didn't play in game 2, and he was a key contributor to this team during the regular season, and he was going to be an X factor in this series. In a series where the Cavs have to make threes and they have to space the floor and they have to declutter the lane because Detroit wants to pack the paint and they want to make it really, really difficult on James, Donovan. So Sam was going to be important, and he lost him in the first 7 minutes of game 1. So you have to give him a little bit of grace on that, trying to figure it out. But the lineup that he rolled out there in the fourth quarter of game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals was simply perplexing. And the fact that he seems to have a minute cap of about 37 on Donovan Mitchell is also perplexing. Cade is playing 42 minutes. Tobias Harris is playing close to 40. Duncan Robinson is playing as many minutes as Donovan Mitchell. You're supposed to be able to run your stars a little bit longer. You're supposed to trust them a little bit more. And maybe part of it is Kenny's playing the long game. This is a 7-game series. There's only they're playing every other day in this series. They were coming off the Game 7 war against the Toronto Raptors. It's an older team as opposed to the Pistons, who are a younger, more athletic, lively team. But I do think he needs to extend the minutes of Donovan more, and I think it's a fair criticism, that he hasn't done that. I think he needs to play Jarrett Allen more than Evan Mobley. Jarrett's minutes throughout the course of this playoff run have been better and more impactful than Evans, and I think he needs to flip-flop, give Jarrett the 38 and Evan the 32 instead of Evan the 38 and Jarrett the 32. I don't know that there's a reason to continue to play Keon Ellis. So the lineup stuff, the rotation stuff, I think that's all fair game. The idea that, like, he's not running plays or the struggles of the offense is entirely on Kenny, yeah, part of it is, and he has to find solutions and he has to pull the right levers. But when James Harden's going to play like this, and you have the expectations for him that you do, and Donovan Mitchell is going to play like this, and you have the expectations for him that you do, and Evan Mobley is going to play like this, and you have the expectations for him that you do, there's just not a lot schematically that Kenny Atkinson's going to be able to find that is going to make this offense look better than what it has in the first two games against the Pistons. So there's only so much adjusting that a coach can do from a schematic standpoint when your most important players are net negatives for 2 straight games on the road.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, Cavs and NBA reporter on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Chris, great stuff. Much better than the way the Cavs have played in the playoffs. I want to give you that compliment, friend.
It was a low bar, and I'm glad I cleared it. Woohoo!
We try and clear it every day here on Afternoon Drive. Be good, buddy.
All right, take care, man.
Great stuff with Fedor. We'll react to him in a moment, including his thoughts on Evan Mobley and the blame game on 92.3 The Fan.
ZipRecruiter, get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Great stuff with Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, NBA, and Cavs reporter. That's 3 for 3 on James Harden is the problem. But good stuff on the other problems that the Cavs face.
Yeah, maybe it was the phrasing of the question.
Which one?
Who's the number one problem? Because if you say number one, people are, oh yeah, we just watched last night. It is, you know what it is. It is what it is.
I don't think there's a problem with the question.
I think if we phrase it just a little bit differently to maybe be able to open the door to the other parts of the team,
like a
that
blame
we have yet
pie chart.
Yes, like a blame pie. No, not a blame pie chart. Because again, that sends up the open part of this to just let it all be just bash Harden.
Mm-hmm.
More of like, do you think that Harden is the causal reason why they are down 0-2?
So that's different than what's the number one reason?
I had it worded better with Ashburner, and I can't think of it. That was the problem. My brain just relapsed. I had it with Ashburner. I had it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the right way to phrase that. How do we? Because what I don't love is how we're getting all these answers. It's obviously Harden for yesterday. There's no question about it. But in that answer, it just completely lets everybody else off the hook in a way that I just have not yet been able to feel comfortable with. I'm looking at you, Evan Mobley.
They're going to win Game 3.
I'm looking at you, Donovan. I'm looking at you, Strus.
No, I'm not a guarantor. All right, because I respect the basketball gods.
And how about this? The basketball gods smited the Cavs, and I didn't even say anything about it before Game 2.
I think the Cavs smited themselves. I actually think what happened is that I gave the opportunity to you and Jim Costa to basically jinx your teams, and since no one did, then natural law took place.
So you're going to guarantee a Game 3 win is what you're going to do.
I'm not a guarantor. No, I don't disrespect the basketball gods.
Okay, but if you were,
but I'm feeling it in my loins.
That's when you'd be doing it.
Feeling it in my loins, feeling it traveling up, just building up on you.
I mean, I like that you at least have the confidence in this Cavs team that I'm just failing to find right now.
I think I've just decided that if they're on the road, I'm going to pick against them.
Okay,
and if they're at home, yeah.
Which maybe, when we were debating like who do we want to face, Orlando or Detroit? And remember, you wanted Detroit and I wanted Orlando, but Orlando would have got you the home court advantage. If Orlando had been able to pull that off, advantage Cavs.
I wasn't wrong. I was just early.
Well, I mean, you never know. What if the Cavs come back and win this whole series?
That's true.
Then the Pistons would have been the right answer.
That's how they got over the top with the road
woes.
Well,
think about that. That is kind of, it sounds stupid to say, but that is what the narrative is for Detroit and Pistons fans right now on the network side of things. Is like, oh, they had to go through what happened with Orlando, and that's why they're coming out on the better end of it. I would contend that the Cavs just shot themselves in the foot 2 games in a row, but that's neither here nor there.
I would contend, much like you, that the Cavs didn't really bother to show up in any of the first 2 games and played bad or played poorly in pretty much every facet of the game for well over 75% of all of the accruable minutes.
In like a shockingly large number of ways, they just underperformed and did not do anything close to respectable basketball.
And here's the thing. You and I both believe this. I also know that it will eat Detroit fans alive if we don't give them credit.
Oh, they're pissed right now that nobody in the NBA is giving them credit. I don't know how you watch Game 1 and have it be tied up at 93 with 5 minutes left and think that was anything but the Cavs just not being very good, and then watch Game 2 and watch the Cavs go 0 for 11 in the fourth quarter, not be able to hit a 3 the entirety of the game, watch 7 different players in the Cavs have the worst game they've had this entire postseason, and think, yeah, got them right where we want them.
I think it's because they're homers.
It's because they think that this defense that they have is like the only defense to ever exist in the NBA.
Yeah. Well, that's in fairness. Every year somebody has a good defense in the NFL. Somebody acts like they're the 85 Bears.
And that consistently. And like that's what Pistons fans are right now. Mm. They're acting as if Thompson created the defensive side of the ball.
216-474-0092. How much of the blame is all on James Harden? Rookie minicamp talking 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
him to be the starter this season. So if that opportunity is there, then go earn it and forget about all the other stuff.
Listen for Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram Monday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
I'm excited to see Taylon Green. I'm really excited to see what he can do operating that offense. Well, we're not going to see him operating, obviously, the full offense. But throwing the ball, I want to see what his arm looks like. And, of course, he's going to be throwing to Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. I'm looking forward to seeing that. And why? Because quarterback is the most important position on a football team. And I want to see what they have in this QB, in this dual threat QB. So I'm anxious to see what the arm looks like. I'm anxious to see what the speed looks like and how he operates with those, primarily with those two receivers. So that's probably where my attention will be.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive in case we missed it. Coming up at 6:45. Now, what you heard there was a very good clip from Mary Kay Cabot on this station earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
And what you didn't hear, but you started to hear, was an awkward stare-off where Mac had asked me about 3 minutes ago, you want the Mary Kay clip coming back? And I said, uh-huh. And then we came back. He played the top of the hour sounder.
Yeah.
And then he just stared into the future before.
It just waited.
And while I looked at him eagerly, I would say, not just mentally.
It was kind of like the standoff, and then what was perfect about it is then the moment that then you speak is the moment then he plays the clip. It could not have been timed out more perfectly for an audio disaster.
I feel like this is when Galarraga was throwing the perfect game. Max had a really good week here.
Armando?
He's had a lot of wins here. And then in the ninth inning, things happen.
Jim Joyced it.
Yeah.
Jason Donald.
Yeah. Either one of those, but I like yours better. Because we remember Jim Joyce more than we do Jason Donald.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
By the way, you want to talk about a trade that I was wrong on everybody in that trade? The Cliff Lee trade. Lou Marson, called him Sweet Lou.
Yeah?
He sucked. Jason Donald. Finally, we got someone that can be the next Omar. He was unplayable. Cookie Carrasco. I just don't think he's got the mentality for this. And for 3 years, I was right on that one. And then one summer, they put him in the bullpen. He found it. They flipped him back to the rotation because Tito was like, let's give it one more chance here. And then he went on to have a 17-year career in Major League Baseball.
A really sweet first 3 years, though, for you.
Oh, it was because it was my saving grace.
Yeah.
The other two players in that trade made me look so stupid that it was like, okay, but I was right about Carrasco being overrated and how bad. And then, and then like that next year, for half the season, he was in the Cy Young.
The opposite of the I'm not wrong, I'm just early.
Actually, it's the opposite of the CC Sabathia trade, where there was some weird condition that if the Brewers either made the playoffs or made the World Series, you would get a specific prospect, which was Michael Brantley. Mm-hmm. And if they missed it, you would get another one, which is Taylor Green. And I remember telling everyone, and nobody was listening, by the way, everyone, you want Michael Brantley. He can be your Euclid from the standpoint that in the minors he was walking at like a 2-to-1 ratio to what he was striking out in while hitting for high average. Laporta stunk. Rob Bryson, I don't even remember if he got to the big leagues, but Brantley, that was my win. That was it's worth it that I pay this much attention to minor league baseball.
Yeah, while we're down this path, I saw, so one thing that TikTok gives that I enjoy is you just get these random sports moments that you've just completely forgotten about or just kind of pushed aside, and then you get like the clarification of it. The other day, Jonathan Lucroy was telling the story about the Knicks Jonathan Lucroy trade to the Indians in 2016, and like it's kind of like a heartbreaking thing if you think about it. Because obviously we could have used Lucroy, and it would have had a better season if he actually didn't just say no thank you to that trade. But it all came down to him having a no-trade list, and then him being like, I'll waive it if I think the team's a title team. I'll waive it. And then ultimately what happened, because you mentioned the Brewers there, they came out, and then they were basically they didn't tell him that he was going to be traded to the Indians in time, and then he found out from a clubby. And that was enough for him to be like, nope, not going. You didn't handle this the right way. It had nothing to do with the Indians themselves. It was all the handling of it.
I'm still bitter
Could have
enough
flipped the whole series
about Jonathan Lucroy, because remember that was
such a massive deal at the time.
Well, but it was also the year where they came one hitter short.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, Lucroy was on a longer-term deal, so it would have impacted multiple years for the Guardians.
Yeah, could have impacted 2017. You still won 102 games that year,
And
but still.
it took me, because I actually thought Lucroy was so much fun. He's the kind of catcher that could hit, get on base, and he was a really good defender.
He was really good.
And I was so pissed at him for the longest time. Like, it's so funny. I don't get wrapped up in sports hate. It might not sound that way, but I don't really get wrapped up in sports hate. Like, once the moment's passed, I usually am like, well, there were better moments, or if it's a player that I really loved, well, maybe I overrate him, that kind of thing. John Lucroy's still on.
Yeah, people legitimately.
I got a beef with that guy.
Well, yeah, because you legitimately thought to yourself, like, he's just telling the Guardians no.
Yeah.
Like, he's giving the middle finger to Cleveland. How are we not on his? How do we make his list? We're going to be competitive somewhat, although the pitching at that point hadn't yet completely fallen apart, and it was still, even though it ended up being very skeptical before we actually got to the playoffs that year, it is what it is. But, like, imagine if we had Lucroy at bats instead of Roberto Perez.
Yeah, or Michael Bleepin Martinez. That's still the one.
Well, I mean, he would have been the starter, I would have imagined.
Well, but I just, like, okay, you didn't get the Lucroy deal done. Could you go get a utility infielder who maybe doesn't stink? You know?
I get it. It's a sore subject. How do we end the World Series on that? I still don't really know.
I think it's more so it's so funny. I understand why. Like, Tito was big on my guys.
Yeah.
You're either a Tito guy or you're not, right?
Right. That's why we got a lot of Josh Tomlin.
Like, Ron Rivera was that same way. It didn't matter if a player was washed. Once Ron decided that was his guy, that was it. And so it is very common in coaching circles. But what's funny about Tito is my guyism hasn't stopped him from being a Hall of Fame manager. Every other coach that I know had a soft spot or was that's my guy. He's earned. It's the circle of trust, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every other guy has either just been stopped short of Hall of Fame, or their career had potential to be that, and it was sidetracked because of that, or sidetracked because of the opposite of it, right? Like, hey, and I'm not going to say the specific name, but with Ron Rivera, there was a player that he stood up for, defended, but he won in spite of this player. And so when he went to Washington, his whole thing is, I'm going to do the opposite, because he was then the GM, he wasn't just the head coach, and I'm going to do the opposite with this team. The problem is it was one of the most important players in the field, and Ron convinced himself, I can win in spite of that position. And I remember thinking, that's your takeaway? Like, it's one of the three most important positions on a football field. And your response to one guy being a Herculean pain in the ass and sideshow, your response is, well, I'm just going to make every other position great but that one. That, to me, is the disease of my guyism. But, hey, congrats, Tito. You lost that World Series, but you're going to be a Hall of Fame manager.
When I'm just trying to think of who Ron Rivera was with. It's either quarterback, left tackle, or pass rusher.
It's somebody that you'll never find him on the record, him actually disparaging the human being. But it's something that I very quickly deduced. Nobody else in Charlotte picked up on it either. I know it's a little bit of a riddle here that I've constructed.
A little bit. So we have no facts of it actually happening. It's just you picked up on it.
Yeah,
you're right. I'm saying you're right, but I'm just not going to.
But it was actually confirmed
by Ron, because I know you had a relationship with Ron.
Ron would not confirm it to me. He would smirk. But it was confirmed by somebody in the front office.
And he went from Carolina to Washington with said player?
No.
It was just Carolina, you said, right?
It was just Carolina, and his relationship with that player led him to build things in Washington, basically just negate the position. And I'm talking about for like a significant amount of time. Like, I'm talking like the entirety of the time there. He was like, I'm going to win in spite of that position. And I even the one time I really talked to him about like actual football things when he was in Washington.
Yeah.
Because he would respond I would say like, hey coach, congrats on the gig. Thank you. How are you doing? That kind of thing. I'd ask about his dogs. He had two awesome dogs, and we got to meet them.
I instinctively thought Cam Newton, but that's not going to be the answer, because you wouldn't have said top three.
I appreciate that you're fishing for this. I appreciate. That's a good fish, by the way. Maybe he didn't
Was that
use,
too obvious of an answer?
Maybe he didn't use the right bait. Maybe he did use the right bait. I don't know.
Was it Cam Newton?
Is it the right position?
It's a great. These are all great questions, guys. But
was it Julius Peppers?
These are all great questions, right? No, he loved Pep.
Who doesn't love Julius Peppers,
Yeah.
right? Julius Peppers is beloved.
Also, I think Ron Rivera is not afraid of anyone. He grew up in a military family. He's a certified badass. I'm going to tell you right now, the only person Ron Rivera might be, I don't say afraid of, but respects the ability to beat one's ass would be Julius Peppers.
Yeah, like Julius is. I imagine Panthers fans love Julius Peppers, right?
Yeah.
Not only like the North Carolina thing, but all of it. He's just a classic.
And he
dude.
was totally forgiven for leaving because they ended up just pinning it on Jerry Richardson, which is fair. But like Pep coming back to finish his career in Carolina got him insane love.
All right, it's Cam Newton. The answer is Cam Newton, guys.
That's interesting. You think that?
That's all you have to know.
What other names could it be?
There really isn't. I mean, everyone else is justifying why they're on the roster.
There's such an obvious one you could guess. I'm a little
DJ
surprised. No, why DJ Moore?
I thought he was
You're
justifying
thinking
it.
too late in the tenure.
Okay. Oh, it's got to be earlier, but would he?
I didn't say it has to be earlier. It could be in the middle.
Well, it's not Christian McCaffrey.
Well, yeah.
Everyone loves Christian McCaffrey.
I mean, he's doe-eyed.
He was liked in Carolina, right?
Beloved.
How would he not be?
Yeah, he's a white running back. They do well in Charlotte. Kind of the great uniter. Wait, he's good looking.
So.
All right, you get half the aisle.
Greg Olsen?
No.
People like Greg
Actually,
Olsen.
yeah, I do think Greg's a little outspoken, which Ron is not always the biggest fan of. But no, I think Greg was one of his guys.
I think I'm tapped out. I think
everybody that you
out.
mentioned was there at the end.
Devin Funchess?
No. But if we want to go wide receivers that drove Ron crazy, I think it's actually Kelvin Benjamin more than it was Devin Funchess.
I thought that was a little too on the nose, so I thought it might have been somebody else.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. Or if the statute of limitations. There was a private event for FNZ where Ron, and this is right before they traded him for like a 6th-round pick to Buffalo. Ron made a buffet joke about Kelvin Benjamin.
Oh, Steve Smith.
And then said, if you ever say that I said this, I will murder you. He didn't say murder, but he let it be known that he would strike us from the mortal coil. That's a good guess too.
Yeah.
You're finally in the right era. You're finally like in the wheelhouse of guys that it could be.
Okay.
Yeah. You were just focusing too much on the 2018.
I was very recent. Yeah, I was very recent with the Panthers.
I figured it would be somebody that was there while you were in Carolina. That's why I was looking at more of the later teams.
Well, you got to understand the cool thing about Charlotte
D'Angelo
is
Williams?
No, but he is a Martian. Like, insanely talented dude, by the way, physically, and also very
nice. I would imagine Luke Kuechly falls under the same umbrella that like a McCaffrey does.
Luke Kuechly is one of the anointed sons.
I would think so. Yeah, I'm out of guys that could be problematic.
That's a real shame. A real shame. And no, it's not Keyshawn. Nobody liked Keyshawn. Just kidding. Although Steve Smith did punch Keyshawn. If I remember that story correctly, that was the first teammate that Steve Smith punched in Carolina and didn't get suspended for. Smith punched like 4 guys. I think he almost punched Cam once. I never could confirm that story. 216-474-0092. Give me your best guess. Who you got?
Jeremy Shockey.
No, but that's a good guess too because he
runs hot.
And by the way,
Jeremy Shockey runs hot.
By the way, just not somebody I personally like.
I could see that. I could totally see that. Just no part of that is a shock.
There was just like Greg Olsen, cocky, but one of the coolest dudes you'll ever meet. Sincerely cool. Jeremy Shockey was just like, I don't want to be around you. I don't like you. I only met him twice, but he came back for, I think it was a John Fox event. And John Fox, awesome dude, by the way.
Everyone likes John Fox, yeah.
But I remember just thinking, like, I know I'd get my ass beat, but if you would let me take one punch at Jeremy Shockey, I think I would do it.
Mike Tolbert.
Come on.
Please.
Tolbert? That man's a tank. Everybody likes Mike Tolbert.
All right, I'm going to think it's Cam Newton until told otherwise.
That's an interesting guess out of you.
It is. Yeah.
Well, I never said it. 216-474-0092. Who was it? Also,
are we out of Panthers trivia? I don't know.
Norv Turner, answer me, fat man.
Recap of the segment on AI is just Jonathan names Panthers and guesses, and Nick says yes or no. We do Panthers trivia for 5 minutes.
Was it John Matsko. None of the coaches. Or was it?
and no one leaves with an answer.
But more to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you, a better challenge.
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Daryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here.
All right, you said we mentioned Coker on the Panthers. You were talking about his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And you said, well, her name is Jenna McCarthy, so you know that she's fine.
Uh-huh.
And I was thinking about how, like, the one part of the Diana Rossini story that I've just not been able to let go is that, like, if you in high school was like, oh, I'm seeing this girl named Diana Rossini, you'd be like, what a rocket. Like, it's objectively
definitely one of those.
It's a hot person name.
All right.
If in high
some
school,
other hot people names.
If in high school, I just tell my buddy, it's like, oh, who you going out with? I'm going out with this girl named Diana Rossini. You're like, okay, I know she's hot.
Okay.
Like, it's not even a question mark.
All right. So, what's carrying the most weight there? Is it the Diana or the Rossini?
That's the part I can't figure out. I don't know if it's a connection thing, if it's like both of them work, or if it's. But I
one
think
wouldn't work. Like it was if Diana Rustin, it's probably not working the same way.
It's just, you know a hot name when you know a hot name.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know?
okay. Yeah. It's like the definition of pornography. I know it when I see it.
And like I don't know how much of it might even just be it might be the Rossini part of it. I don't know, but there's just no way. If you've never seen Diana Rossini at all, there's no way someone with that name is just going to be an ugly person.
So there's somebody
It's just
listening.
not happening.
There's somebody listening right now saying, "Well, Jonathan's just saying that because he's a man and she's an attractive woman." I think the person with an objectively attractive name, so you know they're going to be. I think you can do that regardless of whether you're attracted to that gender or not. For instance,
sure,
Christian McCaffrey, and that's not just all of his brothers, who are all, by the way, as Vanessa would say, what did she say? Hot toddies or something like that.
Hot toddies.
She called Ricky Rubio something, and up until this moment, it has been stuck in my brain because every time I see Ricky Rubio, I say, blow it out your ass, Ricky.
Did you call him a cutie patootie?
Yes.
That's what it is.
And I don't know why, but that I'd rather.
Somehow I
if
knew
she
you're
had said
messing up
stud,
hot toddy with cutie patootie. I don't know why.
If she had said stud,
Like she's Rosie O'Donnell.
if she had given like some like sultry term for him, I don't
Yeah.
think I would take it. Cutie patootie just it stabbed me
Listen,
deep.
I don't know hot guy names. I can't do hot guy names. But one thing I was just thinking about it. I'm like, there's just no way. If your buddy in high school was like, I'm going to see Diana Rossini, you'd be like, I know that's an attractive person.
All right, Mac.
I just know that.
I'm going to need you to do some on the fly Googling here of I don't want to say famous, but because I got to find somebody that you don't know. Ooh, no, that's going to be a tough one. I need you to find a way to come up with some names of actual people, and then we're going to see if JP can decipher whether they're attractive or not.
Yeah, hot name or not hot name.
Yeah.
Don't get in a hurry on this now, Mac.
Yeah. Max,
don't let us slow you down.
The senior research analyst, Mac Robinson.
Like, do I talk now? Do I look on the computer?
I mean, in fairness, we have given him.
I do now.
We have given him a pretty impossible. Like, what do you search? What do you search on that?
I think you're looking for people that I guess I wouldn't know necessarily. Maybe is that the idea?
Potentially. Well,
and then,
you don't
and then
want
it's
to
like,
know.
are they hot or are they not hot? Based off the name, I'm not sure. Madison Beer, which is Justin Herbert's girlfriend, not a hot name.
Yeah, well, show your work.
Attractive woman, not a hot
Is
name.
it the beard? You
it might be
associate
the
with
beer
overweight
part.
men?
It might be the beer part. Not associated with hot men. Excuse me. What did you say? Overweight men?
Overweight men, yes. Beer's only a hot name if it's for guys. Everybody knows that.
It's just not. I wouldn't think rocket. I wouldn't be like in high school.
not
You're
that
like,
kind of
gonna
rocket.
go see my new girlfriend. And what's her name? Madison Beer. If my buddy told me that, I'm not thinking to myself, oh boy, he really pulled one in.
I think Madison's a winning name for women.
Madison's a winning name.
I've yet to come across a Madison
There's got to be.
didn't,
There's got to be a combo attached to it, though. That's part of that idea. It's got to be. This is not just. You don't get by on just one thing here. It's got to be both.
Do you know who Madeline Klein is?
Actually, I do. Isn't she the girl? Yeah, she's the girl.
I really was racking my brain this entire time.
Outer Banks.
Yeah.
Yeah, not an attractive name. Don't think rocket name. Definitely a rocket.
Okay. Well, at least because I think the problem is there is going to be some sort of confirmation bias here, right? Where if you already know somebody's attractive, that probably leans you towards hot name.
For sure, yeah.
Unless
I
it's
would think
something
so.
obvious, as everyone has said, as Madison Beer.
I just think there's just some obviousness to. I don't know. The other random Diana Rossini thought that I had on my. What if the cover-up's worse than the crime? What if the part we're missing in all this is there's something? I was trying to think what that
They're actually
cover-up
in
could
love,
be.
and so we're missing the real point here.
I couldn't figure out what the cover-up could be, but they're making it way too obvious to the point where I'm starting to wonder if there's some sort of cover-up that's bigger than the crime.
Oh, so you're saying we don't know the actual
We
crime?
don't know the actual crime.
Okay.
We don't know what they're actually in trouble for, etc.
Okay.
We just know that in their eyes, it's better that people think that adultery's on the table than whatever they're trying to cover up.
Then
Because
I
they're
think-
making it way too obvious at this point.
Then I think you're going to need to speculate what the actual crime is.
Because
Because what's worse than a 6-year affair while married to a guy and then maybe having children with the other guy? Both of you were married.
Yeah. So I was thinking like if they were, I don't know, like if she was giving Vrabel other teams' playbooks or something like that. Like I'm trying to think what
That's
would.
worse than everything we found out.
Oh, big time. Vrabel gets fired immediately. She's kicked out of the NFL forever.
I don't think he gets fired
Like,
ever. She never works again, and now that's fair.
Never again. But I mean, you kidding me? That's worse than Deflategate. That's worse than any of the gates that we've had.
I don't have a high faith that Mac is actually going to pull this off because he just closed the door.
That's his serious face.
And
he's getting serious over there.
And so he's either knee deep in research as the senior research analyst here on Afternoon Drive, or he's totally given up and he's just doing busy work to make it seem like he's doing research. I don't have a lot of faith on this one.
I don't either.
He's also actively listening to what we're saying while not making eye contact and shaking his head and muttering, which is not good for the Mac is going to pull this one off.
Cover up worse than the crime, I think, got to him. He was trying to think to himself.
In fairness, I still don't think stealing a playbook is worse.
I'm still trying to find people that I don't think either of you would know.
Well, no. I think this is a JP test. Because I feel like he's the originator of the hot name theory. So then I need him to be able to back it up. It's almost like if you say, I can see into your mind. Well, one, you got a lot coming to you, buddy.
It's just an objectively hot name, Diana Rossini. It's just no way to slice it.
All right, what about Susie Wiles?
Susie's no chance.
You're out on Susie's?
Susie Wiles? What an awful combo is that? Susie Wiles?
I mean,
welcome to the retirement home.
For a 70-year-old, she's also apparently the White House chief of staff. Which I should have read that part before the Susie Wiles thing.
Yeah.
But she looks like 70. But for a 70-year-old,
you really know how to tab the women that I would not know.
See?
How do we get someone, Jonathan, has no idea? White House chief of staff.
And by the way,
good.
I came to that quicker than Matt came to. I gave you Madeline Klein and Susie Wiles.
Yeah.
Mac, you got anything over there, buddy?
We're just asking you to come up with names.
Maroney.
I know her.
How do you?
The gymnast. What do you mean? How do I know her?
That was such a.
She's an Olympian.
I'm aware of that. There are some times where some people are out of touch.
You Googled for like 5 minutes and came up with
Again, I'm trying to find people that you would know, which again is clearly proving to be a bit of an issue here.
She was like, okay, Sydney Sweeney. You ever heard of her?
Michaela Maroney was like one of the most famous memes of like a whole year.
Find people that we don't know.
All right, I got one for you because she's Swedish. Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah. I got an Australian, Margot Robbie.
Now that's actually, by the way,
what's nice about this is Mac thinks I have like this worldview on women where I just how do I stump Jonathan and people he doesn't know? I don't know.
Not only do you know them, but you've ranked both their actual attractiveness and their name attractiveness. You've got two separate files there that you can just scan through. I had one too for a damn
to be fair,
second.
It's not like these are like hard files to create. It's not like, what do I think about it? Is she hot or not? I don't know. I have to. This is the equivalent of chocolate or vanilla ice cream. Which do you prefer?
Now, the problem is I thought of one, and then I was laughing so hard at Mac's follies that I immediately forgot it.
He was so convinced.
That's what you get.
Got any?
The sports
got any
guy.
else?
Zara Larson.
What did you say?
Zara Larson.
Oh, no, I don't know her. That does sound like a rocket, though.
right. How do we spell it there, Mac?
She sounds
D-A-R-A.
Sounds pretty hot.
Okay, wait. Are you profiling? Because she's got a Swedish last name.
It just sounds like a hot name. I don't know what to tell you.
All right.
It's not Diana Rossini, but it's pretty good.
Oh man. Mac, she's not 18.
Oh.
Yes, she is.
I know. She's 28.
What are you doing, man?
What
are you doing? What are you doing, man? What are you doing, man?
Panic. Wow, I wasn't wrong. She's not 18. She's 28.
That's right. Oh, he melted.
We're having fun.
Heart attack at 6:36.
Because that's clearly your current crush. That's your current celebrity crush, is it not?
All right, Kate Hudson.
You'll never believe this, Taylor Swift.
Wow, don't make me answer that. It's Travis Kelce's.
Zara Larsson, Swedish singer and songwriter, EDM infused pop. You living in that world?
Yeah, I've listened to a few of her hits.
By the way,
the EDM.
I guarantee you she can't sing a lick.
I want to see Mac at an EDM
doesn't have
show.
to.
I want to see you at an EDM show. Have you ever gone to an EDM show?
No, but I've actually wanted to go to a couple different ones. Or actually, no, I did go to Chainsmokers like a decade ago.
There's actually nothing more that I want to see than when Mac lets his hair down.
Oh, yeah.
But not like, because Mac has been to my house. Mac has been around, like, I've seen him in a looser environment.
Yeah, but even in those environments.
Where Mac really lets it go.
Yeah, but even in those environments, you're still, at the end of the day, a coworker.
Yeah.
And so, like, you're never really going to see full Mac. Like, I'm thinking, like, Mac doing, like, his John Hamm and Your Friends and Neighbors impression where he's just drugged out of his mind and just dancing on the dance floor as if nobody's watching. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see.
Kyler Murray.
Yeah. I shouldn't have laughed as high as I did on that one, but that was funny. Stupid, but funny.
Oh, good Lord. I was just looking through the database there.
Yeah, George, your database is hot girls. What is it?
Going through your bookmarks over there, buddy?
No.
And Kyler Murray
By the
popped up
way,
somehow.
it's incognito tab. Thank you very much. It's called Fapello. In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Sky Rizzy today and visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic, we say thank you because this is the final segment of the show. Jason joined us at 3:20. We say thank you to Steve Ashburner. A little testy at the beginning of it, but 4:20, good stuff with him. Chris Fedor at 5:20. I'd say better than the Steve Ashburner stuff. Steve is a Long Islander. A New Yorker, East Coaster. A little spicy sometimes.
He's been around for a long time, Steve Ashburner.
And you can tell that if you listen at 4:20.
He's been around a long time.
He's great, by the way. I'm being playful, of course. Or am I? But if you guys missed a moment of our show today, 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel has all 5 hours. At one point, Jonathan was hitting me with fact bombs left and right.
That's right.
It was like I was in a boxing match with Mike Tyson, but instead of fists of fury, it was fists of stats. I don't know. The point is, you get to see me react to those stat bombs.
Yeah, and then you reacted appropriately with those feelings bombs that you have.
You didn't, though. Sold them.
No. Of course. You have to. You have to in that spot.
But watch all 5 hours. Don't forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel. It is free after all. And for the love of Mary, like our videos. We like to be liked around here. Mary? Just as a first name.
Ugly.
Oh, I think you were wrong on that one, sir.
Unless it's like a Mary Kay situation. Then we're back in.
Yeah, because there's a second name there.
Then we're back in.
It's a modifier.
Exactly right. And we're all the way back in.
Glove stick in the save by Peterlin. The panic in your eyes.
There's a clarification that has to happen there.
Yeah, of course. It's a totally different name.
Completely different name. And also, comes the name of a rocket. There we go.
All right. Points to Peterlin. Let's get to In Case We Missed It.
All right. This comes from our friend Pony in Pittsburgh. Steelers GM
Not
Omar
a hot
Khan.
name.
Pony?
Yeah. Hey, Andrew Filipponi, is that hot? I say nay.
Okay, no. Omar Khan tells Chris Mack on Westwood One that he doesn't know where Aaron Rodgers is, and he would not confirm that he's in town for a visit this weekend. I don't know. He might just be lying. There's a chance
There's a
Omar
strong
Khan.
chance.
I would say better than not. Chance that Omar Khan is just out here lying.
There's a chance Pony's lying. There's a chance that anyone in this chain.
I can't keep track of any of it.
Yeah.
Is Aaron Rodgers in town or is he not in town? Is the fan in Pittsburgh wrong or is Omar Khan just? I mean, I don't know what's happening
The
anymore.
best part about it is, no matter how you slice it, it's annoying for everyone involved.
Well, you thought you're getting this ending. You think you're getting this big ending to the Aaron Rodgers saga. I don't know that it's happening. I don't know.
Jory Epstein, much better than Ariel Epstein and other Epsteins. Jory
also
Epstein.
kind of a hot name. If we're on the topic.
That's true. It was right there for you.
I'm not going to do this a week from now, but if it's on the topic.
It's topical. What are we doing? That's our job. She had a whole write-up on how basically the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers are both right, but then she kind of debated who has the more leverage, and it's like, it's pretty obvious, to me at least, that it's Aaron Rodgers has the leverage.
Oh, big time.
And
yeah.
for some reason, he's just decided to screw with the Steelers.
What leverage do they think the Steelers have in this?
I think there are, okay, so NFL media.
Because they have the quarterback job open, is that it?
NFL media never really goes all the way in on NFL teams. Unless it's like a Deshaun Watson situation, then they go after the fans too. That's a lot of fun. I think it was the Steelers could just move on without Aaron Rodgers. It's like, it was also the signing, offering, putting the tender on him. And it's like, yeah, I don't think that's going to do anything.
I just don't know how the Steelers have zero leverage in this. They're going to basically, Aaron Rodgers is going to come up with whatever demands he wants financially, and they're just going to have to turn around and be like, okay, we accept.
And if he either retires from here or goes to like Arizona, There's no other way to take it than he hates Mike McCarthy more than he's ever said.
Yes, then what we believed when he left the Mike McCarthy business, where he thought he was just Mike McCarthy's an idiot and doesn't know football, we will believe that's true in what he thinks of Mike McCarthy.
Now, the only problem with this is Aaron has been excessively fake then about Mike McCarthy. Because Aaron has actually gone out of his way to compliment, which I will be honest with you, if you want to be a truth teller, you can't lie about how much you liked your old coach.
Well, and also, if you accept the job, it's also then in turn kind of going against what that initial report was by Tyler Dunne so many years ago, where he had said he'd never been around, and loosely paraphrasing, but he'd never been around a coach that he thought less of from an intelligence standpoint.
But he didn't say that about football intelligence. He just meant normal life intelligence.
I actually think it was all implied, but that's neither here nor there.
I think you're right. I was just trying to soften the blow. The singing of the national anthem is always a risky affair at a sporting event, right?
Yeah.
You never know how potentially disastrous or glorious it's going to be.
It's a really tough song to sing.
Yeah. Well, because people try and do too much with it.
Yeah. Okay.
You just got to be right down Main Street. You just got to keep it simple, stupid. I want you to grade. We're going to play this Star Spangled Banner done at a recent minor league game. And I want your grade here in a minute, okay?
All right.
And the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
All right, what are you thinking there?
I'm no Simon Cowell, but I was not offended by that in any sort of way.
All right, give me a guess what famous person that was. Mac, you can't jump in if you saw the video.
No, I know. I was going to say, do you know which minor league team had that?
It was the Charlotte Knights.
Yes.
All right. So he kind of like an opera singer more than anything else. Jason Bateman.
You think Bateman sounds like an opera singer?
I just threw a name out there.
That's Ronald McDonald.
You mean like the costume and everything? What do you mean?
Yeah, no. It's a guy that I don't know if it's cosplay or if he's the official Ronald McDonald.
Well, I mean, opera singer playing Ronald McDonald.
But no, he's Ronald McDonald first, and then everything
I thought
else
McDonald's
second.
kind of like phased out of Ronald McDonald.
Why do you think he's singing the national anthem in the Charlotte Knights game?
Like I thought they just kind of got rid of Ronald McDonald with public appearances.
Well, I know that's not entirely true because they still have the Ronald McDonald Foundation.
Well, they do. That's part of why they won't go away.
They just don't put it on their advertising. I think it's different.
They've started to phase it out completely. Like, you used to go to McDonald's and you'd have like Ronald McDonald statues and the little benches with the Ronald McDonald sitting on the bench. They don't have those anymore.
And then like a little shed you could go in with Ronald. And
jeez.
Like nobody else got those vibes from Ronald occasionally.
All right, clearly the guy that is playing Ronald McDonald, this was always his dream. He wanted this. He wanted this moment so bad.
Ronald McDonald.
But it was offered. Like, you only get to do it if you dress up as Ronald McDonald.
Being Ronald was not the dream.
I don't
it was
think so.
just the passing through to get to singing a national anthem at a Charlotte Knights game.
So there's been many articles about this. 2016, around there, because of the creepy clown sightings everywhere, they started to phase out Ronald McDonald. They were initially pressured to start phasing him out in the early 2010 area.
Yeah.
They'd resisted all the way up until 2016, and they've slowly and surely been phasing out Ronald McDonald.
It's like their Chief Wahoo.
Nicely done.
Just wanted that one to sit there. We thank you, Mac Robinson. Actually, no. Screw you, Mac Robinson, on the board. You could give a very simple task here, and you came up with Madeline Klein. The rest of the week, you were batting 1,000.
All right, thanks, Ronald. I appreciate it.
It was just today. The funny thing is, have you ever seen Ronald McDonald when it first came out?
Creepy.
Was terrifying.
Yeah, very creepy.
Yeah, he hosts a show.
And then somewhere around 1985, he just got less creepy. Never lost full creep. Mac is very upset right now that I've disparaged his abilities on today's show. It was just this hour.
I mean, you used to have like Grimace and the Hamburglar, the whole crew. Now they're all gone.
Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. Jake Volnick's coming your way. JP, I believe we will classify this as an interesting show.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Also, James Harden, it's all his fault. Just for game 2.
That's all we're asking for.
And the other 7 games, or 8 games, he wasn't very good either.
Now you're losing me.
Yeah, now, all right. All right, well, guys, we'll see you on